really got much color in them, because they're not going to sell in their shop. So they're really not going to be that happy with you if you try and rush it. So just make sure before you take your first lot of fish into the fish shop that you've got a really good sort of strain going. The colors there, they're a really healthy quality fish. They've got a lot of size on them. You don't want to be sending in real scrawny fish, otherwise you're kind of just competing with wholesaling, and there's not really much benefit. Is they're going to give you some store credit, and store credit, as bad as it sounds, isn't actually that bad. Use the store credit to help fund your fish hobby, and you can get some food, you can get some more different colored guppies to really expand on that guppy front. You can get some different colored shrimp with that, so you might trade in like 100 red cherry shrimp for $1 a piece, and they give you $100 store credit. Now, you could take that and you could buy some fish food with that, or you could, if you know what you're doing with shrimp and you're pretty confident with keeping the shrimp and everything, you could invest that $100 store credit and have a look at getting some real nice blue dream shrimp or something like that. They are going to make a lot more money. You're going to get like $3 or $4 a piece from them, and you can just expand from there and just keep going and going and going until the day comes that you've been selling this particular shop owner some fish for a while now, and you're going to go, hey, I would like a bit of cash money for this. Or, if you've got like a business going or something like that, you can start doing invoicing and all that kind of stuff, but that's sort of getting further down the track. So we'll keep it simple for now. You're going to start off with just getting store credit and be happy that you're getting store credit. So again, you can use that to fund your fish hobby. You might have a couple of display tanks somewhere else that you've got to pour in a fair bit of money into to keep them looking nice. You can now use that store credit to keep your display tanks looking nice. So however way you do it, the store credit isn't a bad thing, and just be mindful of that when you first start getting into this, that don't be upset when the shop owner only gives you store credit. They don't really know you that well. They don't know how good a quality your fish are, and so they're not likely to give you that cash money straight away. Once you've got that solid relationship going and you've proven to them time and time again that your guppies or your shrimp are like the best guppies or shrimp in the market, no one can beat them, they're super colorful, they always come in at that right size, they never die in the shop, and people buy them a lot, that is going to be when the fish shop owner has that level of trust built with you, and you can start having that negotiation about getting some like cash money for that. Once you've got the cash money, it's really good, once you've gotten to that stage. But if you can try and eventually get off store credit, that's going to be really beneficial for you as the breeder, because a lot of the fish shops, and you can't blame them for this, they've got a business to run, they've got mouths to feed, but a lot of the fish shops are going to sort of try and pressure you into buying extra stuff with that store credit, like, oh, you sure you don't need like an extra heater, or you sure you don't need like another sponge filter, or hey, have you looked at this new food? And so once you get off the store credit thing, it sort of limits the owner, the shop owner I should say, to what they can sort of pressure you into buying. So again, don't take it as a bad thing. Be grateful that you're getting some money, some store credit for your fish or your guppies or your shrimp or whatever you're breeding. And like I said, you just want to be looking at what you can utilize out of those 2 tanks that you start off with. So like I said, you could keep the guppies in the tank with the Java moss, and then in a couple of months time you're now selling them baby guppies at that sort of medium size, almost full grown. You don't want to sell them real small tiny baby fish, because they're not going to grow very fast in a fish shop and they're not going to have that nice color on them. So you kind of want to hold off and make sure your baby guppies are sort of almost full grown before you start looking at taking them into the shop. Otherwise, it's going to be a bit of a rocky start for you, and the shop owner is not going to be super impressed if you're bringing them sort of like half-grown guppies that aren't really got much color in them, because they're not going to sell in their shop. So they're really not going to be that happy with you if you try and rush it. So just make sure before you take your first lot of fish into the fish shop that you've got a really good sort of strain going. The colors there, they're a really healthy quality fish. They've got a lot of size on them. You don't want to be sending in real scrawny fish, otherwise you're kind of just competing with wholesaling, and there's not really much beneficial reasons for them to be buying fish off you when they can buy the same scrawny guppies from wholesalers. And I'm not bagging out wholesalers. Some wholesalers do a really good job of delivering high quality fish, but just what I've seen over the years, typically wholesaling, the fish aren't at that A peak sort of condition. So make sure your guppies stand out, and if you're doing guppies, that is, or just make sure any of the fish that you sell really stand out. They've got really good size on them, they're nice and meaty, and they've just got full of color. That is going to help you and the fish shop owner sell more of them, and the general public will usually pick fish that have got that real intense bright color to them, so that's going to be what you want to go for. Another thing is, if you're selling shrimp, try to not sell buried female shrimp. It's hard when you've got like a big tank and you're sort of netting out 100 at a time. You're probably going to accidentally get a couple of buried females in with what you're selling. But the more buried females you can keep yourself, and it is going to sound selfish, but the fish shop owner isn't going to sell buried females usually to the general public. One, because usually they don't do too well in transit, and they usually the eggs don't be viable. And two, they're going to keep those buried females because they know in a month's time that she's going to lay those eggs, and now they've got free shrimp that they can just grow up in that tank and sell them in the future. So what you want to do is try and keep as many of those buried female shrimp as possible, so that you can end up just expanding with more and more shrimp, so that you can meet the demands of your local fish shop, and he rings you up going, hey, I need 100 red cherry shrimp. You can be like, yep, I've got it, I'll be there tomorrow. And you can deliver 100 red cherry shrimp. And if you do that right, you can almost do that week after week after week. And that's really going to start wrapping up the money that you get making from this little project that you've.
¿Cuánto dinero ahorras al final de mes? ¿Cuánto dinero inviertes al final de mes? Y tú a lo mejor te pones a pensar, bueno, pues invertir, lo que viene a ser invertir, no invierto. Está la cosa jodida. Ahorrar, bueno, hay veces que ahorro un poco más, ahorro un poco menos, y eso ya son errores, tío. Eso ya son no saber lo que ahorras todos los meses, no saber dónde inviertes todos los meses, no saber cuánto dinero te puedes gastar en esto, cuánto dinero te puedes gastar en aquello. Y es un problema más común de lo que parece, y que me parece increíble, la verdad. No tener una educación financiera de ese estilo, donde sepas controlar tus propias finanzas personales de casa. Es decir, eso es jodido, sinceramente. O sea, si no sabéis eso, es que tenéis un problema real. Tenéis un problema real. El aspecto de decir de que no sabéis en qué os gastáis vuestro propio dinero. Y eso es una cagada. Eso es una cagada porque luego, al final, es como que estáis viviendo al día constantemente. Y luego cuando necesitéis dinero por cualquier emergencia o lo que sea, estáis jodidos. Estáis jodidísimos. Entonces tenéis que tener esa clase de cosas muy en cuenta. Y esa clase de cosas, aunque parezcan muy básicas, ya os lo digo porque son muy básicas para mí, pero son temas que yo toco en la mentoría y que os ayudo a hacer. Y que os ayudo a hacer porque es que, de verdad, me he encontrado cada casa que digo, vaya tela. Vaya tela. Que me diga, cobro esta cantidad de dinero y le pregunto, ¿en qué te lo gastas? Y dice, no lo sé realmente. Yo sé que pago mi casa, pago el coche, pago pues las típicas tonterías y tal, pago entre esto y esto, y al final de mes pues me acaban sobrando a veces 100, a veces 300, depende de lo que haya gastado ese mes. Entonces, ¿cómo cojones sabes lo que vas a poder ahorrar? ¿Cómo sabes cuál es tu capacidad de ahorro? ¿Cómo sabes cuál es tu capacidad de inversión? ¿Cómo sabes qué es en lo que quieres invertir y dado tu perfil en qué puedes invertir? Si estáis más perdidos, si en este punto que os estoy diciendo no cumplís ninguna de esas cosas, es que estáis muy perdidos, sinceramente. Y que a lo mejor, no quiero decir que lo tengáis que hacer, pero a lo mejor os viene muy bien que os ayude a encaminar un poco vuestras finanzas en ese sentido. Y ya solamente a nivel personal, para que sepáis o que tengáis un poquito más de control y que tengáis una organización un poquito más clave en vuestras finanzas, porque si sigues así vais a perder dinero en el aspecto de que nunca vais a ahorrar, nunca vais a tener una capacidad de ahorro ni capacidad de inversión, ni vais a poder dedicaros a nada, en el sentido de las finanzas me refiero. Entonces, esas son cosas que son básicas pero necesarias en la vida. Son básicas pero muy, muy necesarias. Y conozco a un montón de gente, a un montón de amigos míos, conocidos, familiares incluso, que no tienen ni idea de esta clase de cosas. Y es una cagada porque dices, siempre van como apurados, no saben en qué se gastan el dinero y luego, pues yo qué sé, dicen, no, es que me ha venido una factura de esto y aquello. Y a veces que te das cuenta que estás viviendo un estilo de vida que no corresponde a tus posibilidades, a tus capacidades. Hay muchas veces que mucha gente vive por encima de sus posibilidades. ¿A qué me refiero con esto? ¿Qué me refiero con esto? Pues nada, tener ahí un sueldo muy justito, gastártelo en un alquiler que no te puedes permitir, en un estilo de vida que no te puedes permitir, en un montón de salidas con amigos, de ropa, no sé qué, cosas que no te puedes permitir. Es lo que he dicho hoy, ¿no? Dejar de gastar los dinero que no tenéis para impresionar a la gente que no os importa. Es que es verdad. Y luego, claro, hostia, cuando utilizan ya la tarjeta de crédito, ya cagaste, cágate. Cágate cuando descubren el crédito. Me cago en sus muertos cuando descubren el crédito. La tarjetita mágica. La tarjetita mágica de los huevos, ¿eh? No, no pasa nada, sí. Con la tarjeta de crédito lo pago todo. ¿Qué? A ver, va a salir el iPhone 16. Buf, me lo pillo financiado. Vámonos. Vámonos. No. No, 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 compañero. Compañero. Si tú ganas 1.300 euros al mes, no te puedes comprar un móvil de 1.400. Eso no funciona así. Eso no funciona nada, nada así. No funciona de... Ponte a pensarlo. ¿Te puedes permitir algo que es tu sueldo de un mes? ¿Te puedes permitir gastarte tu sueldo de un mes en un jodido móvil? Por ejemplo, o ya no en un móvil. Imagínate que ganas 1.300 euros al mes. Y yo qué sé. Te iba a decir que tienes una hipoteca, pero con 1.200 euros al mes es muy complicado que tengas una hipoteca. Pero imaginemos que sí. Que tienes una hipoteca donde pagas, yo qué sé, 300 euros al mes. 300, entre 300 y 400 euros al mes. Vamos a poner 300 euros al mes. Luego que si tienes un coche, unos 200, 300 euros al mes. Otros. Vamos sobre los 500, 600 dólares. Euros, disculpad. Sobre, sí, 600 euros. Más lo que te gastes en comida. Para una persona, vamos a suponer. En lo que te gastes en comida. Yo qué sé, voy a tirar muy por lo bajo. Voy a poner que te gastas otros 300 euros al mes para ti solo. 200, 300 euros al mes para ti solo. Ahí ya vamos por 900 euros. Te sobran otros 300 euros. Supongamos que vas a salir todos los meses, yo qué sé, con tus colegas. Otros 100 euros. Te sobran unos 200 euros que te sobran todos los meses. Al final, entre una cosa y otra, agua, luz, internet, se te van volando. Si tienes alguna suscripción de Netflix, Disney Plus, cualquier gilipollez de esas, si vas al gimnasio, si no, ahí ya se te funden los 200. ¿Realmente te puedes permitir ese estilo de vida? ¿Realmente te puedes permitir ese estilo de vida en el que al final de mes acabas en cero? Se te jode un mes el coche y no lo puedes llevar ni al mecánico, que estás tan jodido que no puede. Dice, yo no tengo tarjeta de crédito, bien hecho. Dice, solamente cash, bien hecho, Facu, bien hecho. Poder puedes, deber es otra cosa. Yo es que no considero. Igual que si, por ejemplo, imagínate que yo ahora en mi cartera, en mi bolsillo tengo 20.000 euros. Y está el coche que me gusta por 20.000 euros. ¿Será una decisión lógica y coherente gastarme 20.000 euros en un coche? Si es 20.000 euros todo lo que tengo. Depende si me dan paguita por no hacer nada. Eso es verdad. El XZ, hay buen punto, ¿eh? Buen punto. Esa finanza, esa gestión monetaria no me la sabía. Dice, la vainita Lucy me encanta. Dice, Tinder me ayuda a ahorrar. Para fardar. Es que ese es una gilipollez, tío. Exacto, Mauricio. Exacto. Bien utilizar la tarjeta de crédito sí que... O sea, utilizar el crédito no es malo. Pero hay que saber utilizarlo. Hay que saber utilizarlo. Porque la gran mayoría de la gente, ¿para qué utiliza el crédito? Simplemente para financiar cosas que no se pueden permitir. Normalmente. Que dicen, vale, pues yo que sé, me voy a comprar el coche, el móvil, absolutamente todo, la compra, ropa. Y me voy a endeudar hasta los huevos. Porque no importa, como lo puedo pagar a una cuota, lo voy pagando cuota a cuota. Y acabas mamado. Y acabas mamadísimo. Y claro, luego al final vienen ahí, no, esto es que aún estoy pagando esto, aún estoy pagando aquello. Venga, nos vemos, Negril. Pero es que eso es una cagada, tío. Es que eso es una cagada. Si no sabéis controlar el crédito, ¿para qué cojones sacáis crédito? ¿Para qué cojones sacáis un crédito? Entre gimnasio y parque, prefiero hacer unas barras en un parque. A ver, yo considero que, tío, si tienes que gastar dinero en tu salud, dinero en tu bienestar, gástatelo. Yo creo que para eso nunca hay que escatimar. O sea, obviamente no te vayas al gimnasio más lujoso que te cuesta a lo mejor 200 euros al mes, pero por bienestar de tu salud, tanto bienestar mental como físico, no escatimes nunca. Tanto en comida y esa clase de cosas, yo siempre digo, nunca escatimes. Si te tienes que recortar de salidas, recórtatelo. Si te tienes que recortar de vicios y esas cosas, recórtatelo. Toda esa clase de cosas está bien. Yo considero que gastarse dinero en uno mismo en cuanto a bienestar y salud, tanto bienestar mental como físico, es bueno. Gastárselo en parranda, aparentar, en cosas que no te puedes permitir actualmente, ya te podrás permitir el coche que tú quieres. Ya te podrás permitir gastarte lo que tú quieras en ropa, ya te podrás permitir lo que tú quieras gastarte en cenas, ya te podrás permitir gastarte lo que tú quieras en fiesta, en alcohol, en
Like, they can take me 8 hours for one video. Depending on what the video is. But if it's like a well thought out video, yeah. Or tutorial.
Hemos comentado que no es un dato súper importante y que, bueno, lo vamos a ir viendo y demás, pero fíjense, ¿vale? 2,9%, expectativa de inflación. Uy, las expectativas de inflación son superiores, ¿eh? Cuidado a esto porque las expectativas de la inflación son superiores. Vemos que realmente no hace nada en el precio, no da volatilidad en el precio. De hecho, nos está marcando la previsión de inflación a 5 años en el 3%. La expectativa del consumidor, la expectativa del consumidor también son inferiores. La confianza del consumidor ha caído. Ojo a esto que es interesante, ¿eh? Es interesante. Mira, el consumidor, vemos que sí es verdad que no lo está, o no lo está pasando bien, o no tiene demasiada expectativa con lo que viene de ahora en adelante, ¿vale? Y lo que, por tanto, muy bien no está el tema del consumo, muy bien, tampoco debe estar en Estados Unidos. Y ahora mismo, no solamente eso, es que fíjate que el dato anterior estaba en 74,4 y ha dado un 72,9, y el dato anterior estaba en 70 y ha dado un 68,9. Por tanto, caída respecto a la previsión y respecto al dato anterior. Interesante porque esto debería hacer que empuja abajo el dólar. Y ahora la expectativa de inflación nos la marca por encima de lo que se estaba esperando y por encima del dato anterior de 2,7 al 2,9. La expectativa de inflación anteriores estaba en el 2,7. Finalmente ha sido 2,4. Por tanto, veis que este indicador o que este dato tampoco es un dato que digamos que esto es 100% fiable, ¿vale? Porque no, realmente estamos viendo, nos marca 2,4 y la expectativa que nos dieron el mes pasado eran 2,7, ¿no? Entonces ya os digo que tampoco es algo que tengamos demasiado en cuenta, pero sí es cierto que el tema del consumo me gusta lo que estoy viendo porque al final esto va a provocar que el dólar siga cayendo. Ojo porque Bitcoin trata de romper de nuevo la zona, ¿eh? 61.800 para Bitcoin en este instante. Vamos a continuar. Simón Powell, claro que te saludo, Si tienes un nombre muy querido en este canal. Powell es muy querido en este canal, por supuesto que te saludo. No te he visto hoy. Gracias por estar por aquí un día más. Vamos a mirar el SP500, a ver qué está haciendo, porque como digo, Bitcoin trata de romper al alza. De momento no lo consigue, pero vamos a ver rápidamente qué está haciendo y qué nos va a dejar a partir de ahora, porque la cosa está interesante. 5.791, ¿vale? 5.791 en la zona que nos está marcando muy cerca del máximo histórico. Madre mía, ¿cuánto falta para alcanzar el máximo histórico? ¿Lo ha alcanzado ya? Chocando contra el máximo histórico, ¿eh? Hay que tirar del bar, ¿eh? Para ver esto, ¿eh? Para ver este máximo que a punto ha estado de tocarlo, de alcanzarlo. Se ha quedado apenas 2 puntos de alcanzar el máximo histórico del SP500. Tremendo, ¿eh? Lo de Standard & Poor's, tremendo. Me vais comentando cositas por aquí por el chat. No os peleéis, hombre, no os peleéis. Venga, no os peleéis. Que no estamos para pelear, no vamos a llevarnos bien. Fran, ¿cómo está el TVL de línea? Parece que Foxy empieza a despertarse. Mira, Foxy. Vamos a ver TVL de línea. Joder. Vamos a ver, espérate que voy a quitarlo porque, madre mía, el responsive de Defi Llama es. Es un poquito de nefasto, ¿vale? Vamos a verlo, mira. Pues mira, ahora mismo todavía no está dando señales buenas señales, ¿eh? Pero considero que es cuestión de tiempo, ¿eh? También te digo que considero que es cuestión de tiempo. Confío bastante en Foxy. Yo creo que está muy devaluado. Creo que está muy devaluado. Vean lo que está haciendo el TVL de línea ahora mismo. ¿Veis? Está marcando nuevos mínimos. O sea, estamos en plena corrección todavía. Vemos que el interés todavía no ha llegado a línea y por tanto Foxy pues, puede costar todavía un poquito, ¿no? Pero no quiere decir, como digo, que el mundo me comienza a empujar y Foxy se queda ahí rezagado. Foxy podría seguir empujando, podría empujar, comenzar a empujar con el resto de la narrativa meme. Pero ya vuelvo a repetir, ahora mismo no nos da señales línea de que esto vaya para arriba. De momento no nos la da, ¿vale? Cuando nos la dé os lo iré comentando, pues todavía hay que esperar un poquito más, ¿vale? Ya os digo que yo creo que esto va a terminar cambiando y que va a terminar dándose tendencia al alza otra vez y que va a dejar buenos proyectitos en línea. Me comentáis cositas por aquí, por el chat. Me comentáis cositas. Banana de Banana Gun es bot explotando. Nos comenta por aquí. Vamos a ver qué. Sé cuál es, pero no sé cómo está. Buah, esto es tremendo, ¿eh? Esto es tremendo, ¿eh? Señores. Esto es tremendo. Pues ya está, mira. Tiene muy poca vida y tampoco podemos ver demasiado en diario. Pero sí es cierto que debería venir aquí, ¿vale? Que debería venir aquí. Entonces, lo que estamos viendo es esto, ¿vale? Que el objetivo ahora mismo es este. Aquí tenemos la liquidez, $63. Aquí debería rebotar, pero está tremendo. Ahora mismo no entraría aquí, evidentemente. Vemos que se ha comprimido mucho. Vemos que ha intentado golpear el soporte varias veces. Al final ha terminado rompiendo y cuando lo rompe, ¡pum! Se nos va muy arriba. Ojo porque Bitcoin está cerca de los $62.000. Ojo porque Bitcoin está cerquita de los $62.000 en este momento. Fíjense porque está a punto de romper 61.850. Se nos va para arriba Bitcoin. Me estáis comentando cositas por aquí por el chat y voy a seguir leyendo, pero quiero ver rápidamente esa encuesta que hemos lanzado, esa encuesta que tenemos ahí activa. Estamos viendo que cuál es el próximo objetivo para Bitcoin. Me estáis comentando 63.000, 60.000, 71%. Me comentáis que 63.000 frente a ese 29% que me comentáis que se va a los 60.000. Bitcoin agarrando ya es toda esa zona de los 61.900. Importantísimo que la rompa, gente. Importantísimo que la rompa. ¿Vale? Importantísimo que rompa esa zona. Fíjense, es una zona de resistencia importante. ¿Por qué? Porque es una zona fue una zona buena de soporte. Comienza a romper la Bitcoin ligeramente, 61.900. Vamos a ver si agarra fuerza, porque de momento observamos que parece ser que el volumen está intentando acompañar, aunque es cierto que el volumen ha aumentado mucho en un inicio de Wall Street, pero que ahora mismo ha ido a venirse un poquito abajo, pero siempre por encima de lo que teníamos antes de la apertura. Bitcoin está teniendo un volumen comprador ahora mismo interesante, 61.900 de XY, que intenta caer, pero muy, muy ligeramente. Y ahora sí tenemos al Standard & Poor's en máximos históricos, Bitcoin $62.000 que alcanza prácticamente en este momento, y un Standard & Poor's que sí, que lo consigue, que lo logra, máximo histórico, 5.800 puntos para el SP500, que sigue empujando, que se activa, que el mercado, como digo, está preparando, poniendo el escenario la casa bonita, está pasando ahora mismo el cepillo por la casa, porque estamos viendo que la están poniendo bonita para el tema de las elecciones dentro de unas semanitas, ¿no? Que vamos a ver aquí en el canal en vivo y en directo. 5.800 máximo histórico para el Standard & Poor's en este instante. Ahí lo pueden observar, señores y señores. Ruptura del máximo anterior con fuerza, con ganas, con pasión. Aproximadamente unos 8 puntos ya desde el máximo anterior. Vamos a ver lo que va a ocurrir a partir de ahora, pero porque esto está tomando bastante fuerza. Vamos a ver rápidamente el tema de Nvidia, que comentamos Nvidia hace poco, que Nvidia va para arriba, que Nvidia estaba fuerte, que Nvidia lo había hecho muy bien y bueno, Nvidia va para arriba, Nvidia va a máximos históricos, Nvidia va a buscar $180, ¿vale? Que es lo que estamos estimando que va a venir a buscar Nvidia. Próximamente, la próxima semana, vamos a ver si finalmente consigue agarrar nuevamente ese movimiento fuerte que estamos comentando y romper máximos históricos, que sería lo interesante. Bitcoin de momento, fíjense, está intentándolo y de momento no lo consigue. Me comentáis, Sui explotando. Vamos a verlo. Uf. Nada, es que Sui, ya os digo el tema de Sui. Sui tiene el máximo aquí, ¿vale? Esto es importantísimo, ¿eh? Esto es importantísimo. Esto es muy importante. 2.21. 2.21. Máximo histórico. Está buscando de nuevo el máximo histórico. En el momento que Sui rompa el máximo histórico, fíjate, no me ha entrado. Es que no me ha entrado. Es que vamos a quitarlo ya. Pero la zona de entrada que está ahí en Sui, ¿vale? No puedo haceros nada. Si no entra, pues nada, no entra. No, lo dejamos correr, ya está. Pero lo dicho, 2.19, 2.20, zona de máximo histórico de Sui. En el momento que Sui rompa esa zona, Sui ya no tenemos a lo que agarrarnos por encima, ya no tenemos historia por encima. Entonces tenemos que ver que el precio podría comenzar a acelerarse y comenzar una aluvión de compras, una aluvión de entradas en largo, en compras, en SUI, porque ya no tenemos a lo que agarrarnos por encima y podríamos comenzar a tener un movimiento más fuerte en SUI, pero vemos que sigue estando muy fuerte, Los retrocesos que te ha dado son retrocesos totalmente sanos, sobre todo después de un movimiento tan grande como este. Te ha dado buenos retrocesos aquí lo podemos ver desde los $2, retrocesos de un 19%, 20%. Y posteriormente subida de un 35%. O sea, está haciéndolo muy bien ahora mismo. Tiene mucha expectación. Ya os digo, sobre todo lo que vengo comentando, la expectación que tiene tan grande. Por eso también os subí, porque me lo habéis pedido mucho, os subí al canal secundario el vídeo de cómo comprar en SUI, utilizar la blockchain de SUI, cómo utilizar la wallet de SUI, cómo utilizar los swaps de SUI y demás. En el canal secundario subí un videíto, ¿vale? Si ponéis cómo comprar SUI en YouTube, os sale mi vídeo, creo. Así que ya está. Hay que comprar las caídas, claro, total. Aquí es donde teníamos que haber intentado aprovechar. Evidentemente, a todos los pasados todos son, ¿no? Todos los pasados es muy fácil, ¿no? Pero Celestia. Me estoy hablando mucho de Celestia, ¿eh? Me gusta Celestia, ¿eh? Fíjate, no he tocado. Ay, qué pena, Celestia. Qué pena, Celestia. Te vino a tocar la zona. Fíjate, está en zona de resistencia ahora mismo, ¿eh? Está en zona de resistencia ahora mismo Celestia. Mira, esta zona la terminó rompiendo. Esta zona no la terminó alcanzando. Y ahora mismo Celestia se encuentra aquí, ¿vale? Se encuentra en esta zona. Hay que tener mucho cuidado con Celestia ahora mismo, ¿vale? Porque Celestia evidentemente tiene fuerza, ahora mismo tiene bastante fuerza, tiene todavía recorrido al alza, en 4 horas tiene todavía recorrido al alza, pero considero en este caso que los 5.74 puede ser una zona complicada para Celestia. Entonces, ¿yo cómo operaría Celestia? Yo tendría que esperar a que Celestia o bien me volviese a esta zona, que ha dejado liquidez aquí abajo, o bien que Celestia venga, busque, rompa, te apoye, 5.73 y nos venga a buscar esta zona. ¿Vale? Esto es lo que yo esperaría ahora mismo en Celestia. Esto es lo que yo esperaría en Celestia ahora mismo. Entonces, como iba comentando, 5.74 para mí, zona muy interesante de entrada, zona que podríamos tener. De hecho, fíjate, acaba de saltarme el Papa andando del grupo. SUI acaba de subir más de un 5% en los últimos 5 minutos. Bueno, ya os digo, es una locura. Es una locura. Esto es lo que yo esperaría ahora mismo en Celestia. Si viene a buscar la zona de 5.73, pues ahí sí podría entrar una operación que nos lleve hasta la zona del 6.46, pero ahora mismo aquí no puedo entrar, ¿vale? O me viene aquí, o me rompe esto y me retestea y me da ese escenario de movimiento al alza, ¿vale? Operando en futuros, pues lo dicho, siempre tenemos que tener varios escenarios y varios escenarios que de cumplirse uno u otro se pueden operar, ¿vale? De que comienza a caer o comienza a subir se puede operar. Ahora me va a decir, Fran, está para buscar short. Yo no buscaría short. Hacedlo vosotros si queréis. Yo no voy a buscar short. Es cierto que si me dice Fran, ahí que entraría en short o en long, te diría, pues ahí en short, evidentemente, donde está. Pero yo no voy a buscar el short. Yo no quiero buscar el short ahora mismo al mercado cripto. Si creo que el mercado cripto va muy arriba, va a empujar muy fuerte. No voy a tirar el short.
Juice out of the fire here to the upside. Bitcoin passing the 4-hour 200 MA, which is a beautiful sign for more gains, baby, gains. We talked about this flag this morning in the trading group. It hit the target perfectly, beautifully at 61,959. I was going for 61,800. We nailed the target. All right, to the upside. Let me talk about it. Let's break it down. So you wake up in the morning. I talk about PPI. And we go over it, all right? After a little bit of funny business there. But then we get back to business, into the focus of what it is. Let's break it down for you. Let me show you the screen. So we start off in the morning here in the trading group inside of my Discord, all right? And bang, I'm talking about this beautiful flag. It broke out, came back in. I showed the flag originally, but I said be careful. we got PPI. I just want to kind of take you through exactly how we go through this, right? So 5-minute flag looks bullish. Target 61.8. All right, but we're waiting on PPI. So I'm going to wait on PPI, but I'm seeing something bullish. All right. Then we get PPI comes in, and it does come in bullish. We get a pump, but then we get a sell-off, which is, you know, you get that funny business there. But then I'm saying, hey, I like that. And I said, Bitcoin, after the fake out, the flag may now play out. This is when I then enter into the trade, because it would have done further, but looks like it's going to play out again. I'm the king of broken patterns. And yes, there was a bearish div there. Swing up, swing down. Many people would have taken that short very quickly on the bearish divergence. Okay, but look what we had. A point of control right there. We did not lose the point of control on the VRVP. That told you that we could hold the line. Had we lost it, closed the candle below it, the trade would have been nil. Okay? And then I just, you know, a little idea about having faith in God. And anyway, and then next thing you know, the trade pops. We're up some gains, right? We start to make a move, and we're in gains. I moved the stop loss to break even at that point. As you can see, I can't lose money in the trade. Stop loss is right there at break even. And that's not too long after the trade. Trade starts to pump. Then it starts to pump even more. I take profits on the trade at 28%. And now the trade is still pumping to the upside. Let's break it down for the lifers and show you what's happening. And there you have it. That target for the trade really is 62,148 if we can make it all the way. And so far, Bitcoin pumping beautifully to the upside. If you took the call, look at this beautiful move. One, it did two kind of double retests there. But I let it cook, and we played, you know, the game was played. And we're going to take a look at the DXY, which is probably kind of pulling back a little bit too. Shout out to everybody here who made massive gains this morning to the upside. May God bless everybody here. Shout out to my homie Sammy, the man with the principles, positivity, and the plan. I love that, the 3 Ps. Anyway, I took profits for the day. I'm probably done trading for the day, but I'm super happy. And again, do you have the discipline to go in and out on your model and then stop trading for the rest of the day? Stack your gains. You do that 10 times. Those are 10 wins. Anyway, it all depends on what you want to do. Maybe I'll do a live trade in front of you guys. You never know. But right now, I am traded out. That was a beautiful move. I called it. Absolutely lovely. It went pretty dang close to the target. I'll take it. And it may actually eventually hit the target to go past 62,000. That's what we're going to break down for you right now. For BTC on the bigger and the smaller time frames. We're going to have some fun with you, and together we're going to break it down. Looks like a backwards Adam and Eve. That could pump to the upside, slanted backwards Adam and Eve there. And I know we got a lot of lines. We're going to clean it up, break it down, and show you everything you need to know. We're going to start with the weekly chart and do what's called a top-down analysis for you for BTC. Today is Friday. Today I do my macro analysis. So you'll get a very similar adjustment to this later on, but then you're going to also get the DXY. You're going to get more and more and more, and you're going to get the information you need at your fingertips to give you the you know, basically the highest probability of why and why not the markets would look, you know, bullish or bearish. Shout out to Mac and Cheese in the house. Love that. Updates on SCI. You mentioned the other day I entered at 58.8. I just set my stop to 61. Amen. You're in the gains now, baby. You're in the gains now. If it wasn't for Sammy, I wouldn't be in 200% gains right now. Michael Ho with the bunch of stars. 33333. Shout out to you, Michael. We love you. We appreciate you. Hey, man, you did it yourself. You took the trade. All I did is give you the education and, you know, the ability to be consistent. By showing up every day, I definitely inspire others to be consistent. That's the course of this, you know, live stream. It's to help other people find consistency in their life. If I can find consistency, then why can't you? Right? And that's what it's all about. 71,600 here for BTC. So let's break it down. Remember how important 61,500 is. We must close candles back above 61.5. If we do, our next level is going to be 64, then 68, and then it's just all-time highs, my friends. People don't realize how important this number is. Also, that big trade on the daily that I've been showing. It may have been underwater. You could have been down 100, 2,000, 1,000, but it's back getting to closer to break even again. I'm going to show you exactly what I'm talking about in a little while. So the weekly looking absolutely nice. As long as we close again, we're back in the same place we were last week, and I sound like a broken record, but it's okay. Can we get back above 61,000? 500 for Bitcoin. Okay. That's the one level that we are, we want to make sure the weekly closes. So that's it. I'm very simple on the weekly. You go to your macro levels, you make sure these finite areas get taken care of. And if they do, you go from there. We need a close above 61,005 to remain bullish. Once we get that, we can continue to move to the upside. All right. I fat figured my phone and accidentally closed my long from 59 at 61.4 a little early. But that's okay because gains are gains. Amen, Blair Stevenson. As long as you're piling it in, I get it though. But just moveon.com. My dad used to say, right? All right, so a close above 61.5 will be absolutely lovely and absolutely beautiful. Let's go to the 3-day chart. 3-day chart looking somewhat interesting, to say the least, right? And it just kind of couples into the daily there in the symmetrical triangle that we see on the daily. Wicking back into position, though. It was looking pretty bearish there on the 3-day, getting a big wick back to the upside, attempting to save the day. The stochastics also kind of bending there. Interesting times. Just because I can. Shout out to Taipan. God bless you for the $20 super chat. Amen, man. Just because you can. Amen. I feel that. I do that all the time. I tip nice just because I can. No reason not to. You know what I'm saying? So here we stand here with the symmetrical triangle on the daily. And I keep saying, like, this is a higher low on the daily after a nasty downtrend. Like, you had a low, you had a high. You had a lower low, lower high, lower low, lower high. Then you had your double bottom. Then you pushed up for a higher high, and that's a higher low compared to that. As long as the daily can keep above 53.6, 53.5, in my humble opinion, it's pretty bullish, right? What I'd like to see is the daily get back above this 200 MA. What I also keep telling everybody, and I keep saying it over and over and over again, is I've been back testing moving averages for like 7-8 years now. They've been kind of the forte of what I do. And when it comes to moving averages, whenever they're this close and this tight together, a huge move to the upside ensues 90% of the time. I can't tell you it's going to happen this time. But what I can tell you is usually a huge move ensues, or is on the way when you see these moving averages getting this close together. Look, this is a Sammy Cup and Handy to the upside. Measured move would take you to 74,700 for BTC. We've been watching this trade for a long time now. All right. And it's been playing games. I don't have much yet, Sammy, but this is for the education. You didn't have to do that, but you did. That will come back to you tenfold, 100%. Thank you so much for the super chat. May God bless you, Michael. And you didn't have to give, but you did. Pika on Pulse Chain. Interesting. Thank you. And you guys can write that down, Pika on Pulse Chain, and do your own research there. You might have given us a gem. You might want to write that down. Again, this stream is not just about me giving you gems. It's about other people coming into the stream and giving gems. We got so many people that are lifers around the world that contribute to the stream. And because I'm here consistently, there's always going to be consistent information coming at you. So that's just one thing I want you to understand about the stream. The stream takes on its own journey throughout the bull market. Nice little jump here on the day for altcoins. TIA up, Tau up, Hex up, WIF up, Jupe. It's just a complete pump. Sui getting back in the game. Nero, FTT, Wild, Phantom. We're going to take a look at Sui. Is it time to get back in? SEI getting a little bit of a move. Python, all the good babies. All my sweet altcoins that I hold coming back into the fold, getting a nice pump. Hex showing signs of life. Popcat back in the mix. Are we going to jump back in that on a swing trade? So much opportunity out here. I'm telling you, if you keep your mind right and believe in opportunity, then there's opportunity. But if you close your mind to opportunity and believe it ain't going to happen, then guess what? It's probably not, right? So either it's going to happen to you or it's not. Either you believe it happens or it's not. And you're probably right either way. That old saying. So this could be a king, shoulder, head, right shoulder. But it's starting to get, very, very tight. I think you'd be a little more conservative on this one because it's just, you know, smaller time frame. But that looks shoulder, head, right shoulder, bearish div, but, you know, they're just crushing the shorts. Like, this could be the last time we ever see anything near 60,000 for BTC. And you guys saw me, you know, always just grabbing a little more BTC here and there, right? Good entry for Bobcat. I'm going to take a look at Bobcat. I can't just say anything off the bat. I'd have to take a look at it, but we'll jump on into Bobcat. Very popular coin. Tends to do well. I traded it right now, and I'm 1 for 1 on the swing trade. So I like when a trade treats me well. We'll see if there's more to come. There is some bearish div here. You know, you could almost take a look at, like, is it a rising wedge that's going to start breaking to the downside in some way? See that? Stochastics have some power. See if they can get follow through. I'm not chasing today. I'm happy with what I got. Becoming a lifer comes with discipline. Shout out to everyone who is doing his best to come back to the live every day. Amen. Thank you, sir. Let's get it. Amen. Thank you. And I just want to call out Daddy T. I love you, Daddy T. He's a great person in the stream. I don't know whatever happened this morning. I have no idea, really. I try to stay away from it. But, you know, I just want to let him know that I love him, man. And people like him make the group amazing. And we all have a moment, you know, me included.
Espabilado. Eso sí que es verdad. En los torneos es que también existe la posibilidad, depende de cada persona. Ya lo hicimos en su momento. Torneos. Hicimos torneos de la comunidad y tal. Y es verdad que hay veces. Lo malo de hacerlo en demo es que mucha gente se pone a gamblear como un hijo de perra, porque como es demo se la pela. Entonces, como que se la juega toda una operación. Entonces, o dobla la operación o se va a la mierda. A juntar para la Mercedes, 100%. Este es Torque Scott. ¿Te imaginas? Me hago una cuenta de $10 y a puro gambling nos ponemos un porcentaje de 2000. Hostia, qué hijo de perra. Es que mucha gente lo hacía en eso en otros torneos, ¿eh? Organizamos muchos torneos en su momento con toda la comunidad que teníamos y nos poníamos a tradear. Y claro, mucha gente se ponía, pues eso, a gamblear y todo eso. Y no sé si acordáis, esto imagino que solamente los de Old School se acordarán, pero una vez hicimos los torneos, en general como todo CryptoLinks, y yo no quedé primero del torneo porque había cada enfermo ahí que yo me quedé loco, la verdad, sacaron un porcentaje increíble, pero sí quedé primero de toda la comunidad, de nuestra comunidad. Así que espabilad, ¿eh? Espabilad. Espabilad, cracks. Cracks. Fieras, mastodontes. Entonces, si participo en mi propio torneo y gano, os vais a tomar por culo, me lo quedo yo. Me lo quedo yo. Me pego en... Imagínate. Imagínate que son 1000 pavos el premio. ¿Con 1000 pavos qué hago? A ver... Me compro un vuelo a Dubái, me tiro ahí una semanita y me vuelvo. La paliza que te puedo... Madre mía, Facu. Madre mía, ¿cómo sobreestimas tus capacidades, tío? ¿Cómo sobreestimas tus capacidades? Es que es para... Es que... Jordan, ¿qué haces? No sobreestimo. ¿En serio crees que en un 1 contra 1 puedes contra mí, Facu? ¿A mano limpia? ¿A puño limpio? Confirma eso que eres otro gambler en demo. Hombre, claro, si el torneo es en demo, flipas. No me... Estás tú que no me pongo a gamblear. Estás tú que no me pongo a gamblear, ¿eh? Si el torneo llega a ser demo, venga, vamos. En la primera digo, venga, todo o nada. O quedo último.
Today, we are in one of the largest betta fish farm in Thailand. These are fighter packing machines. Yes, all the fighters we get in our country is packed by these sort of machines. This is a huge farm. In this video, I will let you people see thousands and thousands of betta fish and how they breed them and also raise their fries. You see these bottles, every bottle holds one betta fish. So this is how in Thailand they used to culture betta fish. You see these are the babies, right? Ask them to open. Okay, so these are the babies. So probably they bred here, and these are the babies, and after some time when they start to fight, then they raise these fishes inside these bottles. Let me show you one bottle. Yes, this is the size of the bottle. What he said there. Look, thousands of bottles. Oh my goodness. Just see this, thousands of bottles. And you know what? They used to walk over these bottles. Like, this is the bottle, and every bottle there is one fish. Let's see another bottle. Yeah, here is the one. Some other bottle as well. Here is the fish. Can you go inside? Okay, now see. Now see, we're just walking on the bottles. Okay. We're just walking on the bottles. So we are. And oh my goodness, and this is how they utilize their places, and this is how they made their fish so cheap, because they uses less space. This happens when you used to do the same thing again and again for such a long time. Then you developed how to make good quality in a cheaper price. So that's what is happening here. You check any other bottle, any bottle you want, you're gonna see good betta fish. Plenty of my customers, viewers, fans wanted to see a betta farm, and now this is the betta farm for you in Thailand. And in this video, I'm obviously gonna visit some other betta farms as well. Because stay tuned, guys. This is just the beginning. Just see this fish. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. Although it's in such a bottle that is not cleaned, so it's not easy. It's not clearly visible inside the fish, but still we can understand it's a good fish. Like this fighter, this one is Galaxy. Okay, this one is not a regular one. This, what's the name of this one?
Called Koi.
Koi.
Yeah.
Right. So this is Koi Galaxy.
Yes, it's a half moon
Alright.
Koi Galaxy.
Half Moon Koi Galaxy. Can I see? So Half Moon Koi Galaxy. Okay. What's your name, brother?
Nine. My name is Nine.
Naya. Good name. Thank you. So, do you breed these fishes? You breed this.
Yeah.
So, what other variety do you have? I mean, apart from that, do you have Hellboy?
No, not.
Not have.
Yeah.
Dumbo ear, elephant ear.
Now it's only this. This. Time to time. Sometimes it have, sometimes not have.
Okay, can you see there? Okay. So listen, I always speak these things in Bangladesh that they thought that it's so much about technology, it's so much about this or that, but it's not really that. It's about your passions, it's about working generations after generations and doing the same thing and gain experience from it, learn from it.
That's a half moon.
See that? He's showing us half moon. This is a really good fighter. I mean, white and blue, good color. Can you show us where you breed?
How to read?
Yes.
Meet on like this.
So what he's saying that he breeds into this. Let's go there. You know what? I used to breed fighters in a 1 liter bottle. Okay, 1 liter ice cream, polar ice cream bottle. The people from Bangladesh, they are gonna understand what I'm saying. A very little bottle, bucket like this.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
maybe
it's-
they are also doing the same as well. Oh God. They're doing the same as well. Do you breed fighters in these buckets? Okay, so where is the fighter? I mean, where is the beta?
Take out already.
Okay, take
Is
out.
that- not successful.
Not successful.
Yeah, this successful. It's okay. That put in a cement.
Okay, so what he's saying that they use these small buckets as their breeding facilities. Then if the buckets, I mean, they are successful, then the successful buckets are put into those cement structures where they used to raise this fish for few days, and then when they start fighting, then they are like putting this into 1 bottle each. So what is this leaf, brother? So what is this leaf?
We call gooseberry.
Kudbali. What is kudbali, brother?
Gooseberry is like a kind of variety of tea.
Variety of tea.
Yeah. It's can show you on in front of our home.
Okay. So what happens when you put this into there? Why you put this?
This was father is make a bubble net.
Okay. So guys, you whoever is watching, I'm telling you that He's not actually using these to reduce the water pH or any water fluctuation parameters. He's actually using these leaves so that the fish could make bubbles, right? So that is the reason you use this. Okay. What's here?
The baby from meat.
Okay, he's showing the baby betas, but these are so tiny, you know. Beta babies are always tiny, so I'm not sure that my camera, although it's a good one, but still I'm not sure that will it be able to catch this or not. Let me try again. I can see this in my bare eyes, and I can also see Daphnias. So these babies are raising over Daphnias. They are feeding Daphnias to raise these babies. So all these places have babies. Okay. So he's saying that all these cement structures, they hold babies. Let's see what is in here. How beautiful is the color pattern of these fishes. See here, different fishes. Definitely different color varieties. Most of them are HMPK, I guess. Half moon placard. Yes, we can clearly see now. These are Nemo candy. We call them Nemo candy in our country. There are so many concrete ponds like this, and hundreds, thousands of these. Here we see different breed. Here is just so many of them, so many different colors, so many different varieties, so many patterns, and it's very good to see a huge fighter farm like this. Here we can see little fighters, I mean smaller than those we were seeing. See, so many concrete ponds like these are filled up with these fishes, and see how many concrete ponds they have. It's a huge farm and huge facilities, and it's definitely not easy for them either to manage this sort of facility. Here we can see the packing is going on. See, they don't touch the fish. This is the packing machine, and all the fighters or betta fish they export, they pack like this, and they're not putting oxygen inside the pack. The fighter will survive like this for 3 to 7 days. Here is the stock it's showing us. Let's see if I can pick up this for you. Only little water, okay? The fish is in only little water. And then look at this fish, brother. This fish, really good. Really looks nice. And then we also have the red one. Then also the Cambodian variety. This one is Cambodian. All different colors. This one is different. This one is nice. These are half moons, right? Half moon beta. What is the wholesale price here of these fishes? Wholesale price? Yes, 15. Oh, see this. Lovely fishes. And see this one. 3 different colors. Yellow, blue and white. Really good. And these are just half moon. They also have black. Really extraordinary colors. So guys, this is the end of this video. If you like my video, then please subscribe my channel and support me. Thank you. Take care.
In today's video, we're going to be breeding betters. I wanted to get straight into it and show you guys exactly what you're going to need for this project. So if you come on over here, you can see we've already started to set up everything that we're going to need to do this project today. We've got 4 different containers here, and in today's video, we're going to be breeding 4 different types of betters. I'm going to show you guys the betters in a second, but what I wanted to emphasize with this video is that you can pretty much do this with anything lying around your house. If you don't have the materials to do this project lying around your house, I'll be very, very surprised, because all you're going to need is basically everything you've seen here. So we've got 4 different types of setups here. If you come on over, you can see that we have the tubs that we've originally done this in before. So these are just like the 4-litre Kmart tubs. I've talked about them plenty. We're going to do a pair in there. I've got a styrofoam container here. We're going to do a pair in this. We've got another styrofoam container here. This one's a bit wider. And we also just have a plain bucket. Now, in every single container, you can see I've already added a divider. So these are very, very easy to make. Basically, we've just taken a bottle and we've just cut the bottom and the top off. We've got this divider here. So we're going to be putting our females in there. And I've just added a piece of bubble wrap. That's all we're going to need. There's a few other optional things that you can add to this, but you don't have to do that. I'll be adding them just for the sake of it, but you definitely don't need to do it. And this is the bare minimum that you're going to need to do this project today. So we're not going to waste any time. We're going to get straight into it, and we're going to just start filling these tubs up because it's very, very straightforward. So I'm using aged tank water. The pH will be about 7.2. This will actually come down because I'm going to add some different leaves to these tanks. The leaves are going to help bring the pH down, but normally you're going to aim for that 7 pH. And please, if you're a beginner, don't worry. Like, most of the time, people's tap water is going to be close to this, so it's not going to impact it too much. Really good community tank water will work. Hardness doesn't really matter too much. The hardness in here will probably be about 200 parts per million, so this seems gross. I live in this fish room, so I don't really care anymore. We'll just go ahead and fill up all these tubs. I normally like to put about 15 centimeters of water in each container. Sometimes it'll be a bit more shallow, it doesn't really matter. Okay, so we've just filled these all up with water. You don't need to do these extra steps, but I'm going to do this. We're going to go ahead and add some Indian almond leaves to these. So these are really, really good. They're just botanicals. You can get them online. The reason I add these is they're going to help to obviously bring the pH down, but they also have lots of antibacterial and antifungal properties in them. And as I'm going to show you in a second, the breeding process for betters isn't that simple. It's a really easy process, but the betters are going to beat each other up. And the more antifungals and antibacterials we can add to the water, the better, because it's going to mean that there's less of a risk of infection and stuff like that. So what we're going to do is just break off a leaf and put it in here. This is just kind of like a bonus thing that I like to do. You definitely don't need to do this. I would recommend it, but if you're too lazy and you just want to do it with a bucket like this, and you just want to have like your divider in there and just a piece of styrofoam, go for it, I don't care. That's up to you. Just add a little piece in each one, and that is the setup done. I'm serious, that's it. That's all we're going to need to do. So what we're going to do now is I'll go ahead and I'll show you guys the pairs that I picked out, and we'll talk about conditioning. So I actually did select out all of these bedders, actually not all of them, 3 pairs of the bedders in a previous video, so I'll link that up in the top right hand corner. I got to pick out of 200 different bedders, which was really a treat. And today we've got quite a few interesting pairs. I'm really excited to see what we get. So the first pair, this isn't a pair I actually picked out, but I played around with these in the past and it didn't really work out, but this is a yellow Hellboy pair. So what you can see here is we have a male. This is a beautiful male. You can see he's got some fantastic color. So like a nice little yellow undertone, the blue rim, and there's kind of like that platinum top on it. I don't know what kind of color that is, but he's really good. So he's going to be going with this female. She's a very good looking female. That's our yellow Hellboy female. Look at that. We're going to be crossing those two together, so we'll do yellow Hellboy cross yellow Hellboy. The second pair I have is very, very interesting and very cool. I'm super excited to see if these guys breed. So you can see our male here. Now this is a crown tail male platinum bedder. He's nothing too crazy, but he's a little bit different from what I'd normally select. You can see how beautiful this male is. Great fins, he's been super active, and what we're going to be crossing him with is very interesting. He's going to actually be getting crossed with this female. So look at her. She is a fantastic looking bedder, so different to any other kind of bedder. She's a pink, kind of multicolored, interesting looking bedder. So I'm interested to see what kind of fry we get out of them. The third pair is a pretty classic KFS pair. We're going with a koi cross. So we've got this beautiful Galaxy koi female here. She's a very good looking fish. Lots of red, black, blue, amazing looking fish. She's going to be getting crossed with this absolutely stunning longfin koi male. Great coloration, and he's been super active, super healthy looking as well, and yeah, it's going to be an interesting cross. And finally, I do have a treat for you guys, something very, very interesting. We're going to be doing a pure black and a pure white fish cross. So I don't think we're going to get any grey fish, but here we have a jet black male, just a normal half moon. He's a very, very dark fish that's very hard to record. And we're going to be crossing him with this platinum Dumbo deer female. She's just your standard platinum kind of white colored female. So that's going to be the fish that we're going to be breeding today. Now, I really quickly wanted to talk about conditioning because it is important to condition your fish, because what we're going to be doing when we're breeding our bedders is we're going to be getting a male and a female. We're going to be introducing them to each other, letting the pair kind of get familiar. Now, you can see all these fish don't have dividers. They're all kind of in the mood to breed because they've been looking at each other for the past couple of days. A lot of people, what they might want to do is throw 2 bedders next to each other, let them look at each other for half the day, separate them for the other half. But the key, like the absolute key to having success breeding bedders is food. You have to feed them high protein, live foods. You can get away with feeding them granulated, high protein foods, but in my opinion, there's nothing really that beats live worms. I love to feed mine live black worms, and I'll do that for quite a few days until the females are really plump. Once the females are ready, they're gonna let you know they're ready. If you come look at this Dumbo-eared female, you'll see that little white spot will come out. So we'll wait for her to get in the right position. But there's a little white spot that comes out that's underneath her abdomen. Once that comes out, it's go time. Hers is out quite a lot. That indicates to me that she's ready to breed. So what we're gonna do is tonight we're gonna introduce the pairs into these containers. And then tomorrow morning, so I think it's like 5 p.m. now. Tomorrow morning, what we're gonna do is we're gonna take the dividers out. We're gonna let the male and the female interact. Hopefully we get some eggs. If it doesn't happen, we'll just repeat the process and we kind of just do that until we get some eggs. So let's go ahead and add some males to these containers. So we'll go ahead and get all of our males. One here, this will be the crown tail pair. And then we'll get our Hellboy. Kind of want to try him in the bucket. And for the main prize, we'll do the black one and this big wide one here. We'll go ahead and grab the females too. The koi, we'll go with the koi down here. This one will go with crown tail. Yellow Hellboy obviously over here with the yellow Hellboy. Gonna get a little platinum. I'm super excited. I probably haven't done this in about 11 months, so I'm actually really, really keen to get some eggs. So what we're gonna do is I'll show you guys in each tub how I'll set this up. Super easy, you guys should all be able to follow it. We're gonna go ahead, we're gonna take our male, I want you guys to note that the water in here is basically the same as the water in there, so you don't really have to worry about acclimation. Go ahead and take this male. I might just scoop him out. Put him in here. There we go. And we're going to take our female and get her out too. And we'll put her in here in the divider. So she can see the male, but they can't hurt each other and they can't interact yet. We're going to move this here because what they're going to do, this is really, really cool. Bedders, what they do is a male will build what we call a bubble nest. What he'll do is he'll form a big nest of bubbles up on the top of the water column, and he's going to entice the female to come over underneath that bubble nest. They're going to wrap around each other, embrace each other, and then they're going to drop a ton of eggs. The male will go pick up the eggs, put them in the bubble nest, and take care of them until they hatch. So that's why we have this piece of bubble wrap here, because he's probably going to start his bubble nest under there. We'll go ahead and do the rest of our pairs. Nope, she fell in there anyways. There we go. Jet black male, and then we'll get the white female. What a beautiful fish. Oh, she has to go in there, that's right. And finally, the yellow hellboys. So there's a male, look at that, and the female, beautiful. Okay, so we've just introduced all the pairs. They're all interacting really well. I'll go around with my camera and show you guys exactly what's happening in here. But I'm really, really excited to see what happens. I really quickly wanted to say a few things. So I know I'm gonna get asked this, so I'm just saying it before I get asked. No, we don't need a filter because this is only temporary. There's such a small amount of fish in these containers that it seriously does not matter. You don't need a filter. If I was gonna do this for a few weeks, I'd probably get a filter, but that's never what happens when you breed bedders. The second thing I know I'm gonna get asked, how do I feed the bedders when they're in the containers? The answer is you don't. Just leave them. Their only focus right now is breeding. Bedders can actually go about a week without eating pretty easily, and I don't ever do that to my bedders, but they're not going to be thinking about eating right now. All they're going to be concerned about is breeding, and feeding them is just going to confuse them. So I'm not going to be thinking about feeding these guys at all. Other than that, what we're going to do is cover these up. That way, they're not going to be able to jump out overnight. Tomorrow morning, I'll come in probably like 10 a.m. The males should have built a nice, beautiful bubble nest. I'll show you guys that. And then we'll go take the dividers out, let the pairs interact, hopefully we get some breeding, and that's it. So I'll see you guys tomorrow morning, and hopefully we have some success. Okay, so it's now the next morning, and already a ton of stuff has started to happen. So if we come and have a look in some of these containers, you can see that we have some bubble nests being built. So it's not too obvious here, but underneath that leaf is actually a bubble nest. So the yellow hellboys have started to build a bubble nest. You can see the male's head sticking out there. We haven't got too much bubble nest building here with the jet black and the white female, but I'm sure that soon they will have a bubble nest. Here with the crown tail, you can see he's built a nice big thick bubble nest up here in the top right hand corner. So that's really good to see. And finally, over here in the kois, you can also see this male's got a huge bubble nest right here. So what we're going to be doing is releasing these females and seeing whether we get any breeding. So the way we do this is simply come along, take out that divider and let the pair interact. So you can see they're going to start interacting. We'll go ahead here and take out this pair. Over here with the jet black, we'll take them out. And finally, we'll take out the yellow hellboys and let them have a play. Alright, so let's see what happens here. I'll keep you guys updated and see whether we get any spawning. Okay, so it's now the afternoon, and I've already gone through and had a look, but as you can see, if we come down in here, and we have a look in this bubble nest, this is the yellow hellboys, obviously. There aren't any eggs in here, so there are no eggs in any of the bubble nests in any of the containers yet. Now, this is okay. Like, I was kind of expecting this to happen because this is what normally happens with bedders. Sometimes it might take 1 or 2 attempts or just a little bit of time with the bedders interacting before they actually get down to spawning. So you can see if we come over here to the black bedder nest, if we move him, you can see he's there and the female's hiding. Now she's just been hiding under the leaves, and that's why we want these leaves, because it just provides a bit of refuge for them. But these leaves are fantastic for them to go and hide underneath when they're, you know, not in the mood to spawn. So what we're going to be doing is, it's now kind of like 3 p.m. in the afternoon. What we're going to do is we're going to leave all the bedders in these containers, but simply what we're going to do is go ahead and just grab our little dividers. We'll just put the female back in her divider. So she can't be hurt anymore, but that male can still work away on his bubble nest, and what we'll do is we'll just re-release them in the morning. And then what we'll do is we'll cover them all up and we'll leave them till tomorrow morning. And hopefully that's when we're going to get our spawn. So I'll see you guys tomorrow. Okay, so it's now the next morning and we're going to go ahead and reintroduce all the pairs. So we'll just take the dividers out and we'll see what happens today. Alright, so we'll see what happens, we'll cover them all up and hopefully we get some spawning. Okay, well it's now the second afternoon and we still do not have any spawns in any of these containers. It's getting a little bit frustrating, but this is something that's kind of to be expected with better breeding. As you can see, a lot of our females just don't seem keen, and that's okay because we're still going to get to spawn them hopefully. But what I'm going to do is take an opportunity to show you guys what I do in a situation like this where things kind of aren't working the way that we want them to, and what to do to recondition the fish and actually get them to spawn. So what we're going to be doing is taking all the pairs out of these containers, draining the water, and then we're going to be resetting the pairs up, and I'll show you guys exactly what I do. Alrighty, so I've just taken out all of the pairs and I've reset them up back in their containers. Now, I'm doing something a little bit differently, and I'm going to show you guys how to condition these properly, because obviously some of these fish just weren't conditioned, and that's why we've had a little bit of trouble getting them to spawn. So what you can see I've gone ahead and done is put them in their containers, but now I've added these dividers. So you can see these dividers here, what they're doing is stopping the fish from being able to look at each other, and what this is going to do is simulate basically introducing them. So what we're going to do is keep the pairs in their pairs. So you can see we've got the crown tail and the pink one there, vice versa, the koi's here, and the other two pairs are up here. What I'm going to do is every day when I come in the morning, I'm going to introduce the pairs for about an hour to an hour and a bit. What I'm going to do is just take out these dividers, and that's going to allow the fish to look at each other and interact, and the male will start building bubble nests and the female will get excited, and then after that 2 hours I'm just going to add these dividers back. Exactly like that. The other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to continue to feed these fish lots of blackworms. So you can see this female here is snacking on some blackworms. So are all the other fish, and these are going to fill up the fish with a lot of protein and help them to develop eggs and really get in the mood. We're going to do this for about 2 days, and then after 2 days we'll try and introduce them again and see if they spawn. Well, it's been a few more days now and I've been conditioning our bedders. So if we come down and have a look, you'll see some of these females have really plumped up a bit. So that female's been like getting much bigger. So is this girl here, and her ovipositor does seem to be extruding a little bit more. So keep looking around, you see this female is definitely full of eggs. Look at her. And our little hellboy bedder down the end here also seems to be a little bit bigger. So what we're going to do is go reset the tubs back up and we'll see whether we get any spawns. Hopefully this reconditioning works. Okay, so the pairs are all reintroduced. You can see here we got the yellow hellboys. That female is massive, like she's super full of eggs, hopefully. Over here we got the jet black and the white female, some pretty good behavior here. And we've got the pink and the crown tail, and finally we have the koi. So what we're going to do is leave these guys for the rest of the afternoon, come back in the morning and see if we get some spawns. So fingers crossed we do. Okay, so now the next morning and we're back, and you can see all of our fish have built their bubble nests. There's bubble nests in every container. So we're going to give this the final test and see if we can't get some spawns today. So I'm really eager to get some eggs from all of these fish. So what we're going to do is go ahead and remove these dividers. We'll see whether these females want to start spawning. Okay, so it's now the afternoon and we're back, and if we lift up some of these lids, you can see that we actually have had some eggs laid. So over here in the black and white bucket, you can see there is a mountain of eggs in this bubble nest. The male is telling the female to go away, she's done her job, and we're going to take that female out now. If we come over here though, the other 3 containers unfortunately do not have any eggs yet. So what we're going to do is we're going to keep the females in here and try again. I'm literally just going to leave them. I'm not even going to put the divider back in. I'll leave them overnight and see whether we get more eggs. I'm so happy to see the massive amount of eggs in here. So what we'll do, we'll go grab a cup, get a bit of water, grab out the female, put her in here, and she's all done. So we'll just cover this one up and we'll let him hatch out those eggs. So I'll see you guys tomorrow. Alrighty, so it's now the next morning, and I have more good news. So if we come on over to this koi betta container, you can see in this bubble nest we do have eggs. They're going to be a little bit more difficult to see. Basically in the middle there you can see there's just a ton of white little dots. Those are actually the eggs inside of that bubble nest. So we're going to go ahead and remove this female, and we're going to let this koi male continue to raise these eggs. Over here in the crown tail betta tank, I don't think we're going to have any breeding yet. I'm going to keep trying with these guys and see if I can't get a spawn, but nothing's really happened so far. However, our jet black betta is doing a really good job taking care of his eggs. You can see they are all in this bubble nest. There's actually a massive amount of them in here, so that's really good to see. And then over here in the yellow hellboys, we still haven't had a spawn yet. There is a little bit of aggression, but I'm not really too worried about it. I'm just going to keep these guys together, and same with the crown tails, and see what happens. So it's now the following day, and I'm going to give you guys an update on the betta breeding. More really good news has happened overnight. I guess we'll start off with the really good news. If we come over to this crown tail betta tank with the pink betta, you can see she's quite skinny, and if we have a look in this bubble nest, there are eggs. So they have spawned, so we're going to remove that female. Here you can get a really good view of some of those eggs. Hopefully he does a really good job raising these ones up, but we'll have to wait and see. I'm actually really surprised these guys spawned. They did not look like they were going to spawn. The other really good news is over here with the jet black male. You can see that the eggs have actually started to hatch. So you can see all those little tiny baby bettas there inside of the bubble nest. All those little eyes, you can see some of them swimming around. How exciting is that? Look at all those tiny little itty bitty eyes. Our male koi betta is still labouring away, and I'm not too sure whether these eggs are actually fertilised. We're going to wait and see. Maybe tomorrow they'll hatch, but he seems very distressed by me doing this, so I'll leave him be. Finally, over in our yellow hellboy betta container, we still haven't had a spawn yet, but the pair seems pretty receptive, so they might still breed. I'm going to leave them in here for probably another day unless there's some negative behaviour, and see whether we do get some eggs. That's some really, really good news happening over here with the betta breeding. It's been another 24 hours now, and if we have a look in some of our containers, you'll see what's going on. So our yellow hellboys still haven't bred, and what I'm going to do is give up on this attempt. I'm going to condition that female up a little bit more, and I will breed these off camera. All 3 of the other bedders did spawn. So our koi has actually got some little hatchlings. Our crown tail has some eggs that look like they're going to hatch, and our jet black bedder has a ton of little wrigglers. This is the jet black male, and you can see all of those tiny little eyes within the bubble nest. Those are all little baby bedders. Look at them all. So he's doing a fantastic job taking care of all of them. I'm not too sure how many there are in here. The crown tail male also has some eggs in his bubble nest. They haven't hatched yet, but they'll probably hatch within the next 24 hours. They're a little bit hard to see because they are so white, but there are eggs in there, and hopefully they do hatch out. And finally, the koi male also has little fry swimming around. You can see them all there. Tons of little kois. This has been quite a big success. What I'm going to do is I'm going to leave these guys for now, and when the fry start free swimming, I'm going to show you guys exactly what to feed them and how to care for the fry and get them up to a size where you can throw them into another tank. This is very, very easy to do. It's just all about conditioning your bedders and getting them to actually want to breed, and once you've done that, it's very easy. We've got hundreds of little bedders on the way. I can't wait to grow all these guys out and see what kind of colours we get. So it's been another 24 hours, and I'm finally going to get to show you guys how to start raising up your little baby bedders. So if you come on over to our first container, you'll see this is the jet black male, and all of his baby bedders have started to kind of leave the bubble nest. Some of them are still on the floor, which is kind of to be expected, but some of them are up the top of the body of water and they're all swimming. These ones are a day older than the koi bedders, and I'm actually going to start feeding these guys today. You can see there is a massive amount of them in here, and when they reach this stage, like once they've started to leave the bubble nest, the male bedder's kind of done his job and you can remove him. So we're going to remove this jet black male today. Over here in the crown tail bedder tank, you can see that his eggs have actually started to hatch as well. So there are lots of little eyeballs in here. They haven't started free swimming, so he's still rearing these little guys up. These will be free swimming in about a day. But over here in our koi bedder tank, you can see the massive amount of fry that are in here. I mean massive. There is probably a good 300 fry in this container. You can see them all up the back corners there. If I just tap this bubble nest a little bit, look at that. That is insane. I've never seen that many fry in a bubble nest before. So we're also going to remove this male, and we're going to try and give these guys a little feeding. So we'll go ahead and remove this guy. There he goes. Then I'll go ahead and grab, oh my gosh, there are so many babies in this bubble nest, wow. Okay, we'll grab this guy out. So this is the jet black bedder spawn. Look at the insane amount of fry that we've got from him. I'm going to be overloaded with bedders. I can't take any more spawns of these because there is going to be a ridiculous amount of fry. Look at that. They're just everywhere. They are everywhere. Even over here with the koi bedders, I know that these guys aren't free swimming yet, but like, come on, that is so many fish. What we're going to do is we're going to start adding some live plants to this little box here and this box here to help keep the water clean, and also add some microorganisms and some resting spots for our baby bedders. I absolutely love using this. What this is just Java moss. Java moss is a great plant for bedders. They absolutely love it. It's so good for them to swim in, and it's going to have a ton of infusoria for these guys to nibble on. So what we're going to do is I'm going to take a clump of this and like pry it out quite a bit and drop it in here. Over here as well. Look at that. You might also be wondering, what the heck are we going to feed these tiny, tiny fry? Because in my opinion, they're a little bit too small to eat baby brine shrimp on the first day. I like to feed them an in-between food before I feed them baby brine shrimp to get the most success raising the babies. What I personally like to use is this. This is just literally boiled egg yolk, and this is freshly boiled. So you're going to want this stuff real fresh. What I do, I'll take about this much tank water. So this is just aged tank water. I then grab about this much egg yolk. So not too much, just a little bit. And I come and bring it into our cup. And I literally just mash it up into a milk. It's like this kind of milky water. Not too much, you don't need it to be like insanely fine, but until it looks like that. It mushes up really easy in the water. And then literally what you're gonna do is feed this liquid to your fry. So you're gonna come along, just get a little pipette, and you're just gonna go along the top of the water like this, and just drop little drops all throughout the container. And what's going to happen is the bedder's going to eat this as it's falling through the water, and it's a really good high protein food. It's cheap. Everyone should have some of this. And you're going to do this twice or 3 times a day if you can. Now the thing with this egg yolk is it is going to dirty up your water, so that's why we've added a bit of this Java moss. Do not overfeed this stuff because it's going to really dirty up the water. What we're going to do to combat this is we're going to add extra water and do water changes in these containers to help keep these bedders really, really healthy, because the water parameters and the water conditions here are really like so important. If we have really poor water, we're going to have really bad quality bedders and bedders that have issues. So it's really important that we keep the water as clean as possible. So that's how you feed them. I'm going to keep you guys updated with their progress, and I'll show you guys when I start feeding them baby brine shrimp. And yeah, I'm just super excited about today. And we're back at the bedder breeding, and you can see if we come and have a look inside of these boxes, all of our fry are really doing fantastic. So there's not too many in this jet black box. There's about 200 of them in here, which is actually quite a lot when I think about it. If we come over here to the crown tail, there's about 100 of them in here. So you can see them all there. There's a few there. If we come on over to the koi tank, there's probably about 500 little baby bedders within this container. It's actually ridiculous how many there are in here. As we kind of reach the end of this better breeding project, a lot of other people on YouTube would kind of just leave you here and wouldn't really give you the full understanding on how to raise these fry up. So since I last saw you, I have started feeding these fry baby brine shrimp in addition to some micro worms. So I'm not going to talk about that now, it'd take too long. Go inform yourself on both of those live foods to have the most success with these. So I'm feeding egg yolk, brine shrimp and micro worms to all of these fish, and they're doing really well. They're on about day 3 of free swimming now, and I don't want to keep these fry in these containers for too much longer. What we're going to start seeing happen is the water quality is really going to diminish, and once this starts happening, we really can stunt our fry and have a lot of issues. So we want to get them out of these containers as quick as possible and into some kind of form of grow out container. So in the past, I've used things like breeder boxes and my fry system to raise these guys up in really small confined spaces. And since then, I've actually been doing a lot of experimenting with raising fry, and I've been experimenting with using larger bodies of water. I've found that those fry systems don't work the best for some of these different types of fry, and what we're going to be using is just literally a 4-foot tank to grow these guys out. If you come on over here, this is a 3-foot tank, and what I mean is I'm going to be putting all of the fry directly into their final grow out tank. The way I've been doing this is you can see I've lowered the water down really, really fast. So this is about like 1.5 inches of water. And what we're going to be doing is leaving the water at this level and adding all of our fry to it. So they're going to have a lot more space to swim around, but not too much space that they're not going to be able to find their food because, well, it's a really, really fine puddle kind of in this tank. So there's a lot more water volume without making it too hard for them to find their food. So what we're going to be doing is adding a batch of fry to this tank and then feeding them on the top of the water. So we'll go around the top of the water. I'll show you guys exactly how to feed them. We'll add a ton of live plants in here as well and basically simulate what they would have in the wild. I found this to work really well. As the fry start getting bigger, I just start slowly filling up the water a little bit higher until it obviously gets up to the top level. Then they're on like a normal water change schedule. But the benefit of having them in here is, firstly, the large volume of water means they're not going to stunt really easily. It also means that the live food lasts longer in here, and I don't have to feed them as much because there's just all kinds of different rotifers and little live critters in here for them to eat. And it's just easy. I don't have to constantly move them from tank to tank during their grow out stages. I just put them in here, leave them till the end, and then pull them out. So what I've done is I'm going to be putting the crown tail batch in here because this is the smallest batch, so this is a 3-foot tank. I've also, over on the other side of the fish room, emptied out 2 more tanks. So this is another 4-foot tank. In here you can see I've labelled it, we're going to be putting the koi's in here, and it's a very, very thin layer of water in here. And then finally up here we're going to be putting the black bedders. This is another thin layer. This is just a 4-foot tank, but it's a little bit shorter, so it'll suit the smaller batch of fry. So we'll go ahead, we'll add the fry, and I'll show you everything you need to do to make sure these fry all get up to adulthood. So I'm going to be using this tank as an example of how to set up one of these. So really easy, we're going to take all of our bedders, and I think I'm just going to slowly pour them in with a cup. They are pretty hardy, they're very easy to raise in my opinion, so you don't really need to worry too much about them splashing around. So we've added all the fry to the tank. Now what we're going to do is just add as many live plants as we can. So go ahead, we'll just add a ton of Java moss clumps in here and spread them all out. And these are obviously going to give the guys a bunch of little tiny itty bitty critters to eat and places to hide and keep the aquarium really stable. And that's basically it. So all the fry are going to do really, really well in here. The Java moss will help oxygenate the water and they're going to do absolutely fine in here. So I've just gone ahead, added all the fry to all the containers. So we're over here at the koi tank, and I'm going to show you guys exactly how to do a feeding. So what I'm going to be feeding to these guys is the egg yolk for the first about a week, just to make sure that every single fry in here is getting a bite to eat. I'm also going to be feeding some live micro worms. That'll stay alive throughout the day, so I'm going to feed that quite heavily. And we're also going to feed a small amount of baby brine shrimp. So we're going to be using the baby brine shrimp in small amounts until they're definitely big enough to eat them. The way you're going to feed this tank with every single one of those foods is get a small pipette and just come around and just drop it like you're mowing a lawn again in all the different corners of the tank to try and disperse it as well as you can. This way, every single bedder in this tank will have an opportunity to have a bite to eat. So just small amounts all around the container, or I guess I should say the tank. Anyways, I think we're going to wrap the video up here, guys. I mean, I've taken you through the whole process of getting the adults to getting the eggs and hatching out the eggs, and now we're even getting the eggs into their final, I guess, grow out stage. Okay, so I guess to finish this project off, I'm going to give you guys a quick update on how all the fry are doing. Now, it has been another few days and the fry have put on quite a little bit of size. They're not massive, but they've all started to eat baby brine shrimp, as you can see. So the kois, the jet blacks, and the crown tails are all doing fantastic. I haven't had any die-offs. I might have had maybe one fry die-off, but I'm not too sure why that was. And that's out of like nearly 1,000 fish. So you can see that this method for raising the fry is insanely effective, and it would be even more effective if I fed them more often. At the moment, I'm limited to 2 feedings during the day, and that seems to be working really well. So having all that Java moss in there really does help a lot for them to have constant hiding spaces and heaps of food, but that's pretty much going to be it. So thank you so much for watching this video. I hope you guys enjoyed it. If you did, please leave a like down below. It really helps these videos out to get discovered, and I'll see you in the next one. So today we're going to be breeding some Danios in these buckets. This is a project I've done before. I've never done it with this fish, but I just recently did a video breeding some minnows in a bucket. Basically today we're going to do the exact same thing, but I wanted to try it with the Danios and see if it would work. I'm 99% sure it's going to work because they're equally as easy to breed as minnows. But today I've got 3 fish all the way up to a time they want to breed them. So I've gone ahead and selected out a few different photos of kind of what to look for by Danios. Spiking in here. They days I'm going to upgrade their food to some brine shrimp, but they're way too small to be eating that at the moment. So we're just going to get them through on particles of bug buffet. Yeah, they're looking really, really cute. There's a few that are still not free swimming yet, but a lot of them have started to attach as well to this 30 to 50 in there. And I'd still call that a success for breeding some fish in a bucket. I hatch baby brine shrimp out here in the fish room.
Semana pasada, la verdad, vi personas que habían 2 estos los seguidos y ya se estaban ofuscando, ¿no?
Hey everybody out there watching. This is our, well, supposed to be our beginning of October fish room update for our journal. We've been really busy and missed the first, and now we got a hurricane coming, so we were prepping for that. But the Ryuk, they're all looking really good. Let's give them a little food, just a little.
obtener tipos de interés reales positivos. Y eso es un grado de fragilidad económica que el mercado no está teniendo en cuenta.
Están
AI based. People are going to throw money at AI stuff without really understanding it, and I think Render will be at the top of that pile. So
okay, so when we get a dumb money pump,
Render will get it.
Yeah. I would say that's it's a clear winner from a dumb money pump, just like a Doge's and some other. No, Cardano probably not. All right, 4 reasons why the Ether ETFs have underperformed. In case you were wondering, I think we have 5 days of $0 inflows since the July launch. Why is it failing? Why is it crapping? Well, one, it's putting inflows into context there. So if you look at what's going on, we do have a lot of inflows, but now maybe it's just kind of it's not bad for a 2.5-month-old fund. But we're in crypto, so we want these mega pumps. We want it to set records like BlackRock and their Bitcoin ETF. It's not going to set records, but guess what? It still did better than average. But we're crypto, so we're just not happy with that. Also, lack of staking yield. So we got our second reason here. Makes a big, significant difference here. You got $100 million. Why would you not get that yield from a ETH node? Why would you just give it to BlackRock? Number 3, they're not marketing it. So we don't really market it compared to the Bitcoin ETFs. And then last but not least, ETH itself isn't pumping. And so, ironically, something starts pumping. That's when people want to start buying it to make money off the gains, off of future gains. So when ETH starts pumping, that's when Wall Street get a little excited from it. But a top analyst says it's going to start pumping. ETH will pump if we can hit this major level. Just cut straight to the chase here. $2,800 on the weekly, and then it's going to set up ETH for much larger gains. Kind of just basically has this point of control. So if we can get above this area, you can see it's been bottoms right there. It was a bottom right there. And so if we can make that another bottom, that's when we're looking to a nice little pump, and then probably going to go up to this first point of resistance, which is going to be $2,800. So if ETH can turn bullish, look for it to slow down around 2,800. I think that's a pretty good prediction there. We have Athena selecting 4 assets for its $46 million real world asset reserve here. Number 1, Josh, BIDL, then stable, then a securities fund, and then another stable. But number 1 is the BIDL fund right there.
It makes sense. You're going to see all these institutions move completely into tokenization. So I think the AI plays, what do you want to watch for? The AI plays that are also involved in these tokenization systems that are going to be embedded probably in March with Blackwell and the GTC Summit, moving into NVIDIA's huge guys. That's every single year. So if you want to be following AI, look, if these markets break out in January, February, I think you're getting another entire AI rally. But yes, it makes sense that BIDL is going to be leading that system. BlackRock's still one of the only institutions that are really going all in on this.
All right, now let's talk about the XRP dollar prediction. And then I have a crazy story about Justin Sun.
Also, Athena up pretty good on that news. I mean, it's up almost 50% on the month.
Ooh, okay, for the month. That's pretty good. So good job. Anybody jumped in on that one. Johnny loves that coin. Ripple rolling out crypto custody services for banks. They're saying it's putting XRP on the price tag path for $1. We're going to $1 is what they're saying there. And so Ripple's Senior Vice President of Product, Aaron Slattenhoch, stated that the new features extended their custody functionalities to better serve banks and fintech with scalable and safe digital asset custody. Banks coming in, easier remittance payments. Does this pump it to $1, Josh?
Man, that's like the question we ask ourselves every single day. XRP, look, I think they're just still dealing with a massive amount of unnecessary headwinds from the SEC. Regulations are suppressing that price action. I would like to see XRP at 75 cents, but I think $1 is still capable of this boring. I think if you get a breakout to the upside, if Bitcoin's going to $75,000, look, $1 to $1.20 XRP, I don't think is out of the picture. But to just be like confident that we're going to get there, man, dude, it's almost every month that Ripple has an issue. And I don't think XRP ETFs are going to get approved. So if those don't get approved, is that FUD? Is that going to bring back price action down? I don't necessarily know. I'm going to wait for James Seifert on that one.
All right. So you heard it from Josh. Josh said, cancel my subscription, XRP. I don't need your issues. You just got DZ'd. All right. Now the final story here. Justin's son. This is insane.
His Excellency.
His Excellency. Yeah. He's just been elected as the Prime Minister of the micronation Liberland. And folks, I haven't done this yet. I pulled this up just before we went live. I saw some crazy things like it's how big it was. Oh my God. So it's basically a parcel of land promoted by a Czech libertarian here. It's an uninhabited stretch of floodplain in Croatia. Okay. So it's a small, when I say small, I mean, it's freaking small. It was I don't see it in acres. 1,700 acres. What I heard. 2.5 square miles. So he's the president of someone's big plot of land in rural America there. So apparently the border's in dispute. I mean, surprise, surprise. Yeah, it's proposed government. They're claimed to be inspired by Monaco and Liechtenstein. He held an event in 2015. So
that doesn't sound sketchy at all.
Yeah, this doesn't seem sketchy.
It's entertaining.
Is it so that way he can go there when he gets caught and goes, hey, this is I'm ruler of these lands?
I would be very surprised if he's not on friendly terms with some Croatian politicians that have nice supercars now and a brand new apartment. Be very surprised.
Interesting.
And a big bag of Trump.
That's his, he reigns. He's the reigning leader.
Hey, funny stuff there. Funny stuff there. So shout out to all the viewers from Liberland. I know there's at least 2 of you. Shout out to all the viewers stuck around this long. Hit that like button.
Yeah, like if you do well enough in DeFi, potentially you too could own your own land and refer to yourself as His Excellency and Supreme Leader.
Or you do it backwards. You become president, and then you launch a DeFi product like Trump.
And you change the name president to Excellency.
There you go, folks. That's the blueprint. The
Supreme
blueprint is
leader.
Hit that like button on the way out. I'm going straight into the members stream. I'll see you folks there in about 4 minutes.
We'll continue the live there, guys. See you guys soon.
All right.
I'll tell you what meme coin I'm buying.
Mm-hmm.
I was not ready.
Yeah, it wasn't either.
We tried to ask her out many times in high school, but each time she said, Jason, no, all right, I don't like you like that. I don't like you like a boyfriend. I only like you like a brother. Or I see you as a friend, Jason. Any of you guys familiar with those terms? I like you as a friend. And so, look, we asked her out the first time, we get the rejection. Then we asked her out the second time, right here. Right, we asked her out once here, we got the rejection. We asked her out a second time here, we get the rejection. Now we've decided, you know what, I'm going to work on myself, I'm going to go to the gym, I'm going to start a YouTube channel, I'm going to wear a stringer tank top on the YouTube channel on the treadmill, because obviously girls like sweaty guys on treadmills in stringer tank tops. I'm going to learn a new language, maybe I'll learn guitar, and then I'm going to try and ask her out again. Well, right now we're gathering the testicular fortitude to ask out this young lady again, and we're awaiting her answer, but it seems like as we're front running the level, we don't have the balls to actually ask her out right now, just not yet. So we need to wait and see how the day progresses. Now I want to talk about some bullish and some bearish scenarios here, because that's the only way we're really going to trade this, is to be aware of the bull and the bear scenario. Now, what is a bullish scenario right now? A bullish scenario is that we are bouncing from the POC of this range, and that this in and of itself is going to be a higher high from this low, and we can look at this as our low, high, higher low, higher low into the POC, and then eventually a higher high. This is a bullish scenario. Why is this a potential scenario right now? The reason why this is a potential scenario right now is because of the fact that we have confirmed a 4-hour bullish div on Market Cipher B. We've confirmed it. When you have a confirmed bullish divergence on the 4-hour time frame, it means it's very probable that the move is going to continue to the upside. And if you get a retracement, you can look to long the dip. All right. In addition to that, when we zoom in on the 4-hour time frame, we do have a local sign of strength, which is in the local downtrend, which is our high, our low, our low.
This is a jungle in Malaysia, and this is peat swamp water, which is highly acidic and home to some very special fishes. Here we have a trap net which has been left in the water for about 2 hours, and you can see coming to the surface all these ripples. That's because there's not much oxygen in the water, so these fish are obligate air breathers. They come up to the surface for air. Let's see what we got. Oh my. At the bottom of the net, you will see lots of flopping. Let's find out what the flopping is. Looks like lots of Rasbora calichroma. Oh my, what is this big guy? Is this a big betta? Oh yeah, look at that. This is a giant betta fish, Betta hipposideros. Very big, very nice. This is a jungle in Malaysia.
Nobody around me but my day
couple weeks ago, I gave you guys the 100 days update on my first ever saltwater aquarium, the one with macroalgae. Today is time for the 100-day update on my first ever reef tank. So earlier this year, I took my first step into the saltwater aquarium hobby and I set up a macroalgae tank. To me, this seemed like a good place to start, and I was also told by other people that setting up and maintaining a macroalgae tank is quite easy. And now, like a few months later, I can indeed confirm it is not very difficult. But
Estou, Francisco. Está tudo bem contigo, meu? Tudo. Olha, vou sair agora para a gente gravar aí o teu laboratório. Está bem. O que é que tu achas? Olha, estás pronto? Pronto, é só pôr aqui no Waze e vou ter contigo. Olha uma coisa, eu tenho aqui uma comida da Icari para te oferecer. Ok. E pá, eu acho que vais gostar, que é a shrimp cuisine.
Sim.
Conheces?
Qualquer coisa. Aqueles gajos comem tudo.
Comem?
Tu publicaste, não é?
Exato.
Nunca experimentei essa. Mas, os gajos comem tudo e mais alguma coisa.
Ok.
Até ortigas comem, portanto.
Esta comida, pá, tenho bom feedback dela. Toda a gente me fala muito bem disto. Então eu vou-te levar isso. Até já, amigo. Até já. Até já. Bora, vamos lá ter com o Francisco gravar o seu laboratório dos camarões a manos. Até já. A mais um vídeo aqui no canal da Aquariofilia Simples. Já estamos aqui na casa do Francisco, como conseguiste perceber. No entanto, nós vamos falar um pouco com ele acerca desta paixão da aquariofilia, nomeadamente que ele é apaixonado por aquários de aquascaping, aquários plantados, e que a partir daqui ele tomou o gosto por conseguir criar o camarão a mano. Mas para isso eu vou deixar a palavra ao Francisco e ele vai explicar um pouco do que é isto ter um aquário plantado e depois passar aqui para esta experiência de criar este camarão a mano.
Boas, pessoal, aquariofilistas. Cá estamos. Olha, aquário, o início de tudo. Um aquário plantado, já com 10 anos. Começar com aqueles aquários básicos cheios de pedras coloridas até chegar a isto, que não é a perfeição, mas já está bastante bom. Mesmo assim, ao fim destes anos todos continuamos a aprender muita coisa. Os camarões à mano começaram neste aquário, porque, como muitos sabem, em termos de plantados e vários tipos de aquário, o camarão à mano é essencial para manter a limpeza do aquário. São animais fantásticos, sempre a limpar, a apanhar algas, restos de comida, plantas mortas, peixes mortos, etc. Eles limpam tudo, estão constantemente a trabalhar. São animais que foram introduzidos pelo Takashi Amano, já há muitos anos na aquariofilia, já faleceu. Podem ter visto alguns trabalhos dele, por exemplo, no Oceanário de Lisboa, o aquário Florestas Submersas, foi feito por ele. Um aquário espetacular. Fantástico. E foi ele que introduziu a espécie e percebeu que eram excelentes a limpar aquários plantados. Ao ver os meus peixarocos, que podem durar até 8 anos, grávidos, e perceber que aquele nunca crescia nada, começa a pesquisa do camarão à mano, a reprodução, e percebe-se que é uma das espécies mais difíceis de reproduzir. E pronto, eu aventurei-me nisso. Foram 3 anos de pesquisas e queimar pestanas e pesquisar tudo e mais alguma coisa na internet, que muitas vezes vai-nos levar a caminhos errados e que não tem nada a ver com a realidade. Neste momento, que saiba, portanto, a nível europeu, Portugal só me conhece a mim, pelo menos poderá haver mais pessoas, mas por enquanto não foi falado. A nível europeu há mais uma pessoa na Alemanha, com quem eu me dou, e que dividimos um bocado as tarefas de pesquisa e tentar perceber qual era a melhor maneira, e tu experimentas isto, eu experimento isto, e conseguimos neste momento estar a reproduzir com qualidade e alguma quantidade. Como vão ver, isto ainda é muito o início, portanto já consegui, já é um passo inicial. Agora é ver o que é que se vai fazer a partir daí, em termos de comercialização, ou se aumenta-se a produção, mesmo para exportação, não sei. Vamos ver com calma, isto ainda é muito o início. Já se conseguiu algum sucesso, que é bastante bom.
Quer dizer, é muito o início, já vão 3 anos.
Já vão 3 anos, mas 3 anos para chegar ao sucesso, portanto, já é muito tempo perdido.
O Francisco diz isto, parece o princípio, como fosse há 3 dias.
Pois, estamos a falar de milhões e milhões de larvas de camarão que já faleceram. Muita frustração, vou desistir disto, isto não é para mim, vou criar guppies ou uma coisa qualquer, que é muito mais fácil, que reproduzem esse tipo de coelhos, ou outros tipos de camarões que não precisam de água salgada. Mas pronto, olha, lá fui investindo algum, e experiência, erro, e pronto. E finalmente temos
camarões.
Exatamente.
Francisco, mostras-me a tua fiche room?
Vamos lá ver então.
Bora lá então, amigos.
Bora, pessoal. Aqui temos o micro-laboratório da criação dos camarões à mano. dividido em vários aquários. Este é o aquário onde temos os casais, portanto dá para ver as fêmeas à mano com os ovinhos por baixo das patinhas, umas de início, outras mais para o fim, ou seja, as que têm os ovinhos mais brancos, estão quase a largar os filhotes. Portanto, estão em água doce, não toleram água salgada. Vai chegar a um ponto que vão largar os filhotes em forma de larva. Essas larvas vão dar aqui no aquário. Temos aqui uma lanternazinha com as luzes apagadas. Se a gente puser aqui a lanterna, eles seguem a luz, facilitando depois apanhá-los e então transferir para a água salgada. São estes aquários aqui ao lado, mais pequeninos.
Que agora a bomba está desligada, né?
Agora está desligada para não fazer tanto barulho. Podemos pôr aqui uma lanterna. Isto são larvas nascidas a dia 19 de setembro, portanto, vemos aqui as larvas.
Ou seja, todos estes pontinhos, não é?
São filhotes de camarão.
São filhotes de camarão. E estão todos em água salgada.
Água salgada, sim.
E porquê que está em água verde? Vá, assim
Verde.
digamos.
Comidinha para eles é fitoplâncton, portanto, algas vivas, que eu produzo aqui também. Em Portugal às vezes é um bocado difícil de arranjar com qualidade ou tanta variedade. Temos ali a produção, portanto aqui vemos então pequenininhos com uma semana.
Estes têm todos uma semana.
Uma semaninha. Estes nasceram ao dia 28, já está mais escuro o aquário, já se torna um bocadinho mais...
tudo registado e tudo, a TPAs.
TPAs, isto são aquários sem filtro, só tem bolhinhas de ar, temos que manter a qualidade da água, aí já estão a quase a transformar em camarão, muito mais verde, custa mais a vê-los.
Ok.
Haverão
Estas pontinhas, este aqui, né? Isto é um camarão?
Não, isso é um bocadinho de alga. Eles andam para aí algures, mas como já estão a ficar camarão, já andam a comer no fundo e etc. Isto está muito verde.
Está muito verde, né?
Estamos a falar de um mês, a 45 dias para se transformarem em camarão.
Ok.
Estamos aqui a tentar ver algum maiorzito, mas está...
Não é fácil.
Está difícil, eles andam escondidos. Tentamos aqui, mas andam mais para o fundo já a comer as algas, porque já estão quase a ser camarões.
Já estão a ser, deixar de ser larvas, não é?
Aqui estes é os que se consegue ver melhorzinho.
Eles conseguem ser melhor. Já estão maiores, não é?
Exato.
E daqui? Este é o segundo estágio, vá.
Eles aqui vão transformar nos camarões muito pequenininhos. A gente percebe que parecem mesmo camarões pequenininhos.
Sim.
Vão andar aí nas paredes do aquário a comer as algas, até que chega um ponto que vão começar a nadar muito rapidamente. Que é quando eles, na natureza, querem voltar ao rio. Portanto, eles moram nos rios, transformam em camarão no mar e depois têm que voltar a subir os rios. Ou seja, se eles começam a correr muito rapidamente, está na altura de voltarem à água doce. Aí fazer transição gota a gota durante vários dias, até termos totalmente água doce e aí já está tudo safo, já é mais fácil, vão para o aquário grande para crescer, onde já temos aí cerca de 500 a 600 camarõezinhos, vários tamanhos.
Estão todos em fila, não é?
Eles até chegarem aqui aos 3 meses para terem 3 centímetros, 3 meses à volta disso. Portanto, temos aí uns que têm cerca de um mês, temos outros com 2 meses e temos outros praticamente com 3 meses, que é quando eles já estão maiorzinhos.
Eles estão
Portanto, isto aqui em água doce, podemos fazer aqui uma pequena experiência, que eles estão aqui todos sentadinhos à espera de comida. Vamos experimentar aqui as comidas que o Pedro trouxe. Também temos aqui a nossa amiga Madonna, que adora aparecer nos vídeos.
Exato, já está a ficar famosa.
Cadela dos aquários. Portanto, vamos aqui. Isto, normalmente, eles mal sentem a comida, vai haver aqui assim. Pronto. E está a loucura. Aí está a loucura ao sentirem a comida a aparecer.
E ficam doidos.
Eles conseguem, principalmente adoram algas e comer algas, mas claro, como são pequeninos, se tiverem bastante comida, crescem mais rápido, ficam mais fortes e pronto, temos então aqui o começo da loucura quando vem comida.
Até chegar a este tamanho, quantos meses?
3 meses.
3 meses.
Para terem 3 cm e meio. Em adultos podem chegar até 5 cm.
Os camarões ficaram doidos.
Eles adoram mesmo comida.
Comida, né?
Comem 2 vezes ao dia, mesmo assim o aquário não está muito sujo com algas, portanto eles também andam a limpar as algas, que é isso a principal função deles.
Exatamente, basicamente não tem algas nenhumas, não é?
Tens algas no aquário, mete lá uma manada de camarões à mano que eles resolvem. Portanto, temos vários vídeos no YouTube.
Sim, sim.
Pessoal que mete aquários parados ao sol durante uma semana para ficarem completamente verdes algas, 20 ou 30 camarões lá para dentro ao fim de uma semana, está tudo limpinho que eles limpam. Comem restos de comida, plantas mortas, animais mortos, portanto eles são a equipa de limpeza principal de um aquário. E pronto, em termos de aquários plantados, são muito úteis. É o fitoplâncton, portanto fitoplâncton, luzinha com fartura, levam os fertilizantes e as bolinhas de ar. Temos aqui coisinhas esquisitas feitas por mim para conseguir ter a luz. Lá está, em Portugal às vezes é difícil achar certas coisas e então vamos criando com várias...
Tinhas que mesmo criar uma
vários tipos de luz, a ver o que é que funciona melhor. Pronto,
E foi difícil, Francisco, criares água doce e depois passar aqui para água salgada? É um desafio?
É um desafio e, portanto, eu neste momento já cheguei à fase de ir ao mar apanhar água salgada. Neste momento já produzo a minha própria água salgada a partir de osmose, depois com os sais para aquários riff, e produzo a minha própria água salgada. Como eu disse anteriormente, foram 3 anos de muita tentativa, muita frustração. Grande parte dos vídeos cá na internet tem uma primeira parte e depois a segunda parte não existe, falas com as pessoas e eles morreram todos. Portanto, é uma das espécies mais difíceis de se reproduzir em cativeiro. Qualquer parâmetrozinho fora do normal e morrem todos. Portanto, estamos a falar que cada fêmea pode ter até 300. Já fiquei muito feliz quando consegui ter 1 ou 2 sobreviventes a transformar em camarão. Portanto, isto, desde que se tenha água salgada, salinidade não é muito importante, mais perto da água do mar, um bocadinho menos, eles podem sobreviver.
1030?
É, 1035. 1035 é igual ao do mar, um bocadinho abaixo, 1030 até 1022, eles podem sobreviver. Quem quiser experimentar, portanto, fitoplâncton básico, água salgada, separar, pôr lá, em princípio, alguns conseguem sobreviver. Para ter já muitos a reproduzir, já temos que ter fitoplânctons muito específicos, muita esterilização, muitos cuidados, TPAs, não podemos usar coisas sujas de um para o outro, podemos contaminar as colheitas, já tem que ter mesmo muita paciência e pronto, isto dá ainda trabalho. Isto é um projeto que, apesar de já ter 3 anos, está no início do sucesso. Ainda há muita coisa que ainda estou a afinar.
Tu, para conseguires estar com esta produção aqui, né, destes camarões todos, tu demoraste cerca de
3
anos.
3 anos
para
conseguir que sobrevivessem alguns. Portanto, desde experimentar várias temperaturas, várias salinidades, circulação, menos circulação de água, vários tipos de água, vários tipos de alimentação, desde alimentação seca, fitoplâncton, produzir cocopodes, artémias vivas para ver o que é que funciona, porque não há informações na internet. Poderá haver mais pessoas que tenham conseguido, com bastante quantidade é ainda muito mais raro, pelo menos do que eu conheço, e já pesquisei muita coisa, só conheço uma pessoa que discutimos bastante as ideias e conseguimos chegar ao sucesso, que é uma pessoa na Alemanha, que é um amigo meu, que é o Sá, que também tentou, e então dividimos um bocado o mal pelas aldeias. Eu experimentava uma coisa, ele experimentava outra coisa diferente, a ver, para não perdermos tanto tempo e tentar ver o que é que funcionava melhor, sem ter sempre a perder camarões, não é? E pronto, e chegámos a este passo, mas a nível europeu, portanto, eu e esse rapaz que eu conheço, poderá haver mais, e que realmente tenham a paciência para realmente fazer isto e aplicar. Portanto, a falta de informação não ajuda. Há uma fish farm na Malásia que produz aos milhares, claro que não libertam qualquer tipo de segredos. Ver alguns vídeos para tirar ideias deles ajudou. Perceber que eles não têm termostatos dentro dos aquários, por exemplo, ou seja, estão ao ar livre, ir ver onde é que é a fábrica, onde é que é a fish farm deles, na Malásia, ver qual é a temperatura ambiente naquela altura e perceber, bem, pronto, pelo menos aqui aos 26 graus eles devem viver, se eles estão sem termostato, deverão viver. Perceber as qualidades dos rios onde eles moram, dá a pesquisar dados técnicos de testes às águas dos rios onde moram os camarões à mão. É muita pesquisa e ignorar um bocadinho as coisas cá na net que vão-nos induzir em erro e perder bastante tempo. E ir experimentando e não desistir. Portanto, claro que uma pessoa chega a um ponto que só apetece desistir. Assim. Em 3 anos foram milhões e milhões de larvas que morreram e sem nada. E sempre, então, mas porquê? Vê-se as larvas a flutuar mortas, mas estão a flutuar, têm falta de oxigênio. Não tinha mais oxigênio, morreram na mesma. Depois, se calhar, morriam porque estavam fracas, faltava alimentação e realmente morriam e ficavam a flutuar, não era falta de oxigênio. Pronto, é essas pequenas coisas que foram-se afinando e vai-se adquirindo mais conhecimento, apontar muito. Olha, experimenta isto, aponta, correu mal, esquece.
Está aqui o livro de apontamentos, não é?
É, o livro de apontamentos, a caneta, as canetas para escrever, o termómetro, pH, leitores de pH, muitos copinhos, muitas pipetas, muitos funis, muitas garrafinhas, muitos garrafões. Muitos tubos de ar esterilizados e não esterilizados. Pronto.
E também.
É um mineral. Pronto, também ajuda depois deles serem camarões, eles precisam de minerais, né? Portanto, eles vão trocando o exoesqueleto e se não houver cálcio e na água e magnésio também, não vão conseguir fazer e vão morrer. Portanto, precisam sempre desses minerais na água. São camarões muito resistentes, podem durar até 8 anos. E lá está. É um bicho muito, muito interessante. Se olharmos para eles, estão-se sempre a limpar. Não há lá nada de comida e eles estão sempre a limpar qualquer coisa com as patinhas. Portanto.
E é isso, amigos. Chegámos ao final de mais um vídeo aqui no micro-laboratório aqui do Francisco.
2x3.
2x3. Tem muita paciência para criar este camarão a mão, que é o único em Portugal e na Europa tu só tens conhecimento de uma pessoa.
Mais uma pessoa.
Mais uma pessoa,
poderá haver mais, mas pelo menos em termos de
que recomiendas 0,1 con una inversión de $300, es decir, apalancarte 33 veces. Bien, qué bien. Qué suerte la mía. Tu solicitud para unirte al canal fue aprobada. Qué suerte hemos tenido, chicos. Muchísimas personas han duplicado su dinero en tan solo unos días. ¿Quieres ser tu propio jefe? Alguien que le dice que pensaba que esto era una estafa, pero que no, ha obtenido ganancias y que está ganando pasta. ¿Cuánto? $229 en un día. Volvemos con un mítico de nuestro canal, el señor Dominguero. Muchos no lo sabréis, pero fue uno de los primeros vídeos que hice de alguien relativamente conocido y tuvo bastante aceptación por aquel entonces, hace ya años. Como veis, hace 4 añitos hice un vídeo en el que explicaba cómo Dominguero no tenía mucha idea de trading y estaba haciendo algún tipo de promoción por aquel entonces a través de brokers no regulados, bastante dudosos y demás, para sacar dinero a base de sus seguidores. También creo que ofrecían un curso, lo vendían, era bastante básico, de hecho yo después lo hice en mi canal. Y luego un par de vídeos más dedicados, que este fue un poco el que más destacó, ya que fue a un lugar donde decían que era una sala de trading, tenían todo ahí montado y había cantidad de cosas pues que no tenían sentido, que se veían que eran falsas, que estaban puestas solo un poco pues de postureo. Básicamente Dominguero es una persona que intenta monetizar su canal, que yo no entiendo, pero como mucha gente y por desgracia cree que usar el trading es una buena manera para ellos porque les da dinero muy rápidamente, sobre todo si salían con brokers chungos, pero muchas veces no son conscientes, o pero aún si lo son, tiene delito, que están llevando a sus seguidores al lugar donde no deben ir y mucho menos al principio. También después patrocinaba a otros brokers que decían que eran la leche, al igual que Salomundo. Bueno, pues al final realmente no hay nada bueno detrás de todo esto, simplemente está sus ansias de ganar mucho dinero, que como digo, está muy bien que ganes dinero, pero hay formas de ganar dinero de una forma más alineada con los intereses de tus seguidores. Ellos quieren ganar dinero, tú también puedes hacer algo que quizás tenga más sentido para ambos. Es un poco la crítica que yo realizo en general con todos estos tipos de influencers que al final se van por la vía rápida. Pues parece que Dominguero, tras llevar años parado sin el tema del trading, al menos que me conste, ha vuelto desde hace un mes y vamos a ver qué nos está ofreciendo, qué nos está vendiendo, a ver si esta vez ya es algo mejor. Ya dejé clara mi postura sobre Dominguero hace mucho. Yo soy una persona que seguía o que conocía hace ya 4 o 5 años, al principio cuando estaba por Dubái y hacía un contenido interesante, ¿no? Enseñando los lujos de allí y demás, que era algo relativamente nuevo. Pero luego, pues este chico intentó ir un poco dando la imagen de que era una persona exitosa, empresario, nada más lejos de la realidad. Nada de esto era verdad, simplemente era un chico en YouTube que ganaba, eso sí, o con el tiempo habrá ganado ya mucho dinero. Entiendo que ha creado sus negocios, pero por aquel entonces nada de nada. Hablaba del trading, de inversiones, de empresas y no había nada. Que no pasa nada, oye, haya cada uno la imagen que quiera dar. Pero hay que tener un poco de cuidado porque hay gente que te sigue, sobre todo mucha gente joven y niños, sobre todo gente menor de 18 años, que si tú le dices que eres muy bueno en el trading y que te sigan, seguramente te sigan. Y lo que van a hacer es perder su dinero. Así que un poquito de responsabilidad. Me han comentado por Telegram este vídeo de pobre a millonario en 30 días. Mal empezamos con el título, vamos a ver qué quieren decir. Se acaba la fiesta de los excesos. Durante estos días ustedes podrán ver cómo administramos el dinero y logramos duplicar nuestras ganancias o perderlo todo. Joder, vaya alentador. No se pierdan esta oportunidad y vayamos de la mano en este reto en el cual ustedes también van a poder generar más dinero. Tiene mala pinta. Y luego está este otro vídeo, tutorial trading para principiantes, que ya está en su canal Futuros Millonarios. Millonarios no hay ninguno por ahí. Y como siempre, coches de Dominguero o amigos suyos muy llamativos y si me preguntas a mí un poquito feos.
Ya saben que durante muchísimos años yo me he dedicado a grabar el estilo de vida de los millonarios, los traders, etcétera, y para ello necesitamos un buen mentor y mira nada más el juguetote que te...
Y traders, dice, creo que entrevistó a algunos, creo que había uno que sí que hacía acciones, además se notaba diferente a los demás, pero bueno, tampoco lo he seguido durante estos años. Quizás haya traído alguna entrevista decente, quién sabe.
Traído. Se acabó la gastadera, se acabaron las fiestas, las vacaciones. Efectivamente, hoy empieza una serie que me tiene muy emocionado, que es básicamente, me voy a quitar todos mis lujos, todo mi dinero, todo mi estilo de vida lujoso de viajar por el mundo para durante 30 días vivir como una persona que empieza desde cero. Es decir, que va a pasar de millonario a pobre. Entonces, básicamente...
Yo igual ya soy mayor, pero es una persona que no me... cómo presenta todo, cómo lo adorna. Primero que se ve que no es realista, muchas veces no se lo cree ni él. De hecho, en los vídeos ya sabía, hay muchos que ya le conozcáis de hace años, lo sabréis, de Dominguero. Que repito, es un chico que ya habrá ganado pasta y tendrá dinero. No sé, estos coches, se les veía alguno antiguo, pero cuestan una pasta todavía. Pero vamos a hacer qué hace para atraer a sus seguidores hacia algún sitio. Que no os quepa duda que algún sitio les quiere llevar.
Lo que voy a estar haciendo es, le voy a estar dando todos mis juguetes, todo mi estilo de vida a mi asistente.
¿Pero para qué? Venga, ¿para qué, Dominguero? ¿Qué quieres decirnos con esto?
Entonces voy a empezar con un presupuesto muy bajo, yo creo que van a ser aproximadamente unos $100, que son unos 2.000 pesos, 100 euros. Y él va a estar, ahora sí que sí, empezando con $50.000 y todos mis juguetes, mis departamentos. Y ahora sí que sí, pues todo lo que está trabajando yo en los últimos años. Y vamos a presentársela a mi asistente, que estoy seguro que va a flipar con este cambio. Tenemos 30 días para demostrar quién puede facturar más, así que no se hable más y
venga,
vamos a por él.
Pero
primero toca despedirse de los juguetitos porque
mía,
no los va a tener en 30 días. ¡Ay, qué rico, amigos míos!
Este vídeo es infumable, me vais a perdonar.
pues para generar más dinero. Entonces, básicamente, pues ya saben que yo tengo varias propiedades. Le voy a estar dejando la última propiedad en la cual pues acabamos
Fíjate tú si las tiene, pero te lo tienes que creer.
de invertir, que como podemos ver es un nuevo desarrollo, que ustedes lo han visto desde el principio, y pues vamos a ver si lo sabe mantener, si le saca rentabilidad.
Por cierto, que lo de invertir en Dubái no es tan complicado. De hecho, ya he estado también mirando cositas y comprar y alquilar. Básicamente, muchísima demanda por allí. Pero bueno, esto es otro tema.
Pues yo creo que va a ser un reto muy, así que sí, de mis
Hoy esto es infumable, chicos, este vídeo. Lo estoy adelantando porque no hay nada, solo es él hablando, enseñando. Por aquí sale el chico, que será el que le sustituya.
dinero esta serie.
Algo así, pues, más o menos. Será como para que te des
Vamos por el carro, anda. Y te preguntarás, ¿y cómo es que vamos a estar haciendo dinero tanto tú como yo? Para ello, efectivamente lo vamos a estar haciendo de diferentes maneras, pero la fuente principal va a ser a través de señales de Telegram, que vamos a estar haciendo un grupo, y para ello necesitamos de los mejores. Y ya saben que durante muchísimos años yo me dediqué. Lo vamos a estar haciendo con un compañero mío, que lo conocieron en la fiesta de Moblogs. Les
Qué manera de joder un coche, ¿eh?
un rewind. Y nada más lo que va llegando. Oh, tranquilón por el barrio, perro. Y ya saben que a mí me gusta hacer contactos, entonces vamos a dar una vuelta para que nos explique pues cómo lo vas a estar haciendo. How are you, man?
Hola, ¿cómo estás?
Estamos listos para hacer dinero. ¿Cómo estás tú?
Mucho dinero. Mansori. Muy bien.
Sí, no, qué bonita Urus, ¿eh? Es uno de sus muchos coches. Básicamente lo conocí en una de las fiestas. Entonces, básicamente, él ha estado haciendo trading durante más de... ¿Cuántos años llevas haciendo trading? How many years?
6 years.
Lleva 6 años haciendo trading y básicamente...
Son poquitos, pero bueno, vamos a seguir.
¡Uy! ¡Honda!
¿Escuchaste cómo suena?
Papi, es que...
Poneros el cinturón.
Y ahora algo top, ¿no? Entonces, básicamente, no se necesita ser un trader profesional para tener una bolsa y hacer estos petardeos. Lo que vamos a estar haciendo es copiar señales. Así no se puede.
Os voy a decir una cosa, ¿vale? Venid. Yo no tengo una Urus, pero sé que copiando señales no la vais a tener vosotros. Creedme. No hagáis caso a Dominguero. A ver, venga, al grano, Domi.
Entonces, básicamente lo que vamos a estar haciendo en esta serie es copiar sus operaciones. Él va a estar enviando señales en el grupo que tenemos nosotros en la descripción, que es totalmente gratuito. Y...
Se escucha fácil y yo creo que será fácil. Vamos a calar.
Obviamente no es fácil, pero con la experiencia de un profesional de tantos años, o sea, miren nada más sus juguetitos que tiene. How much is your watch?
200.
Papi, $200,000 en la muñeca.
Las credenciales del momento de este chico es que tiene un Urus y un reloj. Y por eso ya deducimos que es un gran trader.
Más algo tranqui.
Además, buena persona, porque lo ofrece todo gratis en un canal de señales.
De hecho, les voy a dejar un tutorial en el canal de negocios, que está ahí donde vamos a estar haciendo la serie, para que ustedes puedan registrarse y empezar a entrar en el grupo, porque ya vamos a empezar a partir de hoy. Entonces, pues estoy muy emocionado, papi. Pues nada.
O sea, que esto es como un reto, otro reto más, claro, de pobre a millonario en 30 días. Lo pone ahí.
Este es uno de los muchos carros que tiene y pues es una buena colección de watches también, ¿no? Entonces, ¿are you ready to make some money?
Coches y relojes. Éxito.
Simple. Copy, paste, make money. Dinero.
Eso es todo.
Yo lo voy a traer.
Fíjate tú de este trader. Joder, me encanta porque Dominguero siempre nos trae lo mejor de la fauna autóctona. ¿De dónde será? ¿Será francés? A ver, vamos a ver antes el tuto. Empieza parecido. Bueno,
Durante muchos años me he dedicado a grabar el estilo de vida de multimillonarios, traders, tanto de cripto como de la bolsa, y ha llegado el momento.
Ya está, es lo mismo. Vamos a pasar aquí.
Pero antes de empezar, yo creo que lo que tenemos que aclarar es qué es realmente el trading, porque
Llaves de coches en la mesa y billetes. Ya sabéis, el dinero tú cuando ganas te sale por el USB dinero.
muchos ven, pues ahora sí, a profesionales analizando gráficas, comprando y vendiendo, pero muchísimas personas no entienden realmente qué hay detrás de una computadora, de un celular. Significa comerciar, es decir, que yo, por ejemplo, te pago pues,
¿Qué es esto,
$50,000 por mi G63, te pago $100,000 por una Lamborghini Urus.
¿Qué tipo de broma es esta?
Digamos que a día de hoy el oro vale $100. Entonces, básicamente, hoy estoy comprando 1 kilo de oro, por ejemplo, al mismo digo, oye, carnal, te compro 1 kilo de oro por $100. ¿Qué pasa? Que dentro de 3 meses a lo mejor hay una crisis de oro y hace que el oro sea más limitado, que no haya mucho oro, lo que hace que el oro suba de
Claro, la gente empieza a comer oro, el oro se agota y escasea el oro, entonces el precio sube.
Entonces, básicamente, lo que nos permite hacer la plataforma.
Yo es que siempre a Dominguero, cuando explica estas cosas, le veo tan forzado, tan. Que quiere hablar, repetir, decir, pero le cuesta ir al grano y dejarlo de forma escueta. Pero bueno, es divertido de ver.
Es comprar y vender oro de manera.
Porque el experto es el otro, no él. Bueno, al menos ya estamos en ese punto. No sabemos ni cómo se llama todavía, no sé si se ha dicho el nombre.
Digital. Siempre recuerden que se trata de comprar barato y vender caro. Entonces, obviamente.
La típica frase en bolsa.
Como nosotros no somos traders, necesitamos a gente que se haya dedicado durante muchísimos años a analizar tendencias de mercado y cuándo.
No, gente, esto no es lo que necesitáis. Hay gestores buenos en los que se puede invertir, hay buenos fondos de inversión, incluso hay algunas personas con estrategias de tipo copy trading que son buenas, sí. Pero lo que no necesitáis es un canal de señales de alguien que no sabéis quién es ni a qué se dedica, porque no sabemos a qué se dedica este otro chico, que te va a lanzar en texto unas órdenes de compra eurodólar en este precio, take profit y stop loss. Esto no os va a llevar a ninguna parte, pero vamos, garantizado, o sea, seguro, 100%. Llevo muchos años en esto y no ha habido ni una sola persona que haya ganado un dinero decente en esto, y sí, hay decenas de miles de personas o cientos de miles de personas que han perdido dinero. Garantizado.
Cuando él vaya a hacer una operación en directo, dice, mira, yo voy a comprar 100 kilos de oro. Pues inmediatamente digo, ok, pues yo voy a comprar 100 kilos de oro al mismo precio que él, porque yo sé que él tiene mucho éxito. Durante los últimos años ha estado comprobando. De hecho, les dejo aquí unos ejemplos de su portafolio de todo lo que ha estado generando. Entonces no tengo que ser un profesional del mercado de oro, sino que simplemente tengo que comprar sus acciones. Entonces, básicamente se trata de eso, ¿no? De tener una cuenta para poder tener acceso a la compra de oro y a la venta de oro para poder
Una
comprar
cuenta.
sus acciones.
Y aquí va a estar el truco, seguro. Una cuenta. ¿Y dónde hay que tener esa cuenta? El otro ya se aburre y dice, venga, tío, acaba que quiere ir a comer una pizza.
Pues copiar y pegar las acciones de otros traders exitosos. Yo prefiero que ustedes aprendan a hacerlo y por eso es que vamos a estar haciendo este.
En fin, hay que ser sinvergüenza. Yo prefiero que ustedes aprendan a hacerlo. No vais a aprender nada haciéndolo de esta manera. Esto imagino que os dais cuenta todo el mundo. Para aprender a hacer trading de verdad necesitáis años, seguramente, y saber dónde os metéis. Si queréis aprender de alguien, saber si esa persona es auténtica, de verdad ha ganado, es legal, es transparente y encima es buena mentora. Si no vais a aprender trading.
Perfecto, ahora que ya has aprendido lo que significa el trading, ¿te ha quedado claro, papi?
Sí, ya estamos listos para empezar.
Eso es todo. Obviamente, para poder empezar a operar necesitas una cuenta. Nosotros vamos a estar utilizando la plataforma T4Trade, que van a tener el enlace en la descripción. Básicamente, nosotros en nuestro grupo de Telegram es donde vamos a estar recibiendo las señales del mentor.
Broker en Seychelles, lo veis, no sé si lo estáis viendo aquí. Me carga un poco mal, no sé por qué no me cargan las imágenes. Pero como siempre, si nos venimos por aquí, y lo único que tienes en Seychelles. Aquí te intenta vender un poquito la moto de que están en Chipre, no sé qué historias, pero no dice nada. Habla de que es una marca comercial de propiedad de Tradeco y que, bueno, que esto incluye una empresa que está en Chipre. Da igual, porque eso no es lo que está regulado. De hecho, no está regulado en Chipre y si lo estuviera, todavía, ¿no? Algo mejor, porque Chipre es ESMA, es regulación europea. Pero aquí no hay nada. Aviso de riesgos, nada. Ya, vale, empezamos. Vamos a ver al menos los spreads, qué tal anda en eurodólar y demás. Es algo que a mí no me importa tanto, el tema de la operativa del spread por mi estilo, pero la cuenta estándar en el eurodólar tienes 1,8 pips de spread o 1,4 en la premium. No sé qué te exigirán para tener una u otra, pero es mucho. Es un spread bastante alto. Hoy día ya más de uno ya es raro en el eurodólar, en cualquier broker que lleve un tiempo. Por ejemplo, aquí en este broker que tengo es 0,1, 0,3 de spread en eurodólar. El dólar australiano contra el americano, 1,8, 0,3. Bastante, como 6 veces más caro. No es poco. Es un broker no regulado y que ya vemos que es bastante caro. Y la cuenta fija, en la que el spread es fijo, es más caro aún. No. Plataformas al menos tienen meta todavía. Y es que es un broker que no hay que recomendarlo. Que por cierto es un broker que me contactó a mí por el 2022, en septiembre. Es gente valiente, que lo intenta, pero no le contesté. A veces, en general me sabe mal no contestar, pero bueno, este broker, como entenderéis, ni siquiera me interesa tener relación o conocerles. Algo que suelo hacer con muchos, casi todos, porque nunca está más conocer gente aquí y allí. Por aquel entonces ya daban depósitos, ahora no lo he visto, pero el tema, si os dan depósitos, yo os recomiendo que no vayáis a un broker de ese tipo, porque los depósitos os atan demasiado, es como en las apuestas, os obligan a estar demasiado tiempo y a sobreoperar para poder ver el dinero después. Spread desde tan solo 0 pips. Bueno, hemos visto que no. Una página dedicada a los bonos, ¿vale? Y aquí este es el motivo de por qué a ellos les interesa que vayáis con este broker. Introducing brokers, que quizás tendrán una mezcla afiliados, es decir, que le pagan por las cuentas que llevan, e introducing brokers seguramente les paguen por la operativa, en función del volumen de negocio. Por eso ellos os van a dar las señales, os van a decir cuándo comprar y cuándo vender. No creo que os digan el volumen, porque dependerá de del tamaño de vuestra cuenta, pero a esta gente les interesará. Si están por esta modalidad, que eso ya no lo sabe, es casi imposible saber, solo lo saben ellos y el broker, a más operen, más van a ganar. Así que sería una mezcla. Con esto se puede ganar mucho dinero, ojo. Así que lo ganan ellos. Como os digo, seguramente la mayor parte de la gente que les siga lo pierda. Pero como pedirán poco dinero, vamos a ver cuánto piden.
Y las vamos a estar aplicando tanto tú como yo. Es básicamente copiar y pegar. Pero para eso lo van a entender un segundo en el tutorial, pero primero hay que crear la cuenta. Entonces nos vamos al grupo de Telegram. No se preocupen si tardan un poquito en aceptarles, porque básicamente es muy limitado. Y recuerden que tan solo estamos agarrando pocas plazas. Entonces, si ustedes han sido afortunados...
Pocas plazas. Le pinchas al grupo de Telegram y tienes a 43.091 seguidores, suscriptores, que serán mentira. Estos serán comprados para aparentar un poco. Esto lo hacen todos. Y de $300 a 50.000 en 30 días. No, normal. Yo solicito a unirme, todavía no me han aceptado. No sé si es que es mucha gente y están en cola o que me tienen fichado. Le he pedido también un par de topos que me empiecen a pasar la información. Así que iremos completando.
Para poderse incluir en ese grupo, pues básicamente vienen aquí, abren el enlace y pues es completar, como crearse una cuenta en cualquier otro lugar. Aquí va lo interesante, cuenta de trading. Entonces, el tipo de cuenta
A ver, por Dios, que no diga la fix. Es la más cara, ya la habéis visto, la fija.
de trading nosotros vamos a agarrar Live Fixed Spread, que es la del
Lo ha vuelto a hacer. Qué grande, tío. Qué grande es.
medio. Esto nos va a permitir tener muy buenas condiciones y mejores precios. Es el tipo de...
Qué tío. Joder, es un crack. No defrauda. Qué grande eres, dominguero, tío. Eres que... Ahí está, el bonus. El bonus, el del 100%, ¿no? Mayores condiciones te pedirán y si quieres retirar, no podrás. A ver.
cuenta. Y en bonos vamos a agarrar estándar sin bonus. Esto no se preocupen, amigos míos, porque más adelante lo vamos a estar configurando. Y la divisa...
Buena gente. Buena gente. ¿Y apalancamiento? A ver qué dice.
El apalancamiento es muy importante porque esto nos va a permitir hacer más operaciones. Entonces vamos a agarrar el más alto, que es...
Cabrón, están mandando a la gente a un broker en 6.6 con un apalancamiento de 1.000. Y encima con una cuenta de spread fijo. Bueno, al menos ha sido bueno y no les ha metido el bono. Llegados a este punto me pregunto por qué no lo ha hecho. Tiene que haber gato encerrado. Lo de que el apalancamiento sea 1.000 te permite hacer más operaciones. No quiere decir esto, pero es peligroso. De hecho, si te permite hacer más operaciones porque apalancas más, de ahí el nombre. Básicamente, 1.000, cuando veis esto, quiere decir que por cada 1.000 que mueves, en tu cuenta te requieren que tengas al menos uno. Imagínate. El riesgo que asumes sí que puedes ganar mucho si la clavas a la primera, pero si no, lo vas a perder. Súper rápido. Preguntaros por qué existe. Preguntaros por qué, por ejemplo, en Europa y en muchos otros países, el tema regulatorio está luchando por recortar el apalancamiento. Y en Europa el máximo permitido es 1,30. En cripto, el apalancamiento máximo es de 1 a 2. Y en acciones creo que es 1 a 5. Comparando. O sea, está a años luz. Esto de 1.000 era antes en el salvaje oeste de los brokers market makers, de CFDs, que ya lo cortaron en muchísimos sitios, pero bueno, en Seychelles, en San Vicente de las Granadinas, Bermudas, en estos sitios, puedes seguir haciendo lo que quieras. ¿Quién te va a decir nada?
Recuerden, esto es muy importante que ustedes lo entiendan. Lo que ustedes van a depositar no va a ir para mí, no va a ir para nadie, sino que va a ser para que ustedes puedan hacer las operaciones. Entonces, básicamente, nosotros... tarjeta de crédito, Skrill, NetSeller, lo puedes hacer por cripto, lo puedes hacer por transferencia bancaria, o sea, hay muchísimas maneras de hacer depósitos. La más sencilla es si tienes una tarjeta, pues vienes aquí y le das tarjetas.
¡Tarjetazo!
Pones todos tus detalles y... depositar, que es la dirección, pueblo, ciudad, código postal y aquí la cuenta donde vamos a estar depositando, que es la nuestra, solo nos va a aparecer una. Tú que tienes visto.
Había dicho que él era en euros y le sale la cuenta en dólares, ¿eh?
de Argentina. La mínima de depósito para este reto van a ser $300. Yo personalmente le voy a meter 1000 porque quiero ir con todo, pero para los que no quieran meterle tanto, yo les recomiendo que empiecen con 300.
A saco. Ey, hay que tirar la casa por la ventana. Un día es un día y si hay que meter 1000 euritos, se meten. Sé que en algunos países es mucho dinero, pero hacer trading con 1000 euros no vas a llegar muy lejos. ¿Vale? Ni con 300, lo siento.
Y tú, en tu caso, tienes que seleccionar 50.000. Que 50.000 es lo máximo. Papi, ¿estás seguro? El que no está seguro soy yo.
Una cosa que igual no os habéis dado cuenta. Este reto parte de la idea de que Dominguero va a tradear con poquito y su ayudante, el amigo, va a tradear con 50.000 pavos de Dominguero. ¿Cómo van a hacerlo? No se puede. Todo parece indicar que el chaval se ha abierto una cuenta a su nombre, Dominguero se ha abierto una cuenta a su nombre, que va a mandar Dominguero 50.000 pavos a este chaval para que lo meta en un broker. No se puede. Ya os digo, esto es blanqueo de capitales. No sé si es el término jurídico exacto, pero esto de andar, yo te doy dinero para que tú lo metas en esta cuenta de trading, luego lo retiro, no sé qué tal, no van a hacer nada. Es a lo que me refiero. Que esto es todo una fachada para daros la sensación de que ellos están en el reto. Y el único interés es que hagáis cuenta en ese broker que no recomendaría ni a su abuela. Probablemente Dominguero, si ve que su abuela está tradeando ahí, le dice: abuela, ¿qué está haciendo usted? Váyase a otro sitio, por favor.
Descargarse la aplicación MetaTrader. Entonces vamos a ir al Apple Store. MetaTrader.
MetaTrader y separa el nombre. Es que es un grande, tío. Me encanta. Ya está. Ahí entras dentro. A ver, eurodólar, el spread 0,7448, 0,7467. 1,9 puntos de spread. Joder. Es caro. Confirmado.
$1000 con los cuales yo voy a empezar. Y él tiene ahí sus $50.000. ¡Qué envidia, perro!
¿Veis a lo que me refiero, no? Él tiene $50.000. No sé si el chaval tendrá $50.000, pero daba la sensación al principio de que no. Entonces, Dominguero no puede ingresar dinero a nombre de otra persona desde sus propias tarjetas. Esto lo sabréis todos, ¿no? Esto no está permitido. Tú cuando haces un ingreso en un broker, incluso aunque no esté regulado en Seychelles, te van a pedir que el dinero venga de una cuenta a tu nombre. Vamos, esto en todo el planeta. Así que esto es otra prueba más de que esto es puro humo. No están haciendo nada. Seguramente sea una cuenta demo o, como son afiliados del broker y habrán llegado a un acuerdo, les habrán dicho: oye, créame estas cuentas y esto conlleva un peligro que ellos pueden pintar lo que sea.
Entonces, en este caso es un ejemplo porque no hemos lanzado el grupo en español. Esto es directamente con el mentor. Entonces, por ejemplo, dice: hoy han enviado buy limit XAUUSD. Probablemente...
¿Por qué tapan lo de arriba el nombre? ¿Ves? Son cosas tan raras.
Aquí van a encontrar un número que es el lote. Básicamente nosotros vamos a poner 0,10. También les vamos a estar recomendando qué cifras tenemos que poner. Y esto lo
Esto ya son recomendaciones directas de inversión. Domingo. No, Juan Carlos, ¿no se llama? O que ten mucho cuidado con lo que se recomienda. Decirle a una persona qué operar, qué activo, con qué tamaño, en base al tamaño de su cuenta. No. Muy mal asunto, ¿eh? Quizás te dejen lanzar señales genéricas, como lo que han hecho antes, pero cuando ya matizas tanto, en base al capital de la cuenta de las personas, aquí ya pasamos ciertas líneas, ¿eh? Hay que tener cuidado. Yo lo digo por ellos. Pero vamos, broker no regulado, clientes principalmente de Latinoamérica que, lo siento, pero estoy bastante desprotegidos en ese sentido, pues no pasará nada.
Vamos a estar explicando...
Y 0,1 teniendo 1000 en cuenta, bueno, estás apalancándote 10 veces, no es poco, no es una locura, nos ha dicho. Hay que tener cuidado, más o menos estás ganando $1 por cada pip que se mueva el precio.
Más
en el caso del eurodólar, esto está por el
adelante,
euro.
por eso $1000 es lo que recomendamos y vamos a estar comprando, pero con una inversión de $300 a $1000 es lo que recomendamos.
Que recomiendas 0,1 con una inversión de $300, es decir, apalancarte 33 veces. Bien, qué bien. Total, como puedas apalancarte hasta 1000, ¿verdad? Mucho peligro en todas estas cosas. Sobre todo porque no te dice, la gente que le siga no está sabiendo qué está manejando. No sabe que 0,1 son $10.000 de inversión y tiene 300 en la cuenta. Está apalancando mucho y corre el riesgo de que en un giro no muy grande empiece a perder bastante. Y ya depende ahí de la persona si cierra o no. Que te dan señales, pero tú cuando empiezas a verlo en rojo, gente que no sabe lo va a mantener, la mayoría, y muchos van a perder dinero. Pero todo esto se omite.
Tienen que estar atentos al Telegram porque cuando se envíen las señales hay que meterle rápido porque si no el mercado puede fluctuar muy rápido. En este caso ellos ya ganaron.
Vaya palo de spread, macho.
Entonces le voy a dar a cerrar tan solo para que puedan ver en este video cómo sacar beneficios. Vamos a cerrar y voilà, close profit. Diría que es sencillo, pero no es sencillo porque alguien va a estar estudiando las gráficas por ustedes y
Alguien que tiene un conflicto de intereses bestial con vosotros. Es decir, que lo que quiere es que operéis como locos y le da igual si ganáis o perdéis.
no les estamos prometiendo aquí que va a ser fácil, no les estoy prometiendo que va a ser regalado, no les estoy prometiendo que de la noche a la mañana se van a hacer ricos. Es un...
Es verdad, es verdad. Solo es un reto de 300 a 50.000 dólares en 30 días. Es verdad. Él nos avisa, nos está avisando.
Sí, es un proceso y es un reto muy ambicioso, por eso que van a ser 30 días. Él va a empezar con mucho más capital, yo voy a empezar con menos, pero yo tengo más gestión de riesgo, tengo más educación financiera, yo tengo muchísimas cosas que a mí me ayudan, que no están solo el dinero.
Vale, Domin.
Entonces ahí vamos a estar viendo realmente su ambición, su gestión de riesgo y todo esto, que son cosas que importan muchísimo en el mundo del trading. Entonces no estamos dando falsas promesas, es una oportunidad muy grande para muchísimas personas.
Esto de que es una oportunidad, las oportunidades no se te plantean en un vídeo en YouTube de un chico al que sigues porque te enseña coches y unas pocas fiestas. Si no te va a parecer una oportunidad de negocio en la vida, lo siento, bueno, ya lo sabréis casi todos, cualquiera que tenga dos dedos de frente. Oportunidades te surgen de otra forma, yo qué sé, trabajando, dedicándote a algo y conociendo gente del sector y yo qué sé, haciendo migas, haciendo contactos, quizás, esto sí, pero no viendo a un chaval en su casa como te dice que te vayas a un broker en las Seychelles, te apalanques 1000 veces, metas $300 para ganar 50.000 en un mes. Parece un chiste, pero no lo es, está ocurriendo y lo estamos viendo. Es su narrativa, yo entiendo que Dominguero va por esta línea siempre y seguramente su público es muy joven. Por eso hay que hacer estos vídeos, para informar a ese público también. Si llegáis alguno por aquí, podéis hacer una cosa. Si no os gusta lo que digo, en los comentarios podéis dejar vuestro insulto favorito, pero créeme, que no te voy a vender nada. Y aquí los únicos que van a ganar dinero, pues es Dominguero, que a mí me da que el otro es un poco la excusa, porque no ha hablado ni mencionado palabra, el trader, y son ellos los que están detrás, que han un canal en Telegram, esconden todo y todo el dinero para ellos. En fin, vamos a acabar esta parte.
El trading y pues ahora sí cómo funciona. Han sido varias horas de trabajo, pero ¿ya te quedó claro, papi?
Ya estamos listos.
Cualquier cosa le llamamos trabajo hoy día, ¿eh?
Para que vean que aquí hay pura transparencia, aquí van los $50.000 con los que tú vas a empezar. Yo tan solo voy a empezar con un billetito, entonces...
Ah, bueno, se lo ha dado en mano. Vale. Entonces ya sí, ahora ya como lo estamos viendo, el otro va a meter esto en su cuenta.
Tanto mis carros como mi dinero es tuyo a partir de hoy. Y pues te deseo lo mejor, a ver si pues quién demuestra de qué lado roza la truza y a ver si utilizas todo lo que... Tienes una gran ventaja porque...
El otro yo creo que es el vecino. Le ha dicho, oye, tú vente aquí, que voy a hacer un vídeo de esto y tú sonríe. Acelera un poco con el coche, tráete tu mejor reloj. De que son 200, aunque no lo sean.
Tienes mucho más dinero, pero al final y al cabo vamos a demostrar si realmente se
El colega está mirando el dinero y dice, echa a correr y este chaval ya no me coge.
Gana dinero con el conocimiento o con el dinero, ¿no? Tú tienes un atajo, yo tengo el conocimiento de muchos años de experiencia, de estar trabajando con traders, entonces yo creo que tengo...
Pero que sí, al final resulta que Dominguero es trader otra vez. Pues nada, oye, pues venga, empresario, trader, tíos, pluriempleado, así se acaba con el paro.
Las de ganar, pero ustedes déjenme saber en los comentarios quién creen que vaya a hacer más dinero.
Qué suerte la mía. Tu solicitud para unirte al canal fue aprobada. Qué suerte hemos tenido, chicos. Muchísimas personas han duplicado su dinero en tan solo unos días. ¿Quieres ser tu propio jefe? Esta semana van a aceptar 10 personas, además...
Estoy súper feliz porque la estamos rompiendo en el grupo VIP de trading. De hecho, nos ha ido tan bien que hemos decidido abrir 10 plazas más para todos aquellos que nos están pidiendo, pero para ello necesitan dos requisitos súper sencillos. Primero de todo, necesitas tener $300 americanos listos para invertir, o que es aproximadamente unos 5.000 pesos mexicanos, y ser mayor de edad, es decir, tener más de 18
¿Qué es lo que está pasando? Que mucha gente o no tiene dinero o es menor de edad.
años. Si tú cumples estos requisitos y te quieres unir, lo único que tienes que hacer es contactar a la cuenta que les voy a dejar aquí abajo, que es de pobre a millonario, para entrar a este reto y empezar a facturar. Así que por allá los veo.
Luego que no te prometen nada, pero si quieren duplicar su dinero hoy y transformar su cuenta de 300 a $600, manden un mensaje a mi equipo de apoyo y les van a explicar cómo conseguirlo. Pero no te prometen nada. Alguien esto no es estafa, pero no.
en eso, la conversión del Lambo, pero estoy muy emocionado porque se abrieron los mercados y ya tenemos todas las señales en el grupo VIP, donde les estamos dando las indicaciones de comprar y vender.
En fin, no sabía que iba a ser esto lo que me habían pasado. Está vendido ya totalmente el chaval. Le da igual, va a cara descubierta. Y, en fin. Nada, ¿qué deciros? ¿Qué os puedo decir? ¿Qué puedo recomendaros yo? Un chico random de internet que ha trabajado en brokers y se dedica al trading. Pues os puedo recomendar, lo primero, no ir a este broker. Lo segundo,
You can use something like a turkey baster and blow water, whoops, down into the trap. So I'm just gonna fill it up with water first. Go like this. See, I'm just blowing water in. So I'm hoping that's coming out. I hope you can see all those eggs that I was able to get out of that moss. Now what you could do is you could remove these eggs and hatch them in another enclosure if you wanted. That's what I used to do. But now, all I do is I leave them in here and then I'll just let them hatch in here. There we go. Now you can really see the eggs. You can see the good eggs have a nice yolk on the inside. They should be pretty clear. Honestly, all these look pretty good. The cleaner you keep this enclosure, the better off the eggs are going to do. You could remove them and hatch them somewhere else. The one drawback to this system is it does not discriminate between poop and eggs. So you might get a lot of poop in your enclosure. But this is going to start collecting eggs, you know, every day automatically until they start to hatch. And all I'm going to do, come down here 2-3 times a day with a little bit of fry powder right in the top of this container. I'm going to pay attention to this sponge that I've cut because I want this sponge to stay nice and clean. So every once in a while I can remove it, let stuff flow through, or my favorite method for cleaning it is literally just mashing it down with your finger a couple of times. It'll get all the gunk out of the sponge, keep water flow nice and quick coming through there. Because what happens is, if this gets overflown, then the second means of water flow will be right here where this little notch is cut out. And if that happens, you're going to lose some fry because fry are going to fall into the main tank and probably get eaten right away. Now, once these hatch, I'm going to start feeding them. Once I have a decent amount and they're starting to grow a little bit and I start to think that, like, okay, I still see eggs hatching, but now I feel like they're getting eaten, I'm going to take this, move it over here. I'm just going to swap them. So this one's going to come over here because it's empty, and this one's going to come over here because it's full, and the process continues. As a demonstration, I'll move some eggs from the left breeder box to the right and hatch them out using methylene blue. You can use this method if you're struggling with a lot of egg fungus and maybe your hatch rates aren't very good. It's a proven method for that. Just make sure that you get that methylene blue out as soon as you can after the fry hatch. Alright, it's been somewhere around 2 to 3 weeks, and I thought I'd just show you the progress that we're making with this current batch. On the left is just fry that have hatched from eggs dropping into this container. I haven't done anything else with it but feed it. And on the right, I decided to try a little experiment. I took some eggs from this container, put them in here with some methylene blue. You can do this if you're getting a lot of eggs that are fungusing up and you're just having a hard time with your hatch rates. That might improve the hatch rates. But what I've noticed is we've got decent hatch rates in both boxes. So this first box here has a really good amount of fry in it. And they're getting to the point now where they're starting to eat some baby brine shrimp. Just starting to eat some baby brine shrimp. They're still tiny, tiny, tiny. But you can see I've got quite a bit in here. I have thrown a little bit of moss in there. Gives them a little bit of cover, and there might be some microorganisms they can snack on. I also like to put, once you're done hatching eggs and you're just growing out fry, I like to put some ram's horn snails in here. They're really good at keeping the bottom clean. Look how clean that bottom is still. I haven't even vacuumed this one time. I've never siphoned it or anything. Yeah, there's a little bit of mold back here, but I'm going to show you the other box that doesn't have ram's horn snails, and it looks way different. So this is the second box. I hatched these all out with methylene blue. I only collected them for like 2 days, so there's not going to be as many in here. I think if I collected them for a few more days, you'd see a lot more. There's still a decent amount of fry in here. I didn't put any ram's horn snails on the bottom of this, and you can see how much dirtier it is. The ram's horn snails really do a nice job of keeping the bottom clean. Gives you even less, chores to worry about as far as siphoning the bottom of these. And yeah, there's still a decent amount of fish in this one too. Not as many, but like I said, this is probably about 2 days worth of fish, maybe 3. And at this point, we're just gonna let these guys get to a healthy size before we move them to another tank. Let them get pretty decent where I don't think they're gonna get predated on. And I just feed them, well, really you should feed them 3 to 4 times a day, ideally. Any fry this small should be eating a ton. But I'll show you what I do twice a day just because of my busy schedule. I don't have time to come down here 4 times a day. I'm lucky to come down here twice a day. I'd say that's a minimum though, when you're feeding fry like this, twice a day at least. All I do is I just put a little fry powder in the top of this container, and I'll show you how I do it. So right now, I'm using golden pearls, 5 to 50 micron. I get this from kensfish.com. I think it's basically just baby brine shrimp. Seems to be doing really well for me. And all I do, you can see it's just like a powder, right? Very, very fine powder. All I do is I take the end of a paintbrush like this, and I just dab it in there until I get a little bit on the end of my paintbrush, and I come over here and I just flick it on top of the container once, like this. See that? You can barely notice there's a little bit of food on top of the water. We're gonna try this again. We're gonna try to get a good shot of it. See that? Just a little bit, that's all you need. I am hatching out baby brine shrimp every day, so I'll also throw a tiny bit of baby brine shrimp in there, and that's just to see if they're ready to eat it. I have noticed that there are some in here that are eating it already, which is cool. You'll see like a little orange basketball belly when they're eating it. Thank you guys so much for watching. I hope this gives you some good ideas on things you can do in your fish room.
for example, 60. Let me take a look. So let's see. So, for example, I guess you're saying if you push into 64K, so it's not the amount of times that you hit the level. This is common misconception. I think this is like kind of like elementary TA is taught that way. It's where it's like, I don't know. Like for support and resistance, a lot of people say like the more times you hit it, the stronger it gets. That's not how I look at it, right? Like there's nothing in the world like that. I saw some video that said why support and resistance works. Don't take that the wrong way. But it's like, I don't know. Like some people, I look at it as the more time, like some people say the more times it hits, the stronger it is. That doesn't really make sense to me because in my opinion, the more times you tap it, the more likely it is to break through. But that's not what I pay attention to. I'm never looking at a resistance level saying, oh, we hit it 1, 2, 3, 4 times. Now it's going to break through. That's not how I look at it. What I look at is confirmation. So for example, for this short position, which was in the premium Discord. We did take this short. What I was looking for here was 2 things. We were looking for swing failure patterns, which, again, is another entry confirmation, which I'm not going to go over today just because I want to save time because we got to get to the giveaways, and we will take a quick look at AVAX. But we were looking for an SFP. Some of you guys know what that is. Some of you guys don't. But on top of a bearish divergence, right? So I'm not looking at this saying, hey, 64K, now I'm going to take a short because we hit it twice. When you see a bearish divergence, this is one of the, and we're going to make a beginner series video. By the way, no beginner series video this week, guys. It was busy with price action and the trading this week. So I will try to get one out next week. And we will make one about divergences. This is one of the simplest patterns that you can look for. It's not really a pattern, but the most simple setups you can look for a pullback or a reversal in the market, up or down. So for a bear div, you want to see higher highs on price action and lower highs on your momentum waves. This shows you that price is climbing while momentum is leaving, right? So that's your discrepancy between the price action and the momentum oscillator. That kind of doesn't make sense. If momentum's coming down and price is coming up, that's called the divergence. These things are diverging, right? It's just simple divergence. And that is your discrepancy, and that is oftentimes where you see price coming to the downside, and it could indicate many different things. But there's different types of divergences. You can look at liquidation divergences, delta divergences. You can look at tons of different stuff. But for me, I look for them on Market Cipher B, which is like a momentum divergence. You could also, if you don't have Market Cipher and you don't have money to spend on a premium indicator like Market Cipher, obviously I highly recommend them. You can save 20% with our discount code MCFrank20, but you can look for these divergences. You don't need a paid indicator to find these. You could simply just look up the RSI or the Relative Strength Index, and you could find the same divergences. You can see we have lower highs on the RSI as well. So you could look at them on the RSI as well. I just tend to look at mine on Market Cipher because that's just what I use, right? Because I use Market Cipher for other things. But we see that divergence. That's the first indication that you could probably get a pullback, and that's what we look for, right? You don't just short random bear divs. There's context is very important. However, that's more what I would look at. I would look at something like a divergence, or I would need an entry trigger to enter a short, not just an amount of taps on a resistance level. So shout out to Maddie. Hopefully that answers your question. All right, let's continue on here. Echelon Prime, we could check that out. Bada boom, bada bing. Yeah, hidden divergences. Shout out to JP. I have a divergence video on the channel. I don't want to spend too much more time on this because we do have to get we have to move on. But if you check out the videos on the channel, I believe in my divergence video I talk about hidden divergences. Also on the Frankie Candles Essentials indicator. I'm just gonna pull this randomly. Right? If you're looking for a these are marked out on my indicator as well. These are regular divergences. I have it set to just show regular divs, but if you come into the settings, I think by default they're already set on. You could show hidden divergences as well, right? And then you could see hidden divergence there. Maybe not. But yeah, it will mark out the hidden divergences as well. But yeah, go check out that video. I cover what they are, how to find them. For me, I typically look at hidden divergences on bigger time frames, to be honest. And it's not that they don't play out on smaller time frames. Regular divergences just pop out to me more, to be quite honest with you. Let's see. Yeah, and once you look at them long enough, you'll be able to see them very easily, right? or regular divergences. For whatever reason, hidden divergences, you're just looking for different moves, right? You're looking for, let me see. Come up to a daily. So for example, this is not a, I'm trying to find a hidden bull div here. So for example, I'll just draw one out for you, right? So for a hidden bull div, really what you want to see is if this is your price, I'm going to draw new price action. You would look for a low and a higher low. And then on your oscillator, you would want, I'll just draw the oscillator, right? So for a hidden bull div, you would want to see a, on the oscillator, you would want to see a low and a low and a lower low, right? So that would be your hidden bull div, right? But again, I don't really even, these for some reason don't pop out to me. I could spot regular divs at the drop of a hat. Like I could literally look at a chart and be like, bull div, bull div, bull div. But again, I trade regular divs more than hidden. But it doesn't mean that they don't work. It's just like my style, I guess. Let's see. I saw Divergence. It was a good film. Shout out to you, bro. Let's see. Bada boom, bada bing. One pump said NPC hidden bull div chart. Shout out to you, bro. Yeah, once you know what to look for, it is pretty easy to spot them. So like yeah, that's not even a good example, but yeah, just what I drew, right? Like, should I just find one? Like if this momentum wave was lower like this, that would be like a hidden bull div. So there you go. All right, let's continue on here. Bada boom. All right, let's take a look at AVAX real quick. We're getting sidetracked here, but I'm just trying to spit as much sauce as I can on the live stream, guys. And we'll get into the giveaways in just a minute. So stick around for some free crypto. All right, so AVAX, daily green dot. We'll see what happens here. Now, AVAX is in a little bit of a different situation than Bitcoin, in my opinion, because based off this volume profile, we've gone above the high, gone to the low, and now we are just getting above the POC and flipping the POC to support. So the next stop would probably be the value area high at 28.67. Right here, 28.67. That's what I would look for if you continue up off that green dot. Checking money flow on the 90-minute. You'll probably cool off, right? You're overbought here. VWAP is coming down. Once you get that red dot, probably going to get a cool off. But if this money flow continues into the green on the 90-minute with that daily green dot, I would expect a higher low and a continuation to the upside. But for right now, the range to watch on AVAX is value area low at 24.81, POC at 25.84, value area high at 28.66. I know that was fast, but you can rewind and then pause, write it down, pause, write it down, pause, write it down. Shout out to the Mafia. Let's see. Okay. How about them giveaways? Shout out to Tyler Jordan. Yeah, let's go ahead and get into these giveaways, guys. Tyler, I assume you probably already dropped the link for the video. Let me know. Oh, wait, hang on. Shout out to One Pump. One Pump said NPC looks very bullish. I thought you were saying NPC hidden bull div chart. I thought you were saying like it was like an NPC chart because it's easy to just see the divs spotting on the chart without having to look for them. That's funny. Still stands true though. All right, let's see. Bada boom, bada bing. I do believe. Let's see, where are we at on 460 on the likes? Not too shabby, not too shabby. Not quite 550, but not too shabby. Shout out to Tyler Durden. Hey, let me scroll back down to current chat. Okay, yeah, Bitcoin bounces. So there is the video, guys. We got 10 bags of ADA, 4 hats, and $100 in Solana. Let's go. So yeah, go ahead and drop a like and a comment on that video. You got 30 seconds. So drop a like and a comment on that video before we pull the link. 30 seconds on the clock, starting now. I'm gonna take a sip of the ass-sacking cactus moss water, like I need it. New people in the chat be like, "Yo, this guy does not need any kind of energy." Smash that like button. Shout out to Bullish Juice. Thank you for saying that, bro. Smash that like button, guys. Smash it up. Smash it up. prize, bro. You're winner number 4. Let's get it. You're getting a free bag of Ada. Who's it going to be? Who's it going to be? Karachi Man. Karachi Man. Not Karate Man. Karachi Man. And he says, COQ. Shout out to you. To the moon, bro. I do still hold my COQ. How is that doing, guys? Is COQ gone to 0? I don't even pay attention to it. My meme coins, I'm just holding. I hope they pump. If they dump, they dump. Big deal. Oh, I am still... I'll probably break even on my COQ. I got in really good price on COQ. It hit all 3 of our targets, though. Look at that. TA is magic, guys. Target 1, target 2, target 3, and target 3 just happened to be the top. We were hoping it wasn't going to be the top, but that was target 3. Do we have target 4? No. All right, well, shout out to you, bro. COQ to the moon. Hopefully, you know, shout out to AVAX. Hopefully we do wind up getting that to, hopefully we do wind up. But there we go. Shout out to Karachi Man. I think you're winner number 5. Shout out to Karachi Man. Winner number 6. Cardano boy. Cardano boy. Winner number 7. You're on speed run. Speed pull. Trust Crypto 8. Frankie 2024. Let's go. I will. Oh, what a nightmare that. Boy is 6. So, Trust Crypto is 7. Let's go. Shout out to Tower Durden. Literally one of the sharpest. Tower does not drop. Tower does not miss. Shout out to Bruce. Yeah, shout out to Trust Crypto. Send you free back at Ada. Winner number 8 is going to be Curtis Neal. Telgi, super close. Love these videos, Frankie. Shout out to Telgi. I appreciate it. You are winner number 8. Winner number 9. Who's it going to be? Who's it going to be? Juice World for life. Bing bong. Shout out to you, bro. Bro, you win a lot of giveaways. You're like the new Lucho. Lucho comes in and tries to make the giveaways. That's a lot, too. But Juice World for life has been quite for a long time. He says bing bong. I say hit that Discord. You know what to do, bro. You're winner. Low key me watching chat for Tyler's reassurance here. Juice is 9. All right, winner number 10 for the bag of 8 is Edward Webb Jr. Shout out to you, bro. Said, please BTC bounce to the downside. Shout out. Oh, I guess you got your wish. Edward. So shout out to you. Your winner number 10. Snuck in last minute to get that last projection. Yes, go ahead and claim your spots. And now we're going to move on to the match, guys. We have all the different colors and features. Yes, they are flavored. They're scratch and sniff. I'm just kidding. We do have many different colors, guys. I don't know which ones are in the giveaway. It's kind of up to Tyler. I don't know how he does that. But I don't know. Maybe it's at random. So I get a pink hat. I'm just kidding. I don't know. Anyway, guys, it's Friday. I'm losing my mind here. 4 winners. Winner number 1 for the Frankie Candles hat. Who's it gonna be? Jay Violet's gotta get a pink hat. Jay Violet, I mean, unless she wants a different color. That was kind of assumptual of me, huh? Well, anyway, I bet you she asked for a pink one. That's my guess. But shout out to Jay Violet. Let's go. You deserve this, Jay Violet. You've been in here for quite a while, putting in the work on the live streams, tuning in every single day. Jay Violet, let us know.
Buenos días a todos, chavales y chavalas del trading. Hoy a todos os traigo un vídeo sobre un indicador muy importante que a pesar de todo no es tan conocido. Un indicador muy similar a lo que son medias móviles en cuanto a representación, ahora lo veréis, pero que nos da una información muchísimo más importante. Vamos a poder jugar bastante con él, hacer diferentes combinaciones con otros complementos que utilicemos. Y como siempre, la idea de este vídeo es enseñaros nuevas herramientas que podáis implementar en vuestro trading para mejorar lo que es la operativa. Que ya sabéis que no es un camino fácil, así que a ver si entre todos podemos ahorrarnos tiempo y sobre todo dinero. Hay bastante gente nueva en el canal. Yo aquí lo que estoy haciendo es impartir todo lo que sé, toda la información que he ido recogiendo a lo largo de bastantes años, a raíz de mi propia experiencia operando, pues seguir a otras personas de las que creo que se podía aprender, y debido a ello encontraréis en el canal bastantes cursos. Tenéis curso de análisis técnico, curso de opciones, que tengo que terminar, lo sé. Tenéis el curso de la estructura del mercado y ahora mismo estoy con el curso de Order Flow y Volume Profile. Voy a hacerlo despacito porque quiero hacerlo bastante bien. Os voy a ser sincero, estoy viendo cursos de otros vendecursos. Quiero intentar que este curso sea lo más completo posible para que nadie se gaste 2.000 euros en un curso de este tipo, porque aunque considero que es una información muy buena y que son herramientas que os pueden servir, sé de sobra, y yo os lo digo, que no es una herramienta que os vaya a hacer ganar dinero en sí, depende de más variables, sí que os va a ayudar, pero esta gente que os va a vender el curso os va a decir qué es lo que necesitas para ganar dinero, cuando es mentira. Así que aquí intento venir yo a poner un poquito de sensatez en todo esto y bueno, espero que os sirva. Estad al tanto, suscribiros, darle a me gusta para saber cuándo subo los cursos y lo de siempre, si tenéis sugerencias, comentarios, ponedlas aquí abajo. Si alguno quiere dejar algún insulto también lo puede dejar aquí abajo. Y por lo demás espero que os resulte interesante lo que vamos a ver ahora mismo. Como siempre vamos a ver el índice para que sepáis lo que os vais a encontrar y a partir de ahí pues todo el desarrollo de la presentación. Ahora nos vemos. Bueno, dicho y hecho, esta es la imagen de presentación. El VWAP, ahora vais a ver lo que es, aquí os traigo un gráfico que se ve representado visualmente, es esta línea azul que veis aquí, no os preocupéis que ahora la veremos en más detalle. El índice, lo que vamos a ver es qué es el VWAP, este indicador, etc. La fórmula, cómo está construida, no es estrictamente necesario, pero creo que es bueno saber de dónde venimos para saber dónde vamos, y esto pasa por conocer lo que es la fórmula, cómo está construida una herramienta. Vamos a hacer una comparativa muy breve, muy simple del VWAP contra una media móvil. Como os he dicho al principio, tiene una representación visual muy parecida, pero no indican lo mismo. La razón de ser del VWAP, porque creo que os puede servir, porque creo que es útil y porque estoy haciendo este vídeo, al fin y al cabo. ¿Cómo podemos usarlo? Nada sirve si tenemos una herramienta y no sabemos usarla, ¿verdad? Pero aquí hay varias ideas muy simples, pero como ya sabéis y como os digo siempre, estoy a depender de vosotros cómo utilicéis las herramientas y la información que yo os doy aquí. En cómo podemos usarlo, una de ellas es las desviaciones estándar del VWAP, aquí las pongo varios ejemplos y solo. Luego un poquito los pros y contras, porque no es solo todo lo que reduce, de lo que es del VWAP. Así que creo que con esto no me dejo todo. Como siempre, aparte de lo que yo ya sé, me he informado para ver otro tipo de guías, etcétera, y todas van por esta línea. Creo que esta es bastante completa. Nada, si tenéis alguna información que añadir, pues dejad en los comentarios, ¿vale? Yo encantado. Bueno, VWAP son las siglas en inglés, VWAP, que viene de Volume Weight Average Price, que en español la traducción sería algo así como el precio medio ponderado por el volumen. Ahora vais a ver por qué. Es una referencia, ¿vale? Es un benchmark que nos permite observar de una forma muy fácil, muy simple, muy cómoda, al igual que una media móvil, la tendencia que tiene el precio y que también, a la vez, esta es la clave y una de las diferencias con las medias móviles, nos da una información muy importante sobre el interés por parte de los participantes en esos precios. Recordad, si ya habéis visto el curso de estructura del precio, de teoría de la subasta, etcétera, si no lo habéis visto, vedlos, voy a ver si luego consigo poner aquí arriba la típica pestañita para que os salga el curso, a ver si no se me olvida. Álvaro, ponla. El interés es el valor, es la aceptación, es, en resumen, el volumen. Una zona con mucho volumen, podemos presumir que hay cierta aceptación, cierto interés por parte de compradores y vendedores por comprar. en esos niveles, al menos por el momento. Veros el curso de teoría de la subasta porque esto lo menciono bastante y después el de estructura del precio. Su representación es parecida a una media móvil y sus datos son, como en los indicadores técnicos, retrasados, ¿vale? Están lagueados. Esto es uno de los problemas. ¿Por qué? Porque a medida que... porque es un indicador que es una línea, pero la última parte va variando, sube, se mantiene o baja a medida que va saliendo el volumen, ¿vale? A medida que se va representando en esos niveles de precio. Lo mismo pasaría con una media móvil. Una media móvil, el último precio puede subir, puede bajar o puede mantenerse según cómo sea el precio de cierre de esta vela, el close, ¿vale? Este close va cambiando hasta que esta vela esté terminada del todo. Va a depender si estamos en 5 minutos, 30 minutos, 1 hora, lo que sea, ¿no? Entonces una vela de 1 hora tarda bastante en cerrarse y mientras tanto pues la media móvil puede estar subiendo, luego parece que se queda plana y luego hay otras ocasiones en las que parece que cae, ¿no? Según lo que haga el precio en este tramo, que igual ha hecho así. Entonces esto tenedlo en cuenta, ¿vale? Esto creo que es clave para no dejarnos llevar por indicadores porque no es todo tan sencillo, ojalá lo fuera. Aquí tenéis un VWAP representado, esta es la plataforma TradingView, os lo pongo aquí, lo tenéis en la descripción, ¿vale? Yo es la que uso sobre todo para graficar, tenéis versión gratuita, ¿vale? Yo utilizo la de pago porque me deja ver el perfil de volumen, bueno, tiene muchas otras herramientas, creo que está bastante bien y es barata, ¿vale? Es esta línea azul. Normalmente lo más útil es utilizarla durante la sesión, ¿vale? Este es el futuro del mini, ¿vale? Del índice americano, el Standard Poor's 500, y generalmente te va a graficar desde el open de madrugada, lo que es el overnight, hasta el cierre de la sesión por la noche, ¿vale? Noche si vives en España, depende de dónde vivas, tarde si estás en Latinoamérica, Estados Unidos, etc. Fijaros, ahora os voy a explicar cómo está constituido, ¿vale? Cómo va y funciona a veces bastante bien de soporte, ¿no? Esto puede ser una tendencia alcista, una breve tendencia alcista, ruptura, una tendencia fuerte bajista. Aquí no, aquí parece que está roto varias veces. ¿Qué es esto? Pues aquí tenemos un pequeño canal lateral con una ruptura al alza, sin éxito, vuelta al canal, etc., ¿no? Aquí parece que coge un poco el rango, pero nada, para abajo. Entonces, como veis, es muy similar a una media móvil, pero ahora vamos a ver qué es lo que le caracteriza. Se pueden usar en el periodo que queráis, recomiendo usarlo en periodos completos. A esto me refiero que no hagáis un VWAP de 1 hora. ¿Vale? No tiene sentido porque no vas a coger el contexto. Lo más recomendable es coger sesión diaria, ¿vale? Aunque podéis tener un VWAP semanal, mes, para haceros una idea del nivel relevante, ¿vale? Pero a partir de pues ya deja de tener tanta relevancia. Esto es más, en mi opinión, más útil para un corto plazo, quizás un medio. Para un largo creo que no es tan útil. Por eso digo que utilizad lo que queráis, pero sobre todo pues, buscar marcos temporales pequeños. Consenso, ¿no? La forma de leer este indicador es que cuando el precio está por encima, está en tendencia alcista, se encuentra por encima del VWAP. Aquí tenéis un ejemplo, tendencia alcista, y cuando el precio está por debajo del VWAP, el precio está en tendencia bajista. Este es un trozo del vídeo de la imagen que hemos visto antes, y podemos ver a continuación cómo el precio ya hacía así y el VWAP hacía así, ¿no? Pues mercado lateral en el que no hay direccionalidad, a pesar de que lo intentaba, pero el volumen pues, no se encuentra acompañando. Esta es la fórmula. El VWAP. Antes de nada, porque creo que me he apresurado, remarcar aquí que el VWAP lo que hace es, en cada nivel de precios, ¿vale? En cada tick de precio, ¿vale? Esto lo podéis modificar, podéis decirle al gráfico que lo haga cada 2 ticks, cada 3, cada 4, cada 10, como queráis. El tick es la variación mínima del precio de un activo, ¿vale? En el caso del Standard Poor's es de 0,25, ¿vale? En cada tick, en cada nivel de precios, lo que nos va a hacer es ponderar este precio por el volumen que ha habido en este nivel. ¿Qué supone esto? Pues que si el precio hace así y en esta zona el volumen ha sido bajísimo, ¿vale? Imaginaros un profile así, pero en esta zona el volumen ha sido altísimo, el VWAP que pueda ir por aquí, rápidamente, como ve que aquí tiene muchísimo volumen, va a dar más importancia a estos precios. ¿Por qué? Por la idea que hemos visto antes. el interés, el valor, ¿vale? Esto es lo que nos interesa, siempre ver dónde está el valor, al menos temporal, para los participantes, para los compradores y vendedores. Entonces el VWAP lo que va a hacer aquí rápidamente es algo así, va a subir rápido, bueno, más o menos, y ya se va a quedar por aquí. ¿Por qué? Porque estos precios, cuando el mercado se movía por aquí, había poco volumen, no eran precios muy... no había mucho interés en ellos. Hubo una subida y rápidamente aquí se ha negociado bastante, en esta zona. El VWAP rápidamente sube por la propia fórmula, ¿vale? Ahora la vais a ver. Espero que haya quedado claro. Aquí la tenéis que tener más fácil. Es el sumatorio del día, ¿no? Aquí suponemos que es en un día. El precio, el nivel de precios, 3.115. Ese es el nivel de precio en el caso del Standard & Poor's. Y lo que se hace es multiplicarse, aquí os lo dejo escrito, ¿vale? Los pasos, pero bueno, básicamente os los voy diciendo. Se multiplica por el volumen que ha habido en 3.115. Imaginaros que son, yo qué sé, 200 contratos, 1.000 contratos. Pues se multiplicaría y de esta forma tendríamos un valor. Haríamos el sumatorio de todo y lo dividiríamos entre el volumen total de toda la sesión, de todo el día, a medida que vaya ocurriendo, ¿vale? Si, por ejemplo, en este nivel, en 3.115, hemos tenido 823 contratos, igual en la sesión total ha habido, de momento, en todos los datos que tenemos hasta ahora, 24.505, ¿no? Pues este sería la cifra que pondríamos aquí abajo. Cuando esta vela haya terminado, cuando esta vela o cuando...
General John Stubbs and other senior DoD leaders to discuss the latest department efforts to support the federal, state, and local response. Additionally, Secretary Austin, Deputy Secretary Hicks, and Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General C.Q. Brown Jr., also participated in President Biden's White House meeting today with the Vice President, DHS Secretary, and other senior DoD leaders to discuss the response to Milton and ongoing relief for Helene. Because of efforts to prepare and evacuate, this was not a worst-case scenario, and the evacuation orders saved lives. As you know, Hurricane Milton impacted Florida as a Category 3 storm, and DoD took appropriate precautions in advance for our facilities based in Florida to ensure the safety and security of our personnel, their families, and our equipment. Of note, U.S. Special Operations Command and U.S. Central Command remain evacuated from MacDill Air Force Base and will re-enter when safe. The priority is the safety of personnel and their families and ensuring they have the resources they need as they recover from Hurricane Milton. Both commands continue to operate out of multiple locations, ensuring no degradation to operations. We'll provide updates as they become available. In terms of specific DoD actions, first I'll address our efforts related to Hurricane Milton, and then I'll turn to Hurricane Helene. As of this morning, the Florida National Guard has activated more than 6,500 guardsmen and mobilized 500 plus high water vehicles, 26 helicopters, and more than a dozen watercraft from a dozen states for the response and recovery mission following Hurricane Milton. In addition, another 3,000 National Guardsmen from 19 states are also ready to support. Also, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers has approximately 250 people supporting the response with temporary roof support, debris control, flood control, waterway clearance, and more. U.S. Northern Command and U.S. Army North have also have active duty forces and capabilities postured and ready to support FEMA when requested, to include up to 60 high water vehicles from Fort Stewart, Georgia, up to 100 U.S. Marines from Camp Lejeune, North Carolina, to provide support for urban search and rescue helicopters, plus light and medium rotary wing airlift aircraft from the 3rd Infantry Division, as well as command and control support capabilities. Additionally, NAS Whiting, Eglin Air Force Base, Moody Air Force Base, Fort Moore, and Fort Stewart have all been designated as staging areas for hurricane relief and support efforts. Turning to Hurricane Helene, the department's support for the U.S. government's combined response continues. The National Guard has approximately 5,000 guardsmen, 80 high water vehicles, and 50 helicopters from 17 states mobilized. More than 1,500 active duty members are deployed to North Carolina as well, working with federal, state, and local partners on the coordinated response effort. These active duty forces have been engaged in road clearing and commodity distribution, such as delivery of food and water. 18th Airborne Corps soldiers are currently conducting operations in 9 counties and have cleared 45 miles of roads in Haywood County, 28 miles in the town of Poplar, and 14 miles in Buncombe County. 7 active-duty CH-47s have flown a combined 37 hours in support of resupply missions, and overland commodities distribution continues using highly mobile infantry squad vehicles. In addition, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers has more than 550 personnel mobilized to 14 emergency operation centers across the region, supporting debris control, temporary power, infrastructure assessment, flood control, and safe waterways assessment. We'll continue to keep you updated on additional DoD support to both Hurricane Helene and Milton. And turning to a different part of the world, at the request of the government of the Philippines, the 3rd Marine Expeditionary Force and the USS Boxer are providing humanitarian assistance operations in the Philippines following Typhoon Krathon, known locally as Julian, which made landfall on September 30th. The U.S. military is providing air transport and other assistance, including transporting 98,000 pounds of supplies in coordination with the Armed Forces of the Philippines through the U.S. Department of Defense Overseas Humanitarian Disaster and Civic Aid Program. As always, the United States is committed to supporting our allies and partners in their times of need. For additional questions, I'd refer you to Indo-Pacific Command Public Affairs. And shifting gears, earlier today, Secretary Austin spoke with his United Kingdom counterpart, Secretary of State for Defense John Healey, to discuss defense-related issues of mutual interest between our two nations. A full readout of the call will be available later today on defense.gov. And finally, I'd like to wish an early happy birthday to the U.S. Navy, which is 249 years young this weekend. And with that, I'll take your questions. Go ahead. I think AP's not in the room today, but we'll go ahead and start right up front. Liz.
Thanks, Pat. Going back to Hurricane Helene, when did the FEMA request come in to send the active duty troops to North Carolina to help with recovery efforts?
Thanks for the question, Liz. I don't have any dates in front of me. I'm happy to take that question and we can get back to you. But I do know that we obviously responded very quickly after receiving the request. But again, I'll take that question.
And now I have a National Guard response request from Hurricane Helene. Initially, only 300 North Carolina National Guard troops were activated. That's compared to the 6,500 National Guard troops for Florida, which you just highlighted. Why the difference in the responses to each hurricane?
Well, look, I think, every state is going to look at what its requirements, and as I highlighted right now, I mean, you've got upwards of 5,000 National Guard. It's also activated to support response efforts across the Southeast, to include North Carolina. It's also important to understand that, just like I highlighted, you're going to have multiple states that are going to be supporting that effort, as is the case in North Carolina. The other thing, too, is keeping in mind that, it's not like you're necessarily going to have forces just sitting in locations without knowing the track of the storm, where they're most needed. You need to do this in a way that's synchronized and integrated with a broader effort in order not to create additional problems in the midst of a crisis and an emergency. So as FEMA and as the state of North Carolina work closely together to identify what requirements were, of course, those capabilities were rapidly put online and rushed to the areas where they're needed most. And again, with the size and the scope of Hurricane Milton, certainly as we saw that coming, we were able to, again, from a whole of government standpoint, look at what we needed to do to be ready to respond. Does it mean that, you're going to need all those forces in all those places? Maybe not. But again, you're going to try to make sure that what you're not doing is adding to problems, but that you're being additive to supporting solutions.
And I just have one last question. Vice presidential candidate J.D. Vance wrote an op-ed criticizing Hurricane Helene relief efforts, and specifically the DoD's response. He said it was delayed. He compared it to the Obama administration only taking 2 days to authorize active duty troops to send them to Haiti for that recovery effort from the earthquake, as opposed to the 6 days it took for Secretary Austin to sign FEMA's request to authorize these active duty trips to North Carolina. Do you think that's fair to compare? What do you think of that characterization?
Yeah, so a couple things. So first of all, as I'm sure you can appreciate, I'm not going to wade into the political campaign or comment on remarks or op-eds by political candidates. It just wouldn't be appropriate. What I will say is, from a DoD standpoint, I can 100% guarantee you that we we'll lean as far forward as we can to be prepared to respond to requests from FEMA and our state and local partners. And this is no exception. So I think, as I highlighted, we have forces on the ground actively supporting our fellow Americans in their time of need, and we're going to continue to do that. Tony.
Let me ask you about Israel and conversations between the Secretary and his counterpart in Israel and the sharing of information about what comes next. You know, the world's on pins and needles about whether or when Israel may strike Iran. What's the tenor of the conversation and frequency between either the E-ring here and Secretary Austin and his counterpart?
Yeah, so your last question there. I mean, as you know, Secretary Austin and Minister Gallant have a close working relationship. They talk frequently. I don't have any new calls to read out since the last one, but as one could imagine, I'm sure there will be one again in the near future, and again, we'll read that out. As we have been from the beginning, those conversations are very focused on the situation in the Middle East, the tensions in the Middle East, the defense of Israel, but also looking at ways to ensure that what we're seeing there does not escalate into a wider regional conflict, and to work toward a diplomatic resolution of the tensions. So I can tell you from a U.S. perspective, that doesn't change. We continue to seek the conditions to enable a ceasefire in Gaza and a reduction of the tensions along the Israel-Lebanon border so that folks can return back to their homes.
Can I ask you, are they sharing at all their intentions for a potential retaliatory strike on Iran, even in the broadest of detail?
Yeah, I mean, as we've highlighted, we're certainly talking with Israel about their next steps as it relates to any type of response from Iran's 1 October attack, but I'm not going to speak for Israel in terms of what they may or may not do. I'd refer you to them.
Are they going to give you a heads up of some kind of imminent action? Did they make any commitment on that?
Yeah. Again, I'd refer you to Israel to talk about what they may or may not do. Tony, we're going to continue to keep the lines of communication open for all the reasons that I highlighted. Joseph.
Thanks. Just staying on Israel, and then I have a second on the Houthis. So today we saw, or the UN peacekeeping force in Lebanon said that the Israeli army military deliberately targeted their bases, their watchtowers on multiple occasions in the past 24 hours. There was also videos that the Israelis destroyed a Lebanese army watchtower in the south. In the past couple of days, we've seen Israeli military plant an Israeli flag inside of Lebanese territory, on territory that's not disputed between the two. Homes of U.S. officials, current officials, of relatives, of the U.S. People serving in the U.S. government have been destroyed. Indisputable evidence that there's no Hezbollah weapons there. So how do you square that circle in terms of the support for what you guys have said is Israel's limited ground operations? Or do you condemn any of these that I just mentioned, or do you believe that these align with U.S. interests?
Yeah, thanks, Joseph. So lot to break down there. So first of all, as it relates to the reports that you highlight in terms of UNFIL or LAF, certainly those reports are concerning. I don't have any information to independently corroborate those reports. I'd refer you to the IDF to talk about their operations in that regard. Certainly we do not want to see non-combatants targeted as operations are being conducted. All indications that we have right now is that Israel continues to conduct limited ground operations across the border to remove Hezbollah attack infrastructure. And again, we've highlighted that we fully support Israel's right to defend itself, and we understand the threat that Hezbollah has posed for the last year. Ultimately, at the end of the day, though, again, I'd go back to our belief that for long-term security and stability, the best way to do that is through diplomatic means. So we'll continue to work toward that end.
Just a second. I don't know if you saw the report from Brown University a couple days ago on how much military aid has been sent to Israel and then how much the U.S. campaign against the Houthis has cost. They said it has cost $4.86 billion so far, and that the U.S. military could require an extra $2 billion in the coming months. Can you confirm or take the question or let us know if you have any numbers of how much this specific campaign has cost so far?
Yeah, I haven't seen the report, so I'm just not in a position to comment on it.
You have gone.
What's up everyone, this is Dan with Sydney's Angels and Bennett's Rainbows, and today I just want to take you around the fish room real quick and show you some new updates I've done to the room. So if you want to follow along with the progress of this room and see what's going on with it, stay tuned and I'll show you. So we're just going to start at the door and make our way around the room clockwise. I'm going to try to hit on everything that I missed last video, as well as some new updates and some interesting tanks of fish. So let's get right into it. My maintenance cart has been evolving as I use it, and I'm really enjoying it. It's set up so that I feed off of it from this side. So I actually take it around the room twice a day. I make a big circle around the room and I feed off of it, and it makes my life really easy, and it's very efficient. It's a very efficient way of feeding the fish. So I usually have like my baby brine shrimp in here, newly hatched baby brine shrimp, frozen bloodworms, and then I've got my main foods. I really like fluval bug bites. I like to pretend that it's bug buffet from Keeping Fish Simple. I have used that food, it's excellent. It's just a little too expensive for me with the scale that I feed, so bug bites is still a great food. I've got other foods that I buy in bulk. Other things on here that I might use, like measuring devices, methylene blue, turkey basters, flashlights, all that kind of stuff, TDS meters. On the bottom's more of a valves and things I don't use every day, but like tools, nets. I'm probably going to build a shelf here because there's a lot of wasted space. You can see there's not a whole lot going on right up here, so I might build a wooden shelf and put more stuff there. On the end, I just hang some nets, and I've got some specimen containers hanging here too, with some just odds and ends. I really like using a headlamp when I pick eggs off of mops. That actually makes a huge difference. Something that I would recommend anyone that's picking eggs, especially if you don't have good night vision like me. Hung a whiteboard here. I put notes on it every day so I can stay focused on what I'm doing. You remember the TV, right underneath the TV is a double 20-gallon long rack that I built. This is going to be set up as Dean's fry system. These are all off because I had to move stuff around, so I'll be moving these. But basically, there'll be at least 4 trays up here and probably another 4 trays down here. They're going to be independent of each other in case one crashes. And they're set up very simple. So if you've seen Dean's Fish Room on the Aquarium Co-op channel, you know the premise of this system. Continuous water flowing in. It flows out through this sponge. And you've also got an air source in each tray. The tray is designed to keep the fish close together and makes feeding and cleaning very efficient. So in this first tray, we've just got some Medaka rice fish. Beautiful, beautiful strain that I was gifted. I'm very grateful for. They have been breeding like crazy, and I can't wait to get them out to you. Emerald Rasboras in the second one. I have not vacuumed this tray. There's actually, believe it or not, a ton of fish in here. Yeah. See all those little sticks? Hatching out some blue eye eggs in this tray, and there's nothing in that tray. Basically, the way I have this set up is a little different than I did last time. It's a 20-gallon long with no lid on it. 4 trays. I got these at Meijer. Aquarium Co-op, if you become a member of their channel, has an excellent video on how to build these. Dean shows you exactly how to do it, so I'm not going to go into detail. It's his baby. It's his system. I use it more for hatching eggs and feeding the fish for the first probably 2 or 3 weeks, and then I transfer them into a bigger container. It's great for hatching eggs. That's what I use it for. But you could keep fish in here a little longer than that if you wanted. I just have a 2x4 strung up above it, and one pipe is air and another pipe is water. This water pipe, a change I made this time around is I actually put plastic valves on here that are not going to corrode and rust. I used air valves last time. That was a big mistake. If you're going to build this system, do it right and put some water valves in there. You're probably smarter than me and you would do that anyway. filtration's a little different this time. It's more of a matte style filter. So just a 2-inch piece of foam, and I've got the pump that feeds the water on one side, and that's drawing water through this sponge. So there's no need for air because it's already being aerated quite a bit. I do have an air stone in here too, just for fun. And the plan down here is just to put a bunch of shrimp, and they'll kind of keep the tank clean down here, and I imagine they'll love picking on that matte filter once it gets nice and seated. I mean, I haven't put any shrimp in here yet because I don't have any biofilm down there, and I really want to have a food source for them before I put them down there. So yeah, pump on one side, big block of foam, 4 trays. I did put some pothos over here as well. It also acts as a filter. It's got a pretty good root system already. I took it out of the pond. And the plan is to just repeat this down here. So I should have 2 fry systems on top of each other. I also hung my baby brine shrimp. All the products I'm going to tell you about in this video, I'll try to put in the description too. But back when I was drinking, I don't drink anymore, been 4 years sober, I had a bar cart that I would mix drinks on. So this is one of those drink mixing mats that you might see at a bar or a restaurant. And it wasn't doing anything upstairs, so I brought it down here. And it turns out it's the perfect mat for your fish room, because you can rinse stuff off, throw it on here, and it dries super fast. So I was really pleased with being able to reuse that. Oh, I've been working on the pond. I'm not going to show you too much because I'm making a dedicated video on this. But I'm going a little crazy with plants. And I also put a little waterfall in. Again, I'm not going to show you too much. There's a little rock the ladies made me, which I love. But yeah, I've been working on a waterfall. That'll be a dedicated video. And I'm going to be putting a lot more plants around the perimeter of this pond. So it's not going to... My goal is so that you don't even see this black plastic. Also have a umbrella tree back there. That's new. Also got a fern that I brought in from outside. It's looking a little sad right now, but I'll probably lower it and put a light on it and see how it does. Got some really cool lights from Barina. These are pendant grow lights, and I love them. And they are growing my plants really well. This is my Monstera Delicioso. I'm still new to plants, but this is my favorite so far. It's given me a brand new leaf that's absolutely gorgeous. Look at that. Beautiful. And another leaf right here. These are 2 brand new leaves. It's just soil I got out of my backyard with the custom pot that Jordan made me. I also brought in the spider plant from outside. It's doing really well. I'm going to start taking cuttings off of it and putting them in tanks. See, it shoots cuttings off like this, and then you can cut these off and put them in your tanks. And I found that it grows really well in water. I also have other plants that I'm going to be planting in the pond. So this is a philodendron. I think it's the Birkin variety. I think it's a variation or variegation. I don't know what the heck I'm saying. It's a beautiful plant, and it grows in water, and I'm going to put it in my pond. And just got some other plants you may have seen. I've also been putting little rocks that the ladies make me in here. And yeah, I think this indoor pond is really going to help with the seasonal depression that we can get here in the Midwest. When everything turns brown and the days get short, it really sucks. So I think I'm going to spend a lot of time down here looking at this pond. Got some plants back there. Some are dying, like that one. Probably not going to make it, but we'll see. More custom pots. And I'll show you these fish in a little bit if you're interested. I got these really cool heavy-duty step stools, and these have been awesome for feeding my taller tanks. This tank is really tall. I'm a short guy. I'm only 5'6", and this is me reaching as high as I can reach. So obviously I can't reach this from a standing position and feed it every day, so I need to rely on these step stools, and I've been loving those. Those have been really nice. I've added more 10-gallon tanks to this rack here. This one's my favorite. I'll show you that one in a little bit. These are not set up yet. Those are just being stored on that shelf. And I also hung a pothos up here and just put a cheap LED floodlight on it. So it's doing pretty well up there. Starting to grow down. And the idea with this fish room, eventually, I want to just cover up all these racks with plants. I want it to be like a jungle. So if I can train this pothos to kind of grow along here, maybe staple it to the front of that, staple it here, I think that'd be really cool. I saw a really cool thing on a recent video in Dean's fish room. He had a plastic pipe on the end of his flexible hose. So what I've done is I've taken some 1/2-inch PEX tubing and I've jammed it into some, I think this is 5/8. I don't want to tell you the wrong thing. Let me look. Yeah, this is 5/8 inside diameter hose that I get at Menards. Very flexible and pretty affordable. And I've taken some 1/2-inch PEX tubing and just jammed it in there, and that has really made it easy to siphon these tanks out. So it gives you a rigid pipe that you can just siphon poop out very easily with, and you don't even have to get your hand wet. That is a huge change from the way I was doing it, and I really like it so far. So that's a little change, but it makes a big difference. I've been really loving this automatic water change, and I'm working on making it even more automatic. And what I mean by that is, since this is RO water, I have to remineralize it every day to get it at the right consistency, the right hardness that I want, which is a TDS of 120. I think that's like a GH of somewhere between 3 and 6. I don't really know. And what that means is I have to take Seachem Equilibrium every day and put it in there and mix it. And this stuff's kind of dirty. It doesn't really mix that well, but it's the cheapest option when you're buying bulk. So that's what I buy. And what I've been doing and what I've been experimenting with is making a brine and running it through a pump. And if I can get this dialed in, it would be automatic. The only problem is this doesn't kick on when I tell it to. You have to turn it off, turn it on every time, so I gotta find a different pump. But I'll show you what I mean. So my power head that circulates the minerals has actually just died on me. So that kind of sucks, but I'll have to figure that out. This is a work in progress, but basically this is gonna be a super concentrated brine. And what I do is I'm gonna have this on a timer. Alexa, turn minerals on for 1 minute. So see, I gotta turn it off and turn it on every time. Basically that's taking mineral-rich water from this container, pumping it through this pump, and it's going into my water chamber. So then I just run this for about 20 minutes a night. Alexa, turn the water change on for 5 minutes. So now that'll turn on for 5 minutes. See that water coming in? So yeah. I have noticed a huge change in growth of my fish with this system. The fish are growing so much faster. Rainbow fish are notoriously slow growers, and they have just been growing extremely fast. So moving right along, I've got some awesome stainless steel hose hangers that just happen to work perfect with this rack I got. So these holes just happen to be the perfect size and space for the holes that came with this. And I just bought some stainless steel bolts and I bolted it right into this. This holds up to 60 feet of hose. This is 50 feet, so that's perfect. And this is the, what do you call this, Flexzilla hose, which I'm a really big fan of. It's a really nice hose. I got 2 of those. I put one. So I've got some. I've been farming out some different plants. This is just for me right now, but maybe in the future I'll be selling. So I've got some different Anubias down here that I'm growing in just some regular Miracle Grow potting soil. This is the Nana Petite. It's actually been growing really well. Super healthy. The irregular Anubias nana, I think, had to go through a change, obviously, because it was growing submerged. So we did have some leaf dieback, but it looks like the new leaves are really healthy. So I'm not really worried about it. Like, see, look at that one. Those new leaves are healthy. The old leaves, I should probably trim those. That's just two different kinds of Anubias. This is standard Java fern. Starting to really show some growth, which is nice. I think I may have some trident in here too. So I may have actually grabbed that on accident. And then this last one, I just took a chunk of trident fern and threw it in here. We'll see what happens. It was kind of, I left it in a bucket for too long and it started melting. That was my bad. So I might have to redo that one. But really excited about that. I've got those Barina grow lights underneath here and they have been awesome. I love these lights. I'll talk more about those in another video. Speaking of those lights, I went and hung them on this 20-gallon rack here. So all 3 levels have those lights, and I hung them on the ceiling as well. Really enjoying how bright they make the tanks, and they're mounted up and out of my way. Problem I was having with these lights, don't get me wrong, I like these Barina lights too. They were just laying on top of the tanks, and what was happening was, since these tanks are custom made and I have to open them up this way, I was pushing the lights farther and farther back every time. And what was happening was they were moving right up to my plants back here and melting them. I did have like a lot of plants growing in here, but you can see a lot of them died. I don't remember if I had the 75-gallon going on my last video. I don't think I did. So I've been really enjoying having this going. And if you didn't catch the last video, I tried drilling my other 75-gallon and it broke because it was tempered. So I didn't even attempt to drill this one. I found an overflow box that sits on the back and that has been working great. It's very quiet and it's just plumbed into my pipes just like any other tank in this room. I don't know if you can see that or not. Yeah. The flow on that overflow box kind of sucks actually. So if you're thinking about buying that, just know that the overflow box is not really made for flow. But if you're just doing like a drip system like me or like a very slow water change system, it'll work just fine. I just listed these angelfish on the website. These are the Philippine blue. Got some really healthy looking angelfish in here. A couple that are still a little derpy, gotta take care of, but for the most part, nothing but good ones in here. So I went a little crazy. I have zero self-control sometimes when it comes to stuff I like. And I was at Lowe's and all the plants just looked amazing, so I spent $100 on house plants. And it turns out most of these can actually grow in aquariums. So I'm gonna have some fun planting these. Most of these are gonna go in that pond over there, and that'll be featured in the video that I upload, but some of these might just, you know, like this is an ivy, so I think this might need highlight. Medium light. But you know, I've got spaces here where I can maybe like, boop, put a plant there and grow it. And these wick and grow plants are really nice because this is actually a really nice setup for aquariums, because what you can do, if you wanted, as long as you have an aquarium with some water access, you can put this somewhere like that, and that plant will grow wonderfully, and you'll never have to water it because that wicks in the water. You just need to supply it with some light. So that's awesome. If you find these wick and grows, that might be a really nice option. I see it was $6. Nice healthy plant. I killed the last ivy that I was trying to grow. It was doing great, and then I just stopped watering it because I got lazy. So this might be a really nice option for someone like me. Another peace lily because I just love the leaf texture. And these are all wick and grows too. Self-watering, so if you're not familiar with these pots, if you're like me and you forget to water plants, this might be your best friend. So you just make sure that this has water in it and the plant waters itself. I've got a couple of these upstairs and I bought them a couple months ago and they are doing wonderfully because you never have to really think about it. You just make sure that it's got water in the sight glass and you're good. But maybe my favorite plant that I bought, it's a rabbit foot fern. And I just love
I'm going to take this stab short. Stop will be at new highs, basically. So the idea here is that we're rotating 520s, little topper candle at the top, looking for, you know, my 10 points to the downside. It really should be like this. My 10 points to the downside, and making sure that, you know, I don't let it just run a ton in the money without taking profit is always key. Talk more about the execution also after the trade is done. I can focus up a little bit. Okay, nice. And I'm out on all of those trades. That is $1,000 per account right there. 10 points on the NASDAQ futures. You can see here after commissions and some slippage with the trade copier that I use, up around 965 per account. I'm going to take this stab short.
Buy or sell? 5 seconds for you to decide. Let's analyze this chart together. To simplify the analysis, we have included the 200-period moving average and the RSI indicator. I am confident that you are familiar with these two indicators, as we have previously backtested them on this channel. Currently, the price is above the 200 EMA, signaling an uptrend, and the RSI is below 30%, typically indicating an oversold market. In such situations, buyers are expected to push the price upward. Most traders would immediately go long as soon as the price touches the EMA and aim for the latest swing high. That would be a big mistake. Why? Because we ignored price action and entered the market without enough confirmations. Now let's remove all the indicators. We can see that the price has broken this strong trend line. So we enter when it's tested again and we spot bearish strong candles. And that's a winner. Like and subscribe for more challenges. Buy or sell? 5 seconds for you to decide.
Today we're going to build an automatic egg catcher to breed these beautiful celestial pearl danios. This egg catcher can be used for any egg scattering fish with non-adhesive eggs. By the way, I started with 6 of these fish. Now I have hundreds. Stay tuned. Things you're going to need for this build. First off, you're going to need one of these Fluval breeder boxes. I really like this product. By the way, the links for all this stuff will be in the description. The Fluval breeding box comes in 2 sizes. This is the smaller of the 2, and then there's a longer size. They're both great products. I like them for raising fry up when you don't have necessarily another tank to dedicate to the fry right away. The picture shows a female guppy giving birth in here, and there's like a little separator on the bottom. I don't really like putting guppies in here. I don't think it's enough room. You can do it. It's just stressful on the fish, so I try to avoid that. How it works is it's air driven. It'll siphon water in from the aquarium into the box. And a new product I've never used is the Penplex Aqua Nursery. They show female guppies in this box having babies, and then air driven siphon will kind of pull the babies into the second container. It's a great idea. If it was bigger, I'd be all about it, and I considered trying it for a second, but it's just not enough room. Still a really cool product. If they ever make something bigger than this, I'd be interested in trying it. Mama guppy sits in here, gives birth. Baby guppies fall through that little crack, down this tube here, up this tube, and into this container here. So yeah, really cool concept. I think it would be doable if it was like twice as big. It's just not big enough. You could get away with it. I don't know. I feel like it's stressful for the fish, so I'm going to use this just as an egg trap. Other items you're going to need are 1/2 inch inside diameter hose. I got this at Home Depot. Make sure the inside diameter is 1/2 inch. It doesn't really matter what the outside diameter is. So just 1/2 inch inside diameter hose. You're going to need some plastic canvas. It's just a plastic grid that people use for crafts. I got this from Joann Fabrics. It's the 7 mesh is the key. It comes in 4 different sizes. 7 mesh is a good size for eggs to make it through, but not CPDs or any other nano fish. So you can buy this stuff by the sheet. It's really cheap. Do yourself a favor, just buy like 4 or 5 of them. We're also going to be using a hot glue gun. If you can find it in this cute color, you get bonus points. You could also use super glue or aquarium sealant, silicone. I'm more curious than anything to try hot glue because I think I can get this in the tank the quickest this way. And to be honest, super glue doesn't always work when it's plastic to plastic. And then you're just gonna need a pair of scissors. These Milwaukee scissors are awesome, by the way. Like the most badass scissors I've ever owned. And something to mark with. I use erasable markers so I don't mark anything up permanently. So when you set up your fluval breeder box, it's gonna kind of look like this. I actually put a piece of foam right here to prevent small fry from getting out. I mean, the grate they give you is pretty big actually. Even guppy fry will make it through there no problem. General concept is air goes in here. This is your lift tube. It draws water from the aquarium into the box. So we are going to connect this tube to this box down here. The CPDs are going to lay their eggs in here and they're going to get drawn up through this tube and into this collection chamber. First thing we need to do is, if you already have this set up, you don't need this cap here. So we're going to take this cap off. So see that little cap? Not going to need that. This tube is going to connect to our 1/2 inch hose. Now I'm going to go measure how long I need to make this hose. So I figured out it's like a hand width, maybe a little longer. So that should do it. There's a couple tricks with this kind of hose. If you dip it in like boiling hot water, it becomes really soft and easier to work with. We're going to see if we can get it on without doing that, but that's a good trick if you're having problems with it. So now I'm going to take this off just to make it easier on myself. I'm just going to get this hose threaded over this hard plastic hose. So that actually wasn't so hard. There's a little O-ring inside this inner tube. You can adjust this. So it just gives us another level of adjustment. My way's a little different than the video that I watched, and I'll link his video in the description too because I want to give him credit. He had a great idea. We don't need this. So we don't need this lid, and we don't need this whole box actually. You can take this whole box off. We're going to use this as a connection point here. Let's see if I can thread this on. Check that out. I think we're almost done. That's too easy. So you can kind of imagine there's going to be mesh here, but the CPDs are going to come in here because we're going to have some nice looking Java moss in here. So they're going to lay their eggs, and because we have an air line connected to this point here, it's going to suck the eggs down this tube up into our breeder box, all the way up into our breeder box. In theory, that's how it should work. I'm going to put a piece of mesh over the top of this whole thing. And the easiest way for us to do that is to take this, put it upside down, and trace on our mesh. And then we'll cut it out with some scissors. Alright, let's trace this. And I'm just holding good pressure down so that it doesn't move on me. So it's kind of a sloppy line. I think if we cut just inside that line, we'll be good. Let's see what it looks like so far. Not bad. Pretty good, right? I think we could make it a little smaller. Okay, so it turns out you have to make it a little smaller than you think. But I'm pretty happy with that. So I've actually never used hot glue before. I don't know if I ever have. We're just gonna do a little hot glue. I don't know how quick it dries. I guess we'll find out together. A lot of you guys probably use hot glue all the time. My wife does. I never really have a reason to use it, I guess. You can see it's kind of sloppy, but it seems to be holding really well. So go ahead and shave the extra glue with a razor blade just to get it to fit snugly. Check that out. I'm pretty happy with that. That was easy. I think anyone can do this. You can do this. If you want to make an automatic egg catching device, I want to make this easy for everyone. I think, yeah, you could get fancy, put an elbow down here, but if it already comes with this part, just use this part. And there's one other thing we have to address. There's these holes right here. I think it's just for good circulation, but you could argue that eggs might fly out of there, or maybe tiny fish can get in there. So maybe we'll just take some hot glue and glue that. I don't know. Let's try it. And this will also kind of weld our basket in place, which might make it harder to clean. So if you don't want your basket to be stuck in place, maybe take it out before this step. I don't really care. Like, if I have to get it out, I'll get it out. Oh, this is already like welded shut. It's just bad manufacturing. Oh well. Works for me. That's one of the things I love about this hobby. It seems like we're all feeding off each other and kind of using someone's idea and making it our own, and there doesn't seem to be a whole lot of people that get butthurt about that. I think it's flattering if someone wanted to copy my idea. Not that I have a whole lot of ideas. I steal a lot of ideas from Master Breeder Dean, and I know a lot of other people do. Like, there's probably not many fry systems better than his. I mean, maybe there is. If someone has a genius idea, why wouldn't we all use it? I think we're ready, guys. Imagine that the tank is right here. And it'll be easier to see once we're in the tank. Basically, they're throwing eggs into this container, and they're coming up through this tube and into this box. So let's check it out. Let's see if it works. First thing we're going to do is remove all the moss and guppy grass from their tank. Now we'll do a quick water change. So it's been an hour since I put this in, and I already have some eggs in here. Let's see if I can zoom in. See all those delicious eggs? How cool is that? If you guys are subscribed and you follow me, then I've got something really, really cool coming up that we'll talk about in the next video. I hope you guys like that video. How cool is that? And I already have. Now we'll do a quick water change. So it's been an hour since I put this in, and I already have some eggs in here. Let's see if I can zoom in. See all those delicious eggs? How cool is that?
Queda claro, ¿no? Y como podéis ver, puedo pintar lo que me dé la gana. Precios, resultados, días de entrada, días de salida, puedo pintar días falsos. ¿Que ¿Por qué supera los 3 millones? Pues no tengo la más mínima idea. Pues da igual, si hemos llegado hasta aquí, hay que tirar hasta el final. A mí me estafaron también, me engañaron, me robaron mucho dinero. Yo soy una víctima más, como vosotros. ¿Que ¿Cómo lo he conseguido? Solo he arañado la superficie, me han retado y no he podido decir que no. A raíz de uno de mis vídeos de los Miami Boys, en los que exponía como uno de los líderes, Alex González, mentía con sus operaciones y os avisaba de que su historial de MetaTrader estaba manipulado, porque tenía el control de la empresa que había detrás del broker, uno de vosotros me ha desafiado a hacerlo yo mismo, seguramente porque no me creía. Ayer fue día 29 de diciembre y he realizado una de las hazañas más importantes de mi vida, en la que he conseguido ganar más dinero en todos los años que llevo haciendo trading juntos. Decidí superarme, ingresé 1000 euros en la cuenta. Decidí llamarlo YOLO, porque solo vivimos una vez y aquí hemos venido a presumir y a demostrar que somos mejores que nadie. El objetivo no es otro que demostraros que se puede, porque querer es poder. Y si meditas mucho, haces 28 flexiones cada día, entras en modo avión, desconectas de la realidad y llegas a un equilibrio con el karma, tu alma y las fases lunares, podrás alcanzar el objetivo que quieras en el trading. Y eso es lo que he hecho yo. Os voy a enseñar con resultados auditados cómo pasé una cuenta de 1000 euros a exactamente 2.353.597,19 dólares en un día, para que luego digan que yo tengo envidia. Jaque mate. Un copazo de gin tonic para celebrarlo. Y ahora mismo quiero que vosotros me ayudéis a decidir una cosa antes de enseñaros el balance y las operaciones. Con el dinero que he ganado se me presenta ahora este enigma: ¿Lamborghini Aventador o Ferrari SF90? ¿Qué me decís? Dejadmelo en los comentarios, porque de eso va todo esto, de poder cumplir tus sueños y yo poder restregároslo a vosotros en la cara. Mirad la operativa. Lo primero es enseñaros el MyFXBook para que veáis que yo he conectado mi cuenta aquí y que aquí no hay manipulación posible. Por el amor de Dios, que nadie se le ocurra decir que Capello miente, que ya tengo un historial de transparencia y honestidad que estaréis conmigo, que es bastante respetable. Una ganancia de 161.327% en un día. Creo que está bastante bien. Es cierto que en alguna operación he podido mejorar, pero de los errores se aprende. Un beneficio de 1.613.277, que unido al depósito que he realizado, suma 1.614.000. Fijaros que esto está actualizado, hace 15 minutos. Una cosa muy importante, veréis que no os estoy enseñando el broker. Venid que os cuento una cosa. No quiero enseñar el broker porque no quiero patrocinar a ninguna empresa en vano. Solo voy a enseñar el broker cuando esa empresa esté dispuesta a pagarme mucho dinero y si no, no me interesa. Aunque yo gane mucho dinero del trading, igual el mes que viene pierdo. No penséis mal. No oculto el tema del broker porque pueda ser una cuenta demo o sea una cuenta de fondeo. No. Es simplemente para evitar un conflicto de intereses con otras empresas y si quieren algo, que me paguen. Pero Capello es muy raro, no hay balance. Pero un traguito más. Como veis es solo un día 29 de diciembre. Ahí realicé todas las ganancias y han sido 4 operaciones. 2 en el dólar yen y 2 en Nvidia. Ahora os lo voy a enseñar en MetaTrader 5. Para que veáis que aquí no hay trampa alguna y que todo esto va a misa. Soy mejor que vuestro gurú favorito. Me río de los Miami Boys. Mi mejor ganancia fue de 1.080.000 dólares en Nvidia. Una modesta compra de 5.000 acciones. Ahora analizaremos esto y lo mejor de todo es que las cosas como son. Soy el puto amo. Mirad, ¿cuánto ha durado esta operación? Un minuto. A ver quién gana 1 millón de pavos en un minuto. Pues yo. ¿Por qué? Porque tengo una estrategia. Escuchadme. Tengo una estrategia definitiva. Y cuando acabéis este vídeo os voy a ofrecer un curso que vais a flipar. Solo cuesta 8.000 dólares, pero como veis podéis ganar 1 millón en solo un minuto. Y además, algo que vosotros no sabréis es cómo conseguir entrar a través del algoritmo interbancario, acceder a dark pools y conseguir precios que no existen. Efectivamente, el precio marca que la entrada fue en 491, con un precio de cierre en 540. Antes de continuar, todas las entradas, porque aquí parece haber algún tipo de fallo, es que MyFXBook a veces se equivoca. Os voy a contar cómo empecé. 1.000 dólares. Mi primera operación me permitió multiplicar por 57 mi cuenta. Una cifra modesta, pero que me permitió ganar 57.000 dólares. ¿No me creéis? Mirad, quiero que veáis el informe creado por MetaTrader. Aquí no hay nada manipulable. Esto, vamos, esto no te lo enseñan ni los Miami Boys, pero Capello, que siempre va un paso por delante, es bastante más limpio y transparente, honesto, y que solo os va a querer vender después de este vídeo un curso de $8.000, que puede parecer mucho, pero como veis yo gano una pasta en un día. Vosotros podéis hacer lo mismo. Recordad, meditación, flexiones, antes de tradear. Hay que bombear bien el músculo, que vaya bien de sangre, y esto os permitirá obtener suculentas sumas de dinero en poco tiempo y con un riesgo mínimo, muy reducido. 3 operaciones muy claras, 2 en el dólar yen, precio de compra 140, precio de take profit 137,54, luego otra operación que también ya con 60 lotes, con bastante más volumen, porque si no, no ganas. Es cierto que esta estrategia es de apalancarse pues bastante, incluso más de lo que te permite el broker, pero no pasa nada. La segunda operación ya me permitió ganar $474.000. En esta posición ya estaba un poquito más cómodo, pero dije, creo que puedo más. 5 minutos más tarde decidí entrar en Nvidia, es lo que tengo yo, a los Miami Boys precisamente, entonces dije, vamos a devolvérsela. 5.000 acciones, que es una posición de únicamente $2 millones, me permitió ganar 1 millón de pavos, un 50% sobre el nominal. ¿Que cómo hago esto? Pues mirad, lo hice así, comprando en 491 y vendiendo con un take profit en 540, el 29 de diciembre. El 29 de diciembre es aquí, que aunque, bueno, en TradingView diga que el precio únicamente llegó a 500, esto es porque está mal, esto es por un fallo de la liquidez. Los que os he comentado antes, la liquidez interbancaria, a veces pasa. Esto nos pasa a los mejores. Quizás a vosotros en vuestra plataforma no, pero os explico. Yo tengo una conexión que va desde el condensador de flujo a un ramificador de Heisenberg que permite que la fibra óptica sea mucho más rápida y quizás por eso a vosotros nos marca este precio. Por tanto, yo conseguí salir ese día, el 29 de diciembre, aquí, en 540. Porque soy el puto amo, básicamente. Queda claro, ¿no? Envidia ninguna. Ya lo estáis viendo. Yo puedo hacer lo mismo que ellos. De hecho, esto es solo el principio. Podría hacer auténticas locuras. Esto lo he hecho en un día. Si me dejáis hacerlo a lo largo de un año, ¿cuántos cursos podría vender si hago esto a lo largo de un año? Hago vídeos, lo documento. Con lo que voy ganando me compro coches, alquilo casas. Llevo un estilo de vida que jamás podría ganar por mi cuenta porque soy un inútil. Yo creo que muchos, ¿no? Podría ser millonario. Bueno, me podría comprar estos dos coches. El SF90 es difícil de conseguir. Yo creo que tendría que pedirlo ya. Es un poco caro, más de medio millón. Pero ¿qué cojones? Si he ganado 1.600.000. Es falso, Capello, no te lo olvides. Bueno, sigo. Esto, editor, esto quítalo, ¿vale? No lo pongas. Y sí, sé que alguno está muy cuco y dirá, Capello, te hemos pillado. Aquí hay trampa. Pero no. Realmente no me habéis pillado. Alguno dirá, es que si sumamos 1.400.000 y 500 da 1.600.000, cuando tú realmente has ganado 2.300.000. Porque eso es lo que pone aquí, ¿verdad? Fijaros qué curva de balance tan bonita. Porque perder está sobrevalorado. Perder es de pobres. Yo no quiero perder, yo no pierdo. Ya lo veis. Me planteo un reto, lo reviento. Porque yo juego a ganar. ¿Y vosotros? Verás qué castaña me agarro. Hay otra orden en Nvidia, en la que compré en 400 y vendí en 546. Pero esto, bueno, no hagáis caso de esta fecha, ¿vale? Que es, pone que es del día 14 al 15, ni caso. Es otro fallo. Es que hay muchos fallos. A mí los fallos me persiguen. A mí, a los gurús como yo, los fallos nos persiguen porque somos tan buenos que, claro, las plataformas, los bloggers nos tienen envidia. Y aquí hay 733.000 que si sumáis todo, esto sí os da. Os animo a que cojáis la calculadora. Yo no miento. Ni se os ocurra decir que estoy mintiendo, ¿eh? Por favor, me haríais mucho daño. 5 operaciones y todas en beneficio, 100%. Bueno, creo que si hubiera hecho en vez de 5.000 también podría haber acertado todas, os lo garantizo. Con las herramientas que yo ahora mismo tengo a mi disposición, me van a durar poco, os garantizo que habría podido tener un 100% de aciertos y esta cuenta, no sé, tal vez subirla a 300 o 400 millones, si me da la gana. De hecho, puedo hacerlo en un día. Igual puedo hacerlo hasta ahora y enseñároslo. La verdad es que es un poco aburrido y creo que queda claro que soy el mejor trader que habéis visto hasta ahora, que lo demuestra y que esto además me da autoridad para desacreditar a todos aquellos gurús que intentan ir de traders rentables pero luego no lo son. Son fraudes, a diferencia de mí. Hablemos del curso. He dicho $8.000, pero solo hoy, porque como habréis visto he ganado mucho y Hoy estoy generoso, me apetece aportar, porque una de mis vocaciones es la formación. Me encanta dar clases, es mi hobby, al fin y al cabo, y me encanta ser un filántropo. No tengo miedo a decirlo, soy así. No todos los gurús son tan humildes como yo. Podéis dejarme en los comentarios si queréis que done alguna causa, puedo dar 100 pavos, 200 pavos a la causa que digáis, y yo lo haré. Así que he decidido ofreceros el curso por solo $99, únicamente. Es una oportunidad para vosotros, no la dejéis escapar, os lo pido por favor, os lo pido, compradlo por favor. Os voy a enseñar soportes y resistencias, velas japonesas y psicología del trading y cómo entrar en modo avión, dark mode y todas estas cosas, que es la auténtica clave para hacerse rico. Por si quedaba alguna duda, lo voy a enseñar en la MetaTrader. Es que yo sé que sois muy desconfiados y es normal, porque yo os he enseñado bien. Aquí tenéis la plataforma, de nuevo no enseño la parte de arriba por el tema del broker, no quiero dar publicidad. Y veis las operaciones, me voy a quitar. Aquí abajo veis el resultado final, como digo, por algún tipo de fallo unilateral del broker, no salen todos los trades, pero fijaros que el balance, estaba movida en la pantalla, llega y supera los 3 millones. ¿Por qué supera los 3 millones? Pues no tengo la más mínima idea. Pues da igual, si hemos llegado hasta aquí, hay que tirar hasta el final. 2,35 millones en total, que está bien, me llega para comprarme esos 2 coches. ¿Qué hay que deciros, chicos? El día a día. ¿Que queréis aprender a hacer esto? Enseño gratis en internet. Seguramente después del curso haga un curso de psicotrading, que aunque no os sirva para nada, me pone a mí en posición para después venderos un bot de trading que tradee por vosotros. Y aunque no vaya a ganar, lo que puedo hacer después es crear una estrategia copy trading, porque claro, aquel bot de una serie de problemas inesperados por nuestro lado, el servidor y los otros traders que yo tenía contratados, bueno, no resultaron ser tan buenos. A mí me estafaron también, me engañaron, me robaron mucho dinero. Yo soy una víctima más, como vosotros, pero ahora con el copy trading, pues sí, seguramente si todos vosotros ponéis 10.000 pavos, me apalanco mucho, gano mucho rápido, tengo suerte al principio, no vaya a ser que lo pierda, cosa que es imposible, ya veis que yo soy un trader rentable. De hecho, me atrevo a decirlo, yo os garantizo que conmigo vais a ganar dinero, pues creo que así sí que voy a poder comprarme varios Lambos. Y hay un Bugatti, le he visto a uno de Marbella, es interesante, me lo deja a muy buen precio, que os voy a contar, 2,5 millones, pero no son tantos cursos, digo, no son tantos trades que hay que realizar. Bueno, ya os contaré, haré vídeos, ¿vale? Haré vídeos, por supuesto, enseñando los coches, vivo de eso, sí. Y espero que este vídeo os haya ayudado. Podría sacaros más cosas, pero para evitarme más problemas lo voy a dejar aquí. Seguramente no pueda volver a hacer un vídeo de este tipo en mucho tiempo. ¿Que cómo lo he conseguido? Bueno, pues con un software mágico que tienen, que no tienen, lo tienen los brokers, y cuanto menos regulado esté, peor lo va a usar. No sé si me explico. Yo, como veis, lo he usado de forma honesta, aquí no ha habido trampa, esto es blanco y en botella, está súper claro, pero hay gente que lo usaría mal. A mí las empresas de fondeo lo tienen, entonces depende de lo mismo. Lo van a usar para hacer el mal, lo van a usar como yo, de una forma limpia, sin ningún tipo de conflicto de interés detrás y con un fin diferente al de vender evaluaciones. Bueno, pues esto ya depende de a quién sigáis, y esa persona a la que seguís es una persona limpia o no, o si vendería a su abuela por una bolsa de pipas, si lo necesita. Habéis visto que he tapado informaciones de número de cuenta, broker, etcétera. No quiero que sepan por dónde ha venido esa información. Traders rentables como yo no queremos que esto se sepa. Vosotros comprad el curso. No os queráis nada de lo que veáis, sobre todo si las cifras son tan altas y detrás huele a humo. Y nos vemos en los próximos vídeos. Un saludo. Bueno, esto es una versión muy simple de cómo alguien con cierto control sobre una MetaTrader puede enseñar las cifras que quiera. Solo he arañado la superficie, no tengo un control total, me estoy peleando con este software, pero como podéis ver puedo pintar lo que me dé la gana. Precios, resultados, días de entrada, días de salida, puedo pintar días falsos. He tradeado hasta fines de semana en acciones y las operaciones se reflejan. Bueno, es un canteo. Así que compartid este vídeo para que la gente deje de creer a 4 vendehumos gurús que se pasan el día enseñando coches y vendiendo formaciones, cursitos, evaluaciones en empresas de fondeo que son suyas o casi suyas. Mucho cuidado con los Miami Boys. Hacen esto, tienen el mismo control que tengo yo, lo que pasa es que ellos tienen control completo. Yo he tenido ciertas limitaciones. Creo que la idea se entiende, ¿no? Venga, hasta otra. Ah, y suscríbete, que me ha costado horrores conseguir esto.
Después de haberte quitado la
That's right, guys. You are being misled by TradingView strategies. You're seeing numbers like this, for example, and you think that now you're going to get rich very quickly. And the first thing you do is you go and you simply automate the strategy, you put your money, and then you hope for the best. But let me tell you, that's why I do this video, that you can spot if this strategy can actually really give you the result or if it's actually a scam. It's not a scam because they wanted to make a scam, but because they're just bad developers, okay? So this particular strategy here is the best example for that. It's on the 15-minute time frame and it makes a massive amount of money, right? Even if you go to the backtest here, the deep backtest, and you say, hey, how much money did it make from 2024? And you see 80,000% profit, right? With just 4% drawdown. That is amazing, Michael, right? Why wouldn't I take this freaking strategy and put all of my money, I'm exaggerating, of course, and then I'd be rich. I don't need anything else. Let's go. No. But why, Michael? I want to get rich quickly. Well, because the strategy is losing 144%, okay? And how can it lose more than 100%? Well, because the settings are wrong and because the strategy is developed wrong. So I will show you guys how you can figure out if your strategy that you're looking at has this problem that this one has. Most likely, if you have massive profit numbers, then that is the reason. One of the reasons in this video will explain why your strategy, especially on the short term, yeah, especially on the short term, if you have like 20,000% profit, 100,000, a million% profit, okay, then one of the reasons in this video will be responsible for that. And if none of the reasons that I mentioned here are actually part of your strategy setup and your strategy's code, then you have found the perfect strategy. So that means you have to watch the whole video to figure out which things to look out for. And this way, guys, you can be ahead of the herd, which is also why you subscribe to this channel, because I'm giving you higher chances of success by giving you the education and the knowledge and the software and actually even the support in Telegram. If you join the Telegram, the link is down below, you will have the benefit of being able to chat with me and with the other members and being ahead of the herd. Once more, that's the whole point, right? You need to be better than the rest of the people that are losing money, okay? Anyway, this is my introduction. Now, let me show you how to spot BS strategies and how to avoid bad settings. Let's go. Okay, guys, I want to add the strategy to my chart fully fresh from the start. So I'm going to search for it. I'm going to click on it. By the way, don't use this strategy. It's a bad example of a bad strategy, okay? So I'm adding it to the chart. It's on the 15-minute Bitcoin chart and it makes 3,600 whatever percent profit. Now, doesn't look that bad, right? But let's go to the settings here and let's, instead of $10,000, let's put $1,000, right? And let's see what happens to the numbers. Now it makes more money. What the hell? How can it make more profit, more percentage profit when I put less money? It should be the same, right? Then I put less money, it makes even more money. What is happening here, guys? It's a bit spooky, right? No, actually it's not. It's the first setting that you need to understand is the order size is one contract. And if it's one contract, then a contract can be very expensive, right? Because one Bitcoin is 60K right now. So if it goes and buys one Bitcoin, but you only have $100 initial capital, then it looks like you got Bitcoin for free because TradingView allows you to do that kind of stupid stuff, especially if you work with absolute numbers. And the reason why they allow it is because they have to allow people to create strategies like DCA. And in DCA, you're actually adding more money into the strategy, right? Money that wasn't there before. You're adding, right? And so they have this feature, but you can misuse it as well, okay? So a setting like one contract is not good, okay? That's a bad setting. So you need to go to percent of equity. Now, if you go to percent of equity, then you have to choose what percentage to give. Now, let's give the strategy the benefit of the doubt. Okay, let's put 100%. So it takes 100% of the money that it has available and reinvest it forever. Okay, now this is not what you should be doing with your real money, but this is for testing, for back testing, right? So if this strategy has a low drawdown, and it actually has a low drawdown of 3.6%, which is quite nice, then you could do that, right? But for testing the strategy, if you actually like it in general, you can put 100 and then later on you try with lower numbers, right? And see how it performs then. But that's how I like to do it, to stress test it. If I give it all the money all the time, can it deal with it, right? Can it actually keep the drawdown low and also a lot of net profit? Cool. Now, the next thing that you need to know after learning this is that you cannot have a commission of zero, okay? A commission of zero doesn't make any sense. Any exchange will want money from you, right? And they should, right? They should stay alive by making money, okay? And how do you find out what the commission is for the exchange that you're using? Well, it's quite easy. Go to Google and Google it, right? Bybit fees. Bybit fees, trading fees, click. That's it, guys. This is the fee table. Quite simple. If you're not a VIP, then you pay 0.1. And why not use 0.1? Worst case scenario, right? If you have VIP levels, you might pay less. It's all nice. But if you are below certain amount of volume, and they explain it all here, then you pay 0.1. Now, for example, there are other exchanges. Let me go back here, like Kraken fees. They are very expensive, okay? So fee structure, first link, guys, okay? It's very simple, okay? So you go down and you can see here that on the spot, you pay for the TUGA. TUGA is when you do market orders, you pay 0.4, which is massive, okay? So that means, not that they're idiots, right? But it means that they don't want people who trade on the short term, because on the short term, you have so many trades, you pay them so much money, it doesn't make sense. So they want to encourage people to use their exchange for longer term strategies. And by the way, at the end of the video, I will give you such a strategy that will work longer term, even on Kraken. But keep in mind, okay, that this fee here needs to match with what you have in TradingView. Otherwise, it's unrealistic. So 0.1% is something that is way more realistic. Now, as you have seen, right, you see how much it has changed the profit. So if I go from zero or back to zero, then it makes 32,800%, which is massive. Of course, because you get trading for free, right? But if you don't get trading for free, you pay 0.1, which a lot of people will, then you already have 10,800% less percent points. That's huge, okay? Just like keep in mind. And also you cannot have slippage of zero, guys, okay? Because you're on a 15-minute chart, and on those charts, prices are moving very fast. And if you send an order, it will take a little bit to get executed, right? So you don't get exactly the price that is on your screen, okay? Because time has to pass. Physics, guys, okay? The speed of light. In any case, let's put 3 ticks here to be more realistic. But as you can see, it doesn't really change the result much. So that's actually good. Oh, guys, I have to show you one more thing. Going back to the settings, never, guys, never activate this checkbox, because if you activate this checkbox, it will constantly calculate and it might get into a trade, but then the candle closes in a different way and it's actually not in a trade, but you are already in a trade because it does intraday or intra-candle calculations. So in order to not get wrecked, okay, because this is repainting, right? It's a repainting problem. In order to not get wrecked, please deactivate this before you automate the strategy. Actually, keep it deactivated forever, okay? It's better to not touch this checkbox. This checkbox has lost people a lot of money, okay? Just leave it deactivated. And now let's continue. And now we have a strategy that makes 20,000% profit. Okay, but how realistic is this freaking result? Because if it is, right, then we can put all our money and call it a day, right? But there is one bug in this strategy that you cannot spot easily. That's why you subscribe to this channel. And it's just based on the version of the code of the strategy. So there is PineScript, and the PineScript is the language in which these strategies are written, okay? And the problem is that the old versions of PineScript have a bug, okay? And if you're using a particular function which the strategy is using, you can get screwed, right? Because then the results look better than they are, okay? So this bug is very hidden, and that's why I'm showing you, all right? So you don't get wrecked. So I will click this button up there to copy the code into my own strategy that I can then edit. But I will edit only one number, and that's the version number of PineScript. I will keep the code as it is, and it will start losing money massively, guys, okay? And so if you are running this strategy in real life, those would be the real numbers. So let me show you how that works, okay? So I will now click on this button here. So this is the code, but I can't edit this, right? Because it's the code of the other guy. So I will click here on create a working copy. And then here I will change the title. I will say the real mega crypto bot strategy. I will just delete this because we don't need this short title. And I want to change this one number, okay? I will change it from version 2 to version 3. That's it, okay? The logic of the strategy is the same. Now let's save this. Save it here. And now let's add it to the chart, guys. And before I show you the numbers, we need to actually make sure that we have the same settings for this strategy as we have with the other one, because otherwise it's not fair, right? So we have $1,000, we have 100%, right? 100%. We have 0.1% commission. We have a slippage of 3. We have this checkbox off. So let's go. Now, This is the real result of this strategy, guys. Okay. And as you can see, it loses almost 60% of the equity, right? I mean, let me go back to the other one, right? This one makes 20,000%, same time frame, okay? Same everything, same settings, same everything. Is the same strategy, okay? It's just interpreted from the PineScript version 3. Okay, but why the hell is it such a big difference in the performance numbers, and how can you spot it yourself? Okay, by the way, I noticed that it's not the same settings because I didn't put initial capital to 100, but guys, the percentage number is exactly the same, right? So we're looking only at the percentage numbers. Now it's exactly at the same initial capital as well, but it's still a bad strategy. So why the hell, again, is it so bad? Well, because of one function, and if I scroll way down, I can see here, the strategy is entering a long position here, right? And here it is entering a short position. By the way, because it's pyramiding 0, whenever it opens a short, it automatically closes the long and the other way around. So it doesn't have more than one position at any point in time. But anyway, the problem here is that it's using the function called security, and security has a feature called look ahead. Look ahead, guys. That sounds like looking into the future, which is exactly what it is, okay? Now, the problem with this function is that in version number 2 and number 1 of PineScript, this was set to true, to on, guys. Like, what the hell? Who is setting this stupid thing to on by default? Now, the default value of this look ahead is off now from version 3 onwards. Okay, so that is why now when you set the strategy to version 3, you're getting the actual result that you would get in real life. And for the people wondering what the security function even does, it's fetching price information from a particular chart. So you can fetch price information for a completely different symbol, different chart, and different time frame. But in this case, it's fetching it from the same ticker, right? So the same chart, but the period is fixed, which is quite cool because basically if the user is moving around different time frames, daily, 5 days, 1 week, 1 month, the strategy always uses internally the same time frame to calculate its trades, which can be very helpful. So that's why this is used. But well, the problem is that it has this bug with the look ahead. I call it the bug because it should never have been turned on by default. And so this is how people can, without even knowing, they can create strategies that look like they're very profitable, but they're not. Now, the problem that you have now is, how do you know even that this is the issue, right? Well, what you can do is you can do a couple of things, right? So you can click on these 3 dots here, and then you can go about this script. And when you scroll down, because this is an open source script, which a lot of them are, you can see it's version 2. So that's already a problem. You should never use version 2 scripts because they can have this and other issues. And then when you expand the code and you just search for security,
basicamente o que separa as duas ações de preço e que inclusive acredito que seja o chão para caso a gente caia ao longo desse fim de semana, tá? Eu vou pegar essa linha aqui, tá onde? Ah, tá. Essa aqui seria a divergência excluída que eu já mostrei, tá ótimo. Vamos criar aqui. Ah, tá. Tá. Ah, não, vou botar S, que é um espaço. Tá. Ok. Ok, a estrutura diária está aqui. Show de bola. Cara, a questão é, eu coloquei a estrutura do diário de suporte lá embaixo, faz sentido, mas entenda que isso aqui eu estou olhando pro diário, tá? Eu poderia também, que eu acredito que até eu vou subir para a média de 50 essa zona de suporte aqui, só porque o objetivo é catar a ação de preço, tá? Por mais que eu acho que a estrutura do diário de suporte é aqui embaixo e eu estou computando que se a nível diário